Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Gold Hunters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. Chapter 1, Part 1. On to the Gold Fields. About the beginning of the year 1851, the rage for emigration to California from the United States was at its height. All sorts and conditions of men, old, young, and middle-aged, allured by the hope of acquiring sudden wealth, and fascinated with the adventure and excitement of a life in California, were relinquishing their existing pursuits and associations to commence a totally new existence in the land of gold. The rush of eager gold hunters was so great that the Panama Steamship Company's office in New York used to be perfectly mobbed for a day and a night previous to the day appointed for selling tickets for their steamers. Sailing vessels were dispatched for Chagres almost daily, carrying crowds of passengers, while numbers went by the different routes through Mexico, and others chose the easier but more tedious passage around Cape Horn. The emigration from the Western States was naturally very large, the inhabitants being a class of men whose lives are spent in clearing the wild forests of the West, and gradually driving the Indian from his hunting ground. Of these Western frontier men, it is often said that they are never satisfied if there is any white man between them and sundown. They are constantly moving westward, for as the wild Indian is forced to retire before them, so they, in their turn, shrinking from the signs of civilization which their own labors cause to appear around them, have to plunge deeper into the forest in search of that wild border life which has such charms for all who have ever experienced it. To men of this sort, the accounts of such a country as California, thousands of miles to the westward of them, were peculiarly attractive, and so great was the emigration that many parts of the Western States were nearly depopulated. The route followed by these people was overland, across the plains, which was the most congenial to their tastes, and the most convenient for them, as besides, being already so far to the westward, they were also provided with the necessary wagons and oxen for the journey. For the sake of mutual protection against the Indians, they traveled in trains of a dozen or more wagons, carrying the women and children and provisions, accompanied by a proportionate number of men, some on horses or mules, and others on foot. In May 1851, I happened to be residing in New York, and was seized with the California fever. My preparations were very soon made, and a day or two afterwards I found myself on board a small bark about to sail for Chagres with a load of California emigrants. Our vessel was little more than 200 tons, and was entirely devoted to the accommodation of passengers. The ballast was covered with a temporary deck, and the whole interior of the ship formed a saloon, round which were built 3 tiers of berths. A very rough extempore table and benches completed the furniture. There was no invidious distinction of cabin and steerage passengers. In fact, excepting the captain's room, there was nothing which could be called a cabin in the ship, but all were in good spirits, and so much engrossed with thoughts of California that there was little disposition to grumble at the rough and ready style of our accommodation. For my part, I knew I should have to rough it in California, and felt that I might just as well begin at once as wait till I got there. We numbered about 60 passengers, and a nice assortment we were. The majority, of course, were Americans, and were from all parts of the Union. The rest were English, French, and German. We had representatives of nearly every trade, besides farmers, engineers, lawyers, doctors, merchants, and nondescript young men. The first day out we had fine weather, with just sea enough to afford the uninitiated an opportunity of discovering the difference between the lee and the weather side of the ship. The second day we had a fresh breeze, which towards night blew a gale, and for a couple of days we were compelled to lay to. The greater number of the passengers, being from the interior of the country, had never seen the ocean before, and a gale of wind was a thing they did not understand at all. Those who were not too sick to be able to form an opinion on the subject were frightened out of their senses, and imagined that all manner of dreadful things were going to happen to the ship. The first night of the gale I was awakened by an old fool shouting frantically to the company in general to get up and save the ship, because he heard the water rushing into her, and we should sink in a few minutes. He was very emphatically cursed for his trouble by those whose slumbers he had disturbed, and told to hold his tongue, and let those sleep who could, if he were unable to do so himself. It was certainly, however, not very easy to sleep that night. The ship was very crank, and but few of the party had taken the precaution to make fast their luggage. The consequence was that boxes and chests of all sizes, besides casks of provisions and other ship's stores which had got adrift, were cruising about promiscuously, threatening to smash up the flimsy framework on which our berths were built, and endangering the limbs of anyone who should venture to turn out. In the morning we found that the cook's galley had fetched way, and the stove was rendered useless. The steward and waiters, landlubbers who were only working their passage to Chagres, were as sick as the sickest, and so the prospect for breakfast was by no means encouraging. However, there were not more than half a dozen of us who could eat anything, or could even stand on deck, so we roughed it out on cold beef, hard bread, and brandy and water. The sea was not very high, and the ship lay to comfortably and dry, but in the evening some of the poor wretches below had worked themselves up to desperation, being sure, every time the ship laid over, that she was never coming up again. At last one man, who could stand it no longer, jumped out of his berth, and, going down on his knees, commenced clapping his hands and uttering the most dismal howls and groans, interspersed with disjointed fragments of prayers. He called on all hands to join him, but it was not a form of worship to which many seemed to be accustomed, for only 2 men responded to his call. He very kindly consigned all the rest of the company to a place which I trust none of us may reach, and prayed that for the sake of the 3 righteous men, himself and the other 2, the ship might be saved. They continued for about an hour, clapping their hands as if applauding, and crying and groaning most piteously, so bereft of sense by fear that they seemed not to know the meaning of their incoherent exclamations. The captain, however, at last succeeded in persuading them that there was no danger, and they gradually cooled down, to the great relief of the rest of the passengers. The next day we had better weather, but the sick list was as large as ever, and we had to mess again on whatever raw materials we could lay our hands on — red herrings, onions, ham, and biscuit. We deposed the steward as a useless vagabond, and appointed 3 passengers to fill his place, after which we fared a little better, in fact, as well as the provisions at our command would allow. No one grumbled except a few of the lowest class of men in the party, who had very likely never been used to such good living ashore. When we got into the trade winds we had delightful weather, very hot, but with a strong breeze at night, rendering it sufficiently cool to sleep in comfort. The all engrossing subject of conversation and of meditation was, of course, California, and the heaps of gold we were all to find there. As we had secured our passage only as far as Chagres, our progress from that point to San Francisco was also a matter of constant discussion. We all knew that every steamer to leave Panama for months to come was already full, and that hundreds of men were waiting there to take advantage of any opportunity that might occur of reaching San Francisco. But among our passengers there were very few who were traveling in company. They were mostly all isolated individuals, each on his own hook, and every one was perfectly confident that he, at least, would have no trouble in getting along, whatever might be the fate of the rest of the crowd. We added to the delicacies of our bill of fare occasionally by killing dolphins. They are very good eating, and afford capital sport. They come in small shoals of a dozen or so, and amuse themselves by playing about before the bows of the vessel. When getting down into the martingale under the bowsprit, one takes the opportunity to let drive at them with the grains, a small 5-pronged harpoon. The dolphin, by the way, is most outrageously and systematically libeled. Instead of being the horrid, big-headed, crooked-backed monster which it is generally represented, it is the most elegant and highly finished fish that swims. For 3 or 4 days before reaching Chagres, all hands were busy packing up, and firing off and reloading pistols, for a revolver and a bowie knife were considered the first items in a California outfit. We soon assumed a warlike appearance, and though many of the party had probably never handled a pistol in their lives before, they tried to wear their weapons in a negligee style, as if they never had been used to go without them. There were now also great consultations as to what sort of hats, coats, and boots should be worn in crossing the isthmus. Wondrous accounts constantly appeared in the New York papers of the dangers and difficulties of these few miles of land and river travel, and most of the passengers, before leaving New York, had been humbugged into buying all manner of absurd and useless articles, many of them made of India rubber, which they had been assured, and consequently believed, were absolutely necessary. But how to carry them all, or even how to use them, was the main difficulty, and would indeed have puzzled much cleverer men. Some were equipped with pots, pans, kettles, drinking cups, knives and forks, spoons, pocket filters, for they had been told that the water on the isthmus was very dirty, India rubber contrivances, which an ingenious man with a powerful imagination and strong lungs could blow up and convert into a bed, a boat, or a tent, bottles of cholera preventive, boxes of pills for curing every disease to which the human nature is liable, and some men, in addition to all this, determined to be prepared to combat danger in every shape, bade defiance to the waters of the Chagres River by buckling on India rubber life preservers. Others of the party, who were older travelers, and who held all such accoutrements in utter contempt, had merely a small valise with a few necessary articles of clothing, an oilskin coat, and very probably a pistol stowed away on some part of their person, which would be pretty sure to go off when occasion required, but not before. At last, after 20 days' passage from New York, we made Chagres, and got up into the anchorage towards evening. The scenery was very beautiful. We lay about 3/4 of a mile from shore, in a small bay enclosed by high bluffs, completely covered with dense foliage of every shade of green. We had but little time, however, to enjoy the scenery that evening, as we had scarcely anchored when the rain began to come down in true tropical style. Every drop was a bucketful. The thunder and lightning were terrific, and in good keeping with the rain, which is one of the things for which Chagres is celebrated. Its character as a sickly, wretched place was so well known that none of us went ashore that night. We all preferred sleeping aboard ship. It was very amusing to watch the change which had been coming over some of the men on board. They seemed to shrink within themselves, and to wish to avoid being included in any of the small parties which were being formed to make the passage up the river. They were those who had provided themselves with innumerable contrivances for the protection of their precious persons against sun, wind, and rain, also with extraordinary assortments of very untempting looking provisions, and who were completely equipped with pistols, knives, and other warlike implements. They were like so many Robinson Crusoes, ready to be put ashore on a desert island, and they seemed to imagine themselves to be in just such a predicament, fearful at the same time that companionship with anyone not provided with the same amount of rubbish as themselves might involve their losing the exclusive benefit of what they supposed as absolutely necessary. I actually heard one of them refuse another man a chew of tobacco, saying he guessed he had no more than he could use himself. The men of this sort, of whom I am happy to say there were not many, offered a striking contrast to the rest in another respect. On arriving at Chagres they became quite dejected and sulky, and seemed to be oppressed with anxiety, while the others were in a wild state of delight at having finished a tedious passage, and in anticipation of the novelty and excitement of crossing the isthmus. In the morning several shore boats, all pulled by Americans, came off to take us ashore. The landing here is rather dangerous. There is generally a very heavy swell, causing vessels to roll so much that getting into a small boat alongside is a matter of considerable difficulty, and at the mouth of the river is a bar, on which are immense rollers, requiring good management to get over them in safety. We went ashore in torrents of rain, and when landed with our baggage on the muddy bank of the Chagres River, all as wet as if we had swum ashore. We were immediately beset by crowds of boatmen, Americans, natives, and Jamaica niggers, all endeavoring to make a bargain with us for the passage up the river to Cruces. The town of Chagres is built on each side of the river, and consists of a few miserable cane and mud huts, with one or two equally wretched looking wooden houses, which were hotels kept by Americans. On the top of the bluff, on the south side of the river, are the ruins of an old Spanish castle, which look very picturesque, almost concealed by the luxurious growth of trees and creepers around them. The natives seemed to be a miserable set of people, and the few Americans in the town were most sickly, washed out looking objects, with the appearance of having been steeped for a length of time in water. After breakfasting on ham and beans at one of the hotels, we selected a boat to convey us up the river, and as the owner had no crew engaged, we got him to take two sailors who had run away from our vessel, and were bound for California like the rest of us. There was a great variety of boats employed on the river: whale boats, ships' boats, skiffs, and canoes of all sizes, some of them capable of carrying 15 or 20 people. It was still raining heavily when we started, but shortly afterwards the weather cleared up, and we felt in a better humor to enjoy the magnificent scenery. The river was from 75 to 100 yards wide, and the banks were completely hidden by the dense mass of vegetation overhanging the water. There was a vast variety of beautiful foliage, and many of the trees were draped in creepers, covered with large flowers of most brilliant colors. One of our party, who was a Scotch gardener, was in ecstasies at such a splendid natural flower show, and gave us long Latin names for all the different specimens. The rest of my fellow passengers were a big fat man from Buffalo, two young Southerners from South Carolina, three New Yorkers, and a Swede. The boat was rather heavily laden, but for some hours we got along very well, as there was but little current. Towards the afternoon, however, our two sailors, who had been pulling all the time, began to flag, and at last said they could go no further without a rest. We were still many miles from the place where we were to pass the night, and as the banks of the river presented such a formidable barricade of jungle as to prevent a landing, we had the prospect of passing the night in the boat, unless we made the most of our time, so the gardener and I volunteered to take a spell at the oars. But as we ascended the river the current became much stronger, and darkness overtook us some distance from our intended stopping place. It became so very dark that we could not see 6 feet ahead of us, and were constantly bumping against other boats coming up the river. There were also many boats coming down with the current at such a rate that if one had happened to run into us we should have had but a poor chance, and we were obliged to keep shouting all the time to let our whereabouts be known. We were several times nearly capsized on snags, and as we really could not see whether we were making any way or not, we came to the determination of making fast to a tree till the moon should rise. It was now raining again as heavily as ever, and having fully expected to make the station that evening, we had taken no provisions with us. We were all very wet, very hungry, and more or less inclined to be in a bad humor. Consequently, the question of stopping or going ahead was not determined without a great deal of wrangling and discussion. However, our two sailors declared they would not pull another stroke. The gardener and myself were in favor of stopping, and as none of the rest of our number were at all inclined to exert themselves, the question was thus settled for them, although they continued to discuss it for their own satisfaction for some time afterwards. It was about 8 o'clock when, catching hold of a bough of a tree 12 or 15 feet from the shore, we made fast. We could not attempt to land, as the shore was so guarded by bushes and sunken branches as to render the nearer approach of the boat impossible. So here we were, 13 of us, with a proportionate pile of baggage, cramped up in a small boat in which we had spent the day, and were now doomed to pass the night, our miseries aggravated by torrents of rain, nothing to eat, and worse than that, nothing to drink, but worse than all, without even a dry match wherewith to light a pipe. If ever it is excusable to chew tobacco, it surely is on such an occasion as this. I had worked a good deal at the oar, and from the frequent alternations we had experienced of scorching heat and drenching rain, I felt as if I could enjoy a nap, notwithstanding the disagreeableness of our position; but fearing the consequences of sleeping under such circumstances in that climate, I kept myself awake the best way I could. Chapter 1, Part 2 of The Gold Hunters, by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. We managed to get through the night somehow, and about 3 o'clock in the morning, as the moon began to give sufficient light to let us see where we were, we got under way again, and after a couple of hours' hard pulling we arrived at the place we had expected to reach the evening before. It was a very beautiful little spot, a small natural clearing on the top of a high bank, on which were one or two native huts, and a canvas establishment which had been set up by a Yankee, and was called a hotel. We went to this hotel, and found some 20 or 30 fellow travelers, who had there enjoyed a night's rest, and were now just sitting down to breakfast at a long, rough table which occupied the greater part of the house. The kitchen consisted of a cooking stove in one corner, and opposite to it was the bar, which was supplied with a few bottles of bad brandy, while a number of canvas shelves, ranged all around, constituted a dormitory. We made up for the loss of our supper by eating a hearty breakfast of ham, beans, and eggs, and started again in company with our more fortunate fellow travelers. The weather was once more bright and clear, and confined as we were between the densely wooded and steaming banks of the river, we found the heat most oppressive. We saw numbers of parrots of brilliant plumage, and a great many monkeys and alligators, at which there was a constant discharge of pistols and rifles, our passage being further enlivened by an occasional race with some of the other boats. The river still continued to become more rapid, and our progress was consequently very slow. The two sailors were quite unable to work all day at the oars. The owner of the boat was a useless encumbrance. He could not even steer, so the gardener and myself were again obliged occasionally to exert ourselves. The fact is, the boat was overloaded, 2 men were not a sufficient crew, and if we had not worked ourselves we should never have got to Cruces. I wanted the other passengers to do their share of work for the common good, but some protested they did not know how to pull, others pleaded bad health, and the rest very coolly said that, having paid their money to be taken to Cruces, they expected to be taken there, and would not pull a stroke. They did not care how long they might be on the river. It was evident that we had made a bad bargain, and if those other fellows would not lend a hand, it was only the more necessary that some one else should. It was rather provoking to see them sitting doggedly under their umbrellas, but we could not well pitch them overboard, or put them ashore, and I comforted myself with the idea that their turn would certainly come, notwithstanding their obstinacy. After a tedious day, during which we had, as before, deluges of rain, with intervals of scorching sunshine, we arrived about 6 o'clock at a native settlement where we were to spend the night. It was a small clearing, with merely 2 or 3 huts, inhabited by 8 or 10 miserable looking natives, mostly women. Their lazy, listless way of doing things did not suit the humor we were in at all. The invariable reply to all demands for something to eat and drink was "poco tiempo," by and by, said in that sort of tone one would use to a troublesome child. They knew very well we were at their mercy, we could not go anywhere else for our supper, and they took it easy accordingly. We succeeded at last in getting supper in instalments, now a mouthful of ham, now an egg or a few beans, and then a cup of coffee, just as they would make up their minds to the violent exertion of getting these articles ready for us. About half a dozen other boatloads of passengers were also stopping here, some 50 or 60 of us altogether, and 3 small shanties were the only shelter to be had. The native population crowded into one of them, and in consideration of sundry dollars allowed us the exclusive enjoyment of the other 2. They were mere sheds, about 15 feet square, open all around, but as the rain was again pouring down, we thought of the night before, and were thankful for small mercies. I secured a location with 3 or 4 others in the upper story of one of these places, a sort of loft made of bamboos about 8 feet from the ground, to which we climbed by means of a pole with notches cut in it. The next day we found the river more rapid than ever. Oars were now useless. We had to pole the boat up the stream, and at last the patience of the rest of the party was exhausted, and they reluctantly took their turn at the work. We hardly made 12 miles, and halted in the evening at a place called Dos Hermanos, where were 2 native houses. Here we found already about 50 fellow travelers, and several parties arrived after us. On the native landlord we were all dependent for supper, but we at least were a little too late, as there was nothing to be had but boiled rice and coffee, not even beans. There were a few live chickens about, which we would soon have disposed of, but cooking was out of the question. It was raining furiously, and there were 60 or 70 of us, all huddled into 2 small places of 15 feet square, together with a number of natives and Jamaica negroes, the crews of some of the boats. Several of the passengers were in different stages of drunkenness, generally developing itself in a desire to fight, and more particularly to pitch into the natives and niggers. There seemed a prospect of a general set to between black and white, which would have been a bloody one, as all the passengers had either a revolver or bowie knife, most of them had both, and the natives were provided with their machetes, half knife, half cutlass, which they always carry and know how to use. Many of the Americans, however, were of the better class, and used their influence to quiet the more unruly of their countrymen. One man made a most touching appeal to their honor not to kick up a muss, as there was a lady of their own color in the next room, who was in a state of great agitation. The 2 rooms opened into each other, and were so full of men that one could hardly turn around, and the lady of our own color was of course a myth. However, the more violent of the crowd quieted down a little, and affairs looked more pacific. We passed a most miserable night. We lay down as best we could, and were packed like sardines in a box. All wanted to sleep, but if one man moved he woke half a dozen others, who again in waking roused all the rest, So sleep was, like our supper, only to be enjoyed in imagination, and all we could do was to wait intently for daylight. As soon as we could see, we all left the wretched place, none of us much improved in temper or in general condition. It was still raining, and we had the pleasure of knowing that we should not get any breakfast for 2 or 3 hours. We had another severe day on the river, hot sun, heavy rains, and hard work, and in the afternoon we arrived at Gorgona, a small village where a great many passengers leave the river and take the road to Panama. Cruces is about 7 miles further up the river, and from there the road to Panama is said to be much better, especially in wet weather, when the Gorgona road is almost impassable. The village of Gorgona consisted of a number of native shanties, built in the usual style of thin canes, between any two of which you might put your finger, and fastened together in basket fashion with the long woody tendrils with which the woods abound. The roof is of palm leaves, slanting up to a great height, so as to shed the heavy rains. Some of these houses have only 3 sides, others have only two, while some have none at all, being open all around, and in all of them might be seen one or more natives swinging in a hammock, calmly and patiently waiting for time to roll on, or, it may be, deriving intense enjoyment from the mere consciousness of existence. There was a large canvas house on which was painted Gorgona Hotel. It was kept by an American, the most unwholesome looking individual I had yet seen. He was the very personification of fever. We had here a very luxurious dinner, having plantains and eggs in addition to the usual fare of ham and beans. The upper story of the hotel was a large loft, so low in the roof that one could not stand straight up in it. In this there were 60 or 70 beds, so close together that there was just room to pass between them, and as those at one end became tenanted, the passages leading to them were filled up with more beds, in such a manner that, when all were put up, not an inch of the floor could be seen. After our fatigues on the river, and the miserable way in which we had passed the night before, such sleeping accommodation as this appeared very inviting, and immediately after dinner I appropriated one of the beds and slept even on till daylight. We met here several men who were returning from Panama on their way home again. They had been waiting there for some months for a steamer, by which they had tickets for San Francisco, and which was coming around the Horn. She was long overdue, however, and having lost patience, they were going home, in the vain hope of getting damages out of the owner of the steamer. If they had been very anxious to go to California, they might have sold their tickets and taken the opportunity of a sailing vessel from Panama, but from the way in which they spoke of their grievances, it was evident that they were homesick, and glad of any excuse to turn tail and go back again. We had frequently, on our way up the river, seen different parties of our fellow passengers. At Gorgona we mustered strong, and we found that, notwithstanding the disadvantage we had been under of having an overloaded boat, we had made as good time as any of them. A great many here took the road for Panama, but we determined to go on by the river to Cruces, for the sake of the better road from that place. All our difficulties hitherto were nothing to what we encountered in these last few miles. It was one continual rapid all the way, and in many places some of us were obliged to get out and tow the boat, while the rest used the poles. We were all heartily disgusted with the river, and were satisfied when we arrived at Cruces that we had got over the worst of the isthmus, for however bad the road might be, it could not be harder traveling than we had already experienced. Cruces was just such a village as Gorgona, with a similar canvas hotel, kept by equally cadaverous looking Americans. In establishing their hotels at different points on the Chagres River, the Americans encountered great opposition from the natives, who wished to reap all the benefits of the travel themselves. But they were too many centuries behind the age to have any chance in fair competition, and so they resorted to personal threats and violence, till the persuasive eloquence of Colt's revolvers and the overwhelming numbers of American travelers convinced them that they were wrong and that they had better submit to their fate. One branch of business which the natives had all to themselves was mule driving and carrying baggage over the road from Cruces to Panama, and at this they had no competition to fear from any one. The luggage was either packed on mules or carried on men's backs, being lashed into a sort of wicker work contrivance, somewhat similar to those used by French porters, and so adjusted with straps that the weight bore directly down on the shoulders. It was astonishing to see what loads these men could carry over such a road, and it really seemed inconsistent with their indolent character that they should perform so actively such prodigious feats of labor. 250 pounds weight was an average load for a man to walk off with, doing the 25 miles to Panama in a day and a half, and some men carried as much as 300 pounds. They were well made and muscular, though not large men, and were apparently more of the negro than the Indian. The journey to Panama was generally performed on mules, but frequently on foot, and as the rest of our party intended to walk, I determined also to forego the luxury of a mule, so, having engaged men to carry our baggage, we set out about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather was fine, and for a short distance out of Cruces the road was easy enough, and we were beginning to think we should have a pleasant journey, but we were very soon undeceived, for it commenced to rain in the usual style, and the road became most dreadful. It was a continual climb over the rocky beds of precipitous gullies, the gully itself perhaps 10 or 12 feet deep, and the dense wood on each side meeting overhead, so that no fresh air relieved one in toiling along. We could generally see rocks sticking up out of the water on which to put our feet, but we were occasionally, for a considerable distance, up to the knees in water and mud. The steep banks on each side of us were so close together that in many places two packed mules could not pass each other. Sometimes, indeed, even a single mule got jammed by the trunk projecting on either side of him. It was a most fatiguing walk. When it did not rain, the heat was suffocating, and when it rained, it poured. There was a place called the half-way house, to which we looked forward anxiously as the end of our day's journey, and as it was kept by an American, we expected to find it a comparatively comfortable place. But our disappointment was great when about dark we arrived at this half-way house, and found it to be a miserable little tent not much more than 12 feet square. On entering, we found some 8 or 10 travelers in the same plight as ourselves, tired, hungry, wet through, and with aching limbs. The only furniture in the tent consisted of a rough table 3 feet long and 3 cots. the ground was all wet and sloppy, and the rain kept dropping through the canvas overhead. There were only 2 plates and 2 knives and forks in the establishment, so we had to pitch into the salt pork and beans 2 at a time, while the rest of the crowd stood round and looked at us, for the cots were the only seats in the place, and they were so rickety that not more than 2 men could sit on them at a time. More travelers continued to arrive, and as the prospect of a night in such a place was so exceedingly dismal, I persuaded our party to return about half a mile to a native hut which we had passed on the road, to take our chance of what accommodation we could get there. We soon arranged with the woman, who seemed to be the only inhabitant of the house, to allow us to sleep in it, and as we were all thoroughly soaked, every sort of waterproof coat having proved equally useless after the few days' severe trial we had given them, we looked out anxiously for any of the natives coming along with our trunks. In the meantime I borrowed a towel from the old woman of the shanty, and as it was now fair, I went into the bush and got one of our 2 sailors, who had stuck by us, to rub me down as hard as he could. This entirely removed all pain and stiffness, and though I had to put on my wet clothes again, I felt completely refreshed. Not long afterwards a native made his appearance carrying the trunk of one of the party, who very generously supplied us all from it with dry clothes, when we betook ourselves to our couches. They were not luxurious, being a number of dried hides laid on the floor, as hard as so many sheets of iron, and full of bumps and hollows, but they were dry, which was all we cared about, for we thought of the poor devils sleeping in the mud in the halfway house. The next morning, as we proceeded on our journey, the road gradually improved as the country became more open. We were much refreshed by a light breeze off the sea, which we found a very agreeable change from the damp and suffocating heat of the forest; and about midday, after a pleasant forenoon's walk, we strolled into the city of Panama. Chapter 2 of the Gold Hunters, by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 2. Across the Isthmus. On our arrival we found the population busily employed in celebrating one of their innumerable dias de fiesta. The streets presented a very gay appearance. The natives, all in their gala dresses, were going the rounds of the numerous gaudily ornamented altars which had been erected throughout the town, and mingled with the crowd were numbers of Americans in every variety of California emigrant costume. The scene was further enlivened by the music, or rather the noise, of fifes, drums, and fiddles, with singing and chanting inside the churches, together with squibs and crackers, the firing of cannon, and the continual ringing of bells. The town is built on a small promontory, and is protected, on the 2 sides facing the sea, by batteries, and on the land side by a high wall and a moat. A large portion of the town, however, lies on the outside of this. Most of the houses are built of wood, 2 stories high, painted with bright colors, and with a corridor and veranda on the upper story, but the best houses are of stone or sun-dried bricks plastered over and painted. The churches are all of the same style of architecture which prevails throughout Spanish America. They appeared to be in a very neglected state, bushes and even trees growing out of the crevices of the stones. The towers and pinnacles are ornamented with a profusion of pearl oyster shells, which, shining brightly in the sun, produce a very curious effect. On the altars is a great display of gold and silver ornaments and images, but the interiors, in other respects, are quite in keeping with the dilapidated, uncared for appearance of the outside of the buildings. The natives are white, black, and every intermediate shade of color, being a mixture of Spanish, Negro, and Indian blood. Many of the women are very handsome, and on Sundays and holidays they dress very showily, mostly in white dresses with bright colored ribbons, red or yellow slippers without stockings, flowers in their hair, and round their necks gold chains, frequently composed of coins of various sizes linked together. They have a fashion of making their hair useful as well as ornamental, and it is not unusual to see the ends of 3 or 4 half-smoked cigars sticking out from the folds of their hair at the back of the head, for though they smoke a great deal, they never seem to finish a cigar at one smoking. It is amusing to watch the old women going to church. They come up smoking vigorously, with a cigar in full blast, but when they get near the door they reverse it, putting the lighted end into their mouth, and in this way they take half a dozen stiff pulls at it, which seems to have the effect of putting it out. They then stow away the stump in some of the recesses of their back hair, to be smoked out on a future occasion. The native population of Panama is about 8,000, but at this time there was also a floating population of Americans, varying from 2 to 3,000, all on their way to California, some being detained for 2 or 3 months waiting for a steamer to come round the Horn, some waiting for sailing vessels, while others, more fortunate, found the steamer for which they had tickets ready for them on their arrival. Passengers returning home from San Francisco did not remain any time at Panama, but went right on across the isthmus to Chagres. The Americans, though so greatly inferior in number to the natives, displayed so much more life and activity, even in doing nothing, that they formed by far the more prominent portion of the population. The main street of the town was densely crowded day and night, with Americans in bright red flannel shirts, with a universal revolver and bowie knife conspicuously displayed at their backs. Most of the principal houses in the town had been converted into hotels, which were kept by Americans, and bore upon large signs the favorite hotel names of the United States. There were also numbers of large American stores or shops of various descriptions, equally obtruding upon the attention of the public by the extent of their English signs, while by a few lines of bad Spanish scrawled on a piece of paper at the side door, the poor natives were informed, as a mere matter of courtesy, that they also might enter in and buy, if they had the wherewithal to pay. Here and there, indeed, some native with more enterprise than his neighbors intimated to the public, that is to say to the Americans, in a very modest sign and in very bad English, that he had something or other to sell. But his energy was all theoretical, for on going into his store you would find him half asleep in his hammock, out of which he would not rouse himself if he could possibly avoid it. You were welcome to buy as much as you pleased, but he seemed to think it very hard that you could not do so without giving him at the same time the trouble of selling. Although all foreigners were spoken of as los Americanos by the natives, there were among them men from every country in Europe. The Frenchmen were the most numerous, some of whom kept stores and very good restaurants. There were also several large gambling saloons, which were always crowded, especially on Sundays, with natives and Americans gambling at the Spanish game of Monte, and of course specimens were not wanting of that great American institution, the drinking saloon, at the bars of which a brisk business was done in brandy smashes, whisky skins, and all the other refreshing compounds for which Americans are so justly celebrated. Living in Panama was pretty hard. The hotels were all crammed full. The accommodation they afforded was somewhat in the same style as at Gorgona, and they were consequently not very inviting places. Those who did not live in hotels had sleeping quarters in private houses, and resorted to the restaurants for their meals, which was a much more comfortable mode of life. Ham, beans, chicken, eggs, and rice were the principal articles of food. The beef was dreadfully tough, stringy, and tasteless, and was hardly ever eaten by the Americans, as it was generally found to be very unwholesome. There was here at this time a great deal of sickness and absolute misery among the Americans. Diarrhea and fever were the prevalent diseases. The deaths were very numerous, but were frequently either the result of the imprudence of the patient himself, or of the total indifference as to his fate on the part of his neighbors, and the consequent want of any care or attendance whatever. The heartless selfishness one saw and heard of was truly disgusting. The principle of every man for himself was most strictly followed out, and a sick man seemed to be looked upon as a thing to be avoided, as a hindrance to one's own individual progress. There was a hospital attended by American physicians, and supported to a great extent by Californian generosity, but it was quite incapable of accommodating all the sick, and many a poor fellow, having exhausted his funds during his long detention here, found, when he fell sick, that in parting with his money he had lost the only friend he had, and was allowed to die as little cared for as if he had been a dog. An American characteristic is a weakness for quack medicines and specifics, and numbers of men here fell victims to the national mania, chiefly Yankees and Western men. Persons coming from a northern climate to such a place as Panama are naturally apt at first to experience some slight derangement of their general health, which with proper treatment is easily rectified, but these fellows were all provided with cholera preventive, fever preventive, and boxes of pills for the prevention and the cure of every known disease. The moment they imagined that there was anything wrong with them, they became alarmed, and dosed themselves with all the medicines they could get a hold of, so that when they really were taken ill, they were already half poisoned with the stuff they had been swallowing. Many killed themselves by excessive drinking of the wretched liquor which was sold under the name of brandy, and others by eating ravenously of fruit, green or ripe, at all hours of the day, or by living, for the sake of economy, on gingerbread and spruce beer, which are also American weaknesses, and of which there were several enterprising Yankee manufacturers. The sickness was no doubt much increased by the outrageously filthy state of the town. There seemed to be absolutely no arrangement for cleanliness whatever, and the heavy rains which fell and washed down the streets were all that saved the town from being swallowed up in the accumulation of its own corruption. Among the Americans en route for California were men of all classes, professional men, merchants, laborers, sailors, farmers, mechanics, and numbers of long, gaunt Western men, with rifles as long as themselves. The hotels were too crowded to allow of any distinction of persons, and they were accordingly conducted on ultra democratic principles. Some faint idea of the style of thing might be formed from a notice which was posted up in the bar room of the most fashionable hotel. It ran as follows: "Gentlemen are requested to wear their coats at table, if they have them handy." This intimation, of course, in effect, amounted to nothing at all. But at the same time there was a great deal in it. It showed that the landlord, being above vulgar prejudices himself, saw the necessity, in order to please all his guests, of overcoming the mutual prejudices existing between broadcloth and fine linen, and red flannel with no linen, sanctioning the wearing of coats at table on the part of the former by making a public request that they would do so, while of the shirt-sleeved gentlemen those who had coats and refused to wear them could still glory in the knowledge that they were defying all interference with their individual rights, and in behalf of the really coatless, those who could not call a coat their own, the idea was kindly suggested that that garment was only absent because it was not handy. As may be supposed, such a large and motley population of foreigners, confined in such a place as Panama, without any occupation, were not remarkably quiet or orderly. Gambling, drinking, and cockfighting were the principal amusements, and drunken rows and fights, in which pistols and knives were freely used, were of frequent occurrence. The 4th of July was celebrated by the Americans in great style. The proceedings were conducted as is customary on such occasions in the United States. A procession was formed, which, headed by a number of fiddles, drums, bugles, and other instruments, all playing Yankee Doodle in a very free and independent manner, marched to the place of celebration, a circular canvas structure where a circus company had been giving performances. When all were assembled, the Declaration of Independence was read, and the orator of the day made a flaming speech on the subject of George III. And the universal Yankee nation. A gentleman then got up, and, speaking in Spanish, explained to the native population of the assembly what all the row was about, after which the meeting dispersed, and the further celebration of the day was continued at the bars of the different hotels. I met with an accident here which laid me up for several weeks. I suffered a good deal, and passed a most weary time. All the books I could get a hold of did not last me more than a few days, and I had then no other pastime than to watch the hummingbirds buzzing about the flowers which grew around my window. As soon as I was able to walk, I took passage in a bark about to sail for San Francisco. She carried about 40 passengers, and as she had ample cabin accommodation, we were so far comfortable enough. The company was, as might be expected, very miscellaneous. Some were respectable men, and others were precious vagabonds. When we had been out but a few days, a fever broke out on board, which was not, however, of a very serious character. I got a touch of it, and would have cured myself very easily, but there was a man on board who passed for a doctor, having shipped as such. He had been physicking the others, and I reluctantly consented to allow him to doctor me also. He began by giving me some horrible emetic, which, however, had no effect, so he continued to repeat it, dose after dose, each dose half a tumbler full, with still no effect, till at last he had given me so much of it that he began to be alarmed for the consequences. I was a little alarmed myself, and putting my finger down my throat, I very soon relieved myself of all his villainous compounds. I think I fainted after it. I know I felt as if I were going to faint, and shortly afterwards was sensible of a lapse of time which I could not account for; but on inquiring of some of my fellow passengers, I could find no one who had so far interested himself on my account as to be able to give me any information on the subject. I took my own case in hand after that, and very soon got rid of the fever, although the emetic treatment had so used me up that for a fortnight I was hardly able to stand. We afterwards discovered that this man was only now making his debut as a physician. He had graduated, however, as a shoemaker, a farmer, and I don't know what else besides. Latterly he had practiced as a horse dealer, and I have no doubt it was some horse medicine which he administered to me so freely. We had only 2 deaths on board, and in justice to the doctor I must say he was not considered to have been the cause of either of them. One case was that of a young man who, while the doctor was treating him for fever, was at the same time privately treating himself to large doses, taken frequently, of bad brandy, of which he had an ample stock stowed away under his bed. About a day and a half settled him. The other was a much more melancholy case. He was a young Swede, such a delicate, effeminate fellow that he seemed quite out of place among the rough and noisy characters who formed the rest of the party. A few days before we left Panama, a steamer had arrived from San Francisco with a great many cases of cholera on board. Numerous deaths had occurred in Panama, and considerable alarm prevailed there in consequence. The Swede was attacked with fever like the rest of us, but he had no force in him, either mental or bodily, to bear up against sickness under such circumstances, and the fear of cholera had taken such possession of him that he insisted upon it that he had cholera, and that he would die of it that night. His lamentations were most piteous, but all attempts to reassure him were in vain. He very soon became delirious, and died raving before morning. None of us were doctors enough to know exactly what he died of, but the general belief was that he frightened himself to death. The church service was read over him by the supercargo, many of the passengers merely leaving their cards to be present at the ceremony, and as soon as he was launched over the side, resuming their game where they had been interrupted, and this, moreover, was on a Sunday morning. In future the captain prohibited all card playing on Sundays, but throughout the voyage nearly 1/2 of the passengers spent the whole day and half the night in playing the favorite game of poker, which is something like brag, and at which they cheated each other in the most barefaced manner, so causing perpetual quarrels, which, however, never ended in a fight, for the reason, as it seemed to me, that as every one wore his bowie knife, the prospect of getting his opponent's knife between his ribs deterred each man from drawing his own, or offering any violence whatever. The poor Swede had no friends on board. Nobody knew who he was, where he came from, or anything at all about him, and so his effects were, a few days after his death, sold at auction by order of the captain, one of the passengers who had been an auctioneer in the States officiating on the occasion. Great rascalities were frequently practiced at this time by those engaged in conveying passengers in sailing vessels from Panama to San Francisco. There were such numbers of men waiting anxiously in Panama to take the first opportunity that offered of reaching California, that there was no difficulty in filling any old tub of a ship with passengers; and when once men arrived in San Francisco, They were generally too much occupied in making dollars to give any trouble on account of the treatment they had received on the voyage. Many vessels were consequently dispatched with a load of passengers most shamefully ill supplied with provisions, even what they had being of the most inferior quality, and it often happened that they had to touch in distress at the intermediate ports for the ordinary necessaries of life. We very soon found that our ship was no exception. For the first few days we fared pretty well, but by degrees one article after another became used up, and by the time we had been out a fortnight we had absolutely nothing to eat and drink but salt pork, musty flour, and bad coffee. No mustard, vinegar, sugar, pepper, or anything of the sort to render such food at all palatable. It may be imagined how delightful it was, in recovering from fever, when one naturally has a craving for something good to eat, to have no greater delicacy in the way of nourishment than gruel made of musty flour au naturel. There was great indignation among the passengers. A lot of California emigrants were not a crowd to be trifled with, and the idea of pitching the supercargo overboard was quite seriously entertained. But fortunately for himself he was a very plausible man, and succeeded in talking them into the belief that he was not to blame. We would have gone into some port for supplies, but of such grub as we had there was no scarcity on board, and we preferred making the most of it to incurring delay by going in on the coast, where calms and light winds are so prevalent. We killed a porpoise occasionally and ate him. The liver is the best part, and the only part generally eaten, being something like a pig's liver, and by no means bad. I had frequently tasted the meat at sea before. It is exceedingly hard, tough, and stringy, like the very worst beefsteak that can possibly be imagined, and I used to think it barely eatable when thoroughly disguised in sauce and spices. But now, after being so long under a severe salt pork treatment, I thought porpoise steak a very delicious dish, even without any condiment to heighten its intrinsic excellence. We had been out about 6 weeks when we sighted a ship many miles off, going the same way as ourselves, and the captain determined to board her and endeavour to get some of the articles of which we were so much in need. There was great excitement among the passengers. All wanted to accompany the captain in his boat, but to avoid making invidious distinctions, he refused to take anyone unless he would pull an oar. I was one of the 4 who volunteered to do so, and we left the ship amid clamorous injunctions not to forget sugar, beef, molasses, vinegar, and so on, whatever each man most longed for. We had 4 or 5 Frenchmen on board, who earnestly entreated me to get them even 1 bottle of oil. We had a long pull, as the stranger was in no hurry to heave to for us, and on coming up to her we found her to be a Scotch bark, bound also for San Francisco, without passengers, but very nearly as badly off as ourselves. She could not spare us anything at all, but the captain gave us an invitation to dinner, which we accepted with the greatest pleasure. It was Sunday, and so the dinner was of course the best they could get up. It only consisted of fresh pork, the remains of their last pig, and duff, but with mustard to the pork and sugar to the duff, it seemed to us a most sumptuous banquet, and not having the immediate prospect of such another for some time to come, we made the most of the present opportunity. In fact, we cleared the table. I don't know what the Scotch skipper thought of us, but if he really could have spared us anything, the ravenous way in which we demolished his dinner would surely have softened his heart. On arriving again alongside our own ship, with the boat empty as when we left her, we were greeted by a row of very long faces looking down on us over the side. Not a word was said, because they had watched us with the glass leaving the other vessel, and had seen that nothing was handed into the boat. And when we described the splendid dinner we had just eaten, their faces lengthened so much, and assumed such a wistful expression, that it seemed a wanton piece of cruelty to have mentioned the circumstance at all. But, after all, our hard fare did not cause us much distress. We got used to it, and besides, a passage to California was not like a passage to any other place. Everyone was so confident of acquiring an immense fortune there in an incredibly short time, that he was already making his plans for the future enjoyment of it, and present difficulties and hardships were not sufficiently appreciated. The time passed pleasantly enough. All were disposed to be cheerful, and amongst so many men there are always some who afford amusement for the rest. Many found constant occupation in trading off their coats, hats, boots, trunks, or anything they possessed. I think scarcely anyone went ashore in San Francisco with a single article of clothing which he possessed in Panama, and there was hardly an article of any man's wardrobe which, by the time our voyage was over, had not at one time been the property of every other man on board the ship. We had one cantankerous old Englishman on board, who used to roll out most volubly good round English oaths, greatly to the amusement of some of the American passengers, for the English style of cursing and swearing is very different from that which prevails in the States. This old fellow was made a butt for all manner of practical jokes. He had a way of going to sleep during the day in all sorts of places, and when the dinner bell rang he would find himself tied hand and foot. They sewed up the sleeves of his coat, and then bet him long odds he could not put it on and take it off again within a minute. They made up cigars for him with some powder in the inside, and, in fact, the jokes played off upon him were endless, the great fun being apparently to hear him swear, which he did most heartily. He always fancied himself ill, and said that quinine was the only thing that would save him. But the quinine, like everything else on board, was all used up. However, one man put up some papers of flour and salt, and gave them to him as quinine, saying he had just found them in looking over his trunk. Constant inquiries were then made after the old man's health, when he declared the quinine was doing him a world of good, and that his appetite was much improved. He was so much teased at last that he used to go about with a naked bowie knife in his hand, with which he threatened to do awful things to whoever interfered with him. But even this did not secure him much peace, and he was such a dreadfully crabbed old rascal that I thought the stirring up he got was quite necessary to keep him sweet. After a wretchedly long passage, during which we experienced nothing but calms, light winds, and heavy contrary gales, we entered the Golden Gate of San Francisco Harbor, with the first and only fair wind we were favored with, and came to anchor before the city about 8 o'clock in the evening. End of chapter 2. CHAPTER III Part I of The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. Is in the public domain. CHAPTER III A City in the Making. The entrance to San Francisco Harbor is between precipitous rocky headlands, about a mile apart, which have received the name of the Golden Gate. The harbor itself is a large sheet of water, 12 miles across at its widest point, and in length 40 or 50 miles, getting gradually narrower till at last it becomes a mere creek. On the north side of the harbor falls in the Sacramento, a large river, to which all the other rivers of California are tributary, and which is navigable for large vessels as far as Sacramento City, a distance of nearly 200 miles. The city of San Francisco lies on the south shore, nearly opposite the mouth of the Sacramento, and 4 or 5 miles from the ocean. It is built on a semicircular inlet, about 2 miles across, at the foot of a succession of bleak, sandy hills, covered here and there with scrubby brushwood. Before the discovery of gold in the country, it consisted merely of a few small houses occupied by native Californians, and 1 or 2 foreign merchants engaged in the export of hides and horns. The harbor was also a favorite watering place for whalers and men of war cruising in that part of the world. At the time of our arrival in 1851, hardly a vestige remained of the original village. Everything bore evidence of newness, and the greater part of the city presented a makeshift and temporary appearance, being composed of the most motley collection of edifices in the way of houses which can well be conceived. Some were mere tents, with perhaps a wooden front sufficiently strong to support the sign of the occupant. Some were composed of sheets of zinc on a wooden framework. There were numerous corrugated iron houses, the most unsightly things possible, and generally painted brown. There were many imported American houses, all of course painted white, with green shutters; also dingy-looking Chinese houses, and occasionally some substantial brick buildings; but the great majority were nondescript, shapeless patchwork concerns, in the fabrication of which sheet iron, wood, zinc, and canvas seemed to have been employed indiscriminately, while here and there in the middle of a row of such houses appeared the hulk of a ship, which had been hauled up and now served as a warehouse, the cabins being fitted up as offices, or sometimes converted into a boarding house. The hills rose so abruptly from the shore that there was not room for the rapid extension of the city, and as sites were more valuable as they were nearer the shipping, the first growth of the city was out into the bay. Already houses had been built out on piles for nearly half a mile beyond the original high water mark, and it was thus that ships, having been hauled up and built in, came to occupy a position so completely out of their element. The hills are of a very loose sandy soil, and were consequently easily graded sufficiently to admit of being built upon, and what was removed from the hills was used to fill up the space gained from the bay. This had been done to such an extent that at the present day the whole of the business part of the city of San Francisco stands on solid ground, where a few years ago large ships lay at anchor, and what was then high water mark is now more than a mile inland. The principal street of the town was about 3/4 of a mile long, and on it were most of the bankers' offices, the principal stores, some of the best restaurants, and numerous drinking and gambling saloons. In the plaza, a large open square, was the only remaining house of the San Francisco of other days, a small cottage built of sun-dried bricks. Two sides of the plaza were composed of the most imposing looking houses in the city, some of which were of brick several stories high; others, though of wood, were large buildings with handsome fronts in imitation of stone, and nearly every one of them was a gambling house. Scattered over the hills overhanging the town, apparently at random, but all on specified lots, on streets which as yet were only defined by rude fences, were habitations of various descriptions, handsome wooden houses of 3 or 4 stories, neat little cottages, iron houses, and tents innumerable. Rents were exorbitantly high, and servants were hardly to be had for money. Housekeeping was consequently only undertaken by those who did not fear the expense, and who were so fortunate as to have their families with them. The population, however, consisted chiefly of single men, and the usual style of living was to have some sort of room to sleep in, and to board at a restaurant. But even a room to oneself was an expensive luxury, and it was more usual for men to sleep in their stores or offices. As for a bed, no one was particular about that. A shakedown on a table or on the floor was as common as anything else, and sheets were a luxury but little thought of. Every man was his own servant, and his own porter besides. It was nothing unusual to see a respectable old gentleman, perhaps some old paterfamilias, who at home would have been horrified at the idea of doing such a thing, open his store in the morning himself, take a broom and sweep it out, and then proceed to blacken his boots. The boot blacking trade, however, was one which sprang up and flourished rapidly. It was monopolized by Frenchmen, and was principally conducted in the plaza, on the long row of steps in front of the gambling saloons. At first the accommodation afforded was not very great. One had to stand upon one foot and place the other on a little box, while a Frenchman, standing a few steps below, operated upon it. Presently armchairs were introduced, and the bootblacks working in partnership, time was economized by both boots being polished simultaneously. It was a curious sight to see 30 or 40 men sitting in a row in the most public part of the city, having their boots blacked, while as many more stood waiting for their turn. The next improvement was being accommodated with the morning papers while undergoing the operation, and finally the bootblacking fraternity, keeping pace with the progressive spirit of the age, opened saloons furnished with rows of easy chairs on a raised platform, in which the patients sat and read the news, or admired themselves in the mirror on the opposite wall. The regular charge for having one's boots polished was 25 cents, an English shilling, the smallest sum worth mentioning in California. In 1851, however, things had not attained such a pitch of refinement as to render the appearance of a man's boots a matter of the slightest consequence. As far as mere eating and drinking went, living was good enough. The market was well supplied with every description of game: venison, elk, antelope, grizzly bear, and an infinite variety of wildfowl. The harbor abounded with fish, and Sacramento River was full of splendid salmon, equal in flavor to those of the Scottish rivers, though in appearance not quite such a highly finished fish, being rather clumsy about the tail. Vegetables were not so plentiful. Potatoes and onions, as fine as any in the world, were the great standby. Other vegetables, though scarce, were produced in equal perfection, and upon a gigantic scale. A beetroot weighing 100 pounds, and that looked like the trunk of a tree, was not thought a very remarkable specimen. The wild geese and ducks were extremely numerous all around the shores of the bay, and many men, chiefly English and French, who would have scorned the idea of selling their game at home, here turned their sporting abilities to good account, and made their guns a source of handsome profit. A Frenchman with whom I was acquainted killed $1,500 worth of game in 2 weeks. There were 2 or 3 French restaurants nearly equal to some of the best in Paris, where the cheapest dinner one could get cost $3. But there were also numbers of excellent French and American houses, at which one could live much more reasonably. Good hotels were not wanting, but they were ridiculously extravagant places, and though flimsy concerns, built of wood, and not presenting very ostentatious exteriors, they were fitted up with all the lavish display which characterizes the fashionable hotels of New York. In fact, all places of public resort were furnished and decorated in a style of most barbaric splendor, being filled with the costliest French furniture, and a profusion of immense mirrors, gorgeous gilding, magnificent chandeliers, and gold and china ornaments, conveying the idea of luxurious refinement, which contrasted strangely with the appearance and occupations of the people by whom they were frequented. San Francisco exhibited an immense amount of vitality compressed into a small compass, and a degree of earnestness was observable in every action of a man's daily life. People lived more there in a week than they would in a year at most other places. In the course of a month or a year in San Francisco, there was more hard work done, more speculative schemes were conceived and executed, more money was made and lost, there was more buying and selling, more sudden changes of fortune, more eating and drinking, more smoking, swearing, gambling, and tobacco chewing, more crime and profligacy, and at the same time more solid advancement made by the people as a body in wealth, prosperity, and the refinements of civilization than could be shown in an equal space of time by any community of the same size on the face of the earth. The everyday jog-trot of ordinary human existence was not a fast enough pace for Californians in their impetuous pursuit of wealth. The longest period of time ever thought of was a month. Money was loaned and houses were rented by the month, interest and rent being invariably payable monthly and in advance. All engagements were made by the month, during which period the changes and contingencies were so great that no one was willing to commit himself for a longer term. In the space of a month the whole city might be swept off by fire, and a totally new one might be flourishing in its place. So great was the constant fluctuation in the prices of goods, and so rash and speculative was the usual style of business, that no great idea of stability could be attached to anything, and the ever varying aspect of the streets, as the houses were being constantly pulled down and rebuilt, was emblematic of the equally varying fortunes of the inhabitants. The streets presented a scene of intense bustle and excitement. The sidewalks were blocked up with piles of goods in front of the already crowded stores. Men hurried along with the air of having the weight of all the business of California on their shoulders. Others stood in groups at the corners of the streets. Here and there was a drunken man lying groveling in the mud, enjoying himself as uninterruptedly as if he were merely a hog. Old miners, probably on their way home, were loafing about, staring at everything in all the glory of mining costume, jealous of every inch of their long hair and flowing beards, and of every bit of California mud which adhered to their ragged old shirts and patchwork pantaloons. as evidences that they at least had seen the elephant. Troops of newly arrived Frenchmen marched along en route for the mines, staggering under their equipment of knapsacks, shovels, picks, tin washbowls, pistols, knives, swords, and double-barrel guns, their blankets slung over their shoulders, and their persons hung around with tin cups, frying pans, coffee pots, and other culinary utensils, with perhaps a hatchet and a spare pair of boots. Crowds of Chinamen were also to be seen, bound for the diggings, under gigantic basket hats, each man with a bamboo laid across his shoulder, from each end of which was suspended a higgledy-piggledy collection of mining tools, Chinese baskets and boxes, immense boots, and a variety of Chinese "fixins," which no one but a Chinaman could tell the use of, all speaking at once, gabbling and chattering their horrid jargon, and producing a noise like that of a flock of geese. There were continuous streams of drays, drawn by splendid horses, and loaded with merchandise from all parts of the world, and horsemen galloped about, equally regardless of their own and of other men's lives. 2 or 3 auctioneers might be heard at once, crying their goods with characteristic California vehemence, while some of their neighbors in the same line of business were ringing bells to collect an audience, and at the same time one's ears were dinned with the discord of half a dozen brass bands, braying out different popular airs from as many different gambling saloons. In the midst of it all, the runners or tooters for the opposition river steamboats would be cracking up the superiority of their respective boats at the top of their lungs, somewhat in this style: $1 tonight for Sacramento, by the splendid steamer Senator, the fastest boat that ever turned a wheel from Long Wharf, with feather pillows and curled hair mattresses, mahogany doors, and silver hinges. She has got 8 young lady passengers tonight that speak all the dead languages, and not a colored man from stem to stern of her. Here an opposition runner would let out upon him, and the two would slang each other in the choicest California Billingsgate for the amusement of the admiring crowd. Standing at the door of a gambling saloon, with one foot raised on the steps, would be a well-dressed young man playing thimble rig on his leg with a golden pea, for the edification of a crowd of gaping greenhorns, some of whom would be sure to bite. Not far off would be found a precocious little blackguard of 14 or 15, standing behind a cask, and playing on the head of it a sort of thimble rig game with 3 cards called French Monte. He first shows their faces, and names one, say the ace of spades, as the winning card, and after thimble rigging them on the head of the cask, he lays them in a row with their faces down, and goes on proclaiming to the public in a loud voice that the ace of spades is the winning card, and that he'll bet any man $100 or $200 he can't pick up the ace of spades. Occasionally some man, after watching the trick for a little, thinks it is the easiest thing possible to tell which is the ace of spades, and loses his $100 accordingly, when the youngster pockets the money and his cards and moves off to another location, not being so soft as to repeat the joke too often, or to take a smaller bet than $100. There were also newsboys with their shrill voices, crying their various papers with the latest intelligence from all parts of the world, and boys with boxes of cigars, offering the best Havana cigars for a bit apiece, as good as you can get in the stores for a quarter. A bit is 12 1/2 cents, or an English sixpence. and for all one could buy with it was but little less useless than an English farthing. Presently one would hear, " Hollo, there's a muss," Anglists say a row, and men would be seen rushing to the spot from all quarters. Auction rooms, gambling rooms, stores, and drinking shops would be emptied, and a mob collected in the street in a moment. The muss would probably be only a difficulty between two gentlemen, who had referred it to the arbitration of knives or pistols ; but if no one was killed, the mob would disperse to resume their various occupations just as quickly as they had collected. Chapter 3, Part 2 of The Gold Hunters, by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Some of the principal streets were planked, as was also, of course, that part of the city which was built on piles. But where there was no planking the mud was ankle deep, and in many places there were mud holes, rendering the street almost impassable. The streets were the general receptacle of every description of rubbish. They were chiefly covered with bits of broken boxes and casks, fragments of hampers, iron hoops, old tin cases, and empty bottles. In the vicinity of the numerous Jew slop shops they were thickly strewn with old boots, hats, coats, and pantaloons, for the majority of the population carried their wardrobe on their backs, and when they bought a new article of dress, the old one which it was to replace was pitched into the street. I often wondered that none of the enterprising "old clo'" fraternity ever opened a business in California. They might have got shiploads of old clothes for the trouble of picking them up. Some of them doubtless were not worth the trouble, but there were always tons of cast-off garments kicking about the streets, which I think an old clo' of any ingenuity could have rendered available. California was often said to be famous for three things: rats, fleas, and empty bottles, but old clothes might well have been added to the list. The whole place swarmed with rats of an enormous size. One could hardly walk at night without treading on them. They destroyed an immense deal of property, and a good ratting terrier was worth his weight in gold dust. I knew instances, however, of first-rate terriers in Sacramento City, which for rats beat San Francisco Hollow, becoming at last so utterly disgusted with killing rats that they ceased to consider it any sport at all, and allowed the rats to run under their noses without deigning to look at them. As for the other industrious little animals, they were a terrible nuisance. I suppose they were indigenous to the sandy soil. It was quite a common thing to see a gentleman suddenly pull up the sleeve of his coat or the leg of his trousers, and smile in triumph when he caught his little tormentor. After a few weeks' residence in San Francisco one became naturally very expert at this sort of thing. Of the last article, the empty bottles, the enormous heaps of them, piled up in all sorts of out-of-the-way places, suggested a consumption of liquor which was truly awful. Empty bottles were as plentiful as bricks, and a large city might have been built with them. The appearance of the people, being, as they were, a sort of world show of humanity, was extremely curious and diversified. There were Chinamen in all the splendor of sky blue or purple figured silk jackets, with tight yellow satin continuations, black satin shoes with thick white soles, and white gaiters, a fan in the hand, and a beautifully plaited glossy pigtail hanging down to the heels from under a scarlet skullcap, with a gold knob on the top of it. These were the swell Chinamen. The lower orders of Celestials were generally dressed in immensely wide blue calico jackets and bags, for they really could not be called trousers, and on their heads they wore enormous wickerwork extinguishers, which would have made very good family clothes baskets. The Mexicans were very numerous, and wore their national costume, the bright colored serape thrown gracefully over the left shoulder, with rows of silver buttons down the outside of their trousers, which were generally left open so as to show the loose white drawers underneath, and the silver handled bowie knife in the stamped leather leggins. Englishmen seemed to adhere to the shooting coat style of dress, and the Down East Yankees to their eternal black dress coat, black pantaloons, and black satin waistcoat, while New Yorkers, Southerners, and Frenchmen came out in the latest Paris fashions. Those who did not stick to their former style of dress indulged in all the extravagant license of California costume, which was of every variety that caprice could suggest. No man could make his appearance sufficiently bizarre to attract any attention. The prevailing fashion among the ragtag and bobtail was a red or blue flannel shirt, wide awake hats of every conceivable shape and color, and trousers stuffed into a big pair of boots. Pistols and knives were usually worn in the belt at the back, and to be without either was the exception to the rule. The few ladies who were already in San Francisco very naturally avoided appearing in public, but numbers of female toilets of the most extravagantly rich and gorgeous materials swept the muddy streets, and added not a little to the incongruous variety of the scene. To a cursory visitor, auction sales and gambling would have appeared two of the principal features of the city. The gambling saloons were very numerous, occupying the most prominent positions in the leading thoroughfares, and all of them presented a more conspicuous appearance than the generality of houses around them. They were thronged day and night, and in each was a very good band of music, the performers being usually German or French. On entering a first-class gambling room, one found a large, well-proportioned saloon, 60 or 70 feet long, brilliantly lighted up by several very fine chandeliers, the walls decorated with ornamental painting and gilding, and hung with large mirrors and showy pictures, while in an elevated projecting orchestra half a dozen Germans were playing operatic music. There were a dozen or more tables in the room, each with a compact crowd of eager bettors around it, and the whole room was so filled with men that elbowing one's way between the tables was a matter of difficulty. The atmosphere was quite hazy with the quantity of tobacco smoke, and was strongly impregnated with the fumes of brandy. If one happened to enter while the musicians were taking a rest, the quiet and stillness was remarkable. Nothing was heard but a slight hum of voices, and the constant clinking of money, for it was the fashion, while standing betting at a table, to have a lot of dollars in one's hands, and to keep shuffling them backwards and forwards like so many cards. The people composing the crowd were men of every class, from the highest to the lowest, and though the same as might be seen elsewhere, their extraordinary variety of character and of dress appeared still more curious from their being brought into such close juxtaposition, and apparently placed upon an equality. Seated round the same table might be seen well-dressed, respectable-looking men, and alongside of them rough miners fresh from the diggings, with well-filled buckskin purses, dirty old flannel shirts, and shapeless hats; jolly tars, half seas over, not understanding anything about the game, nor apparently taking any interest in it, but having their spree out at the gaming table because it was the fashion, and good-humoredly losing their pile of $500 or $600 or $1,000. Mexicans wrapped up in their blankets, smoking cigaritas and watching the game intently from under their broad-brimmed hats, Frenchmen in their blouses smoking black pipes, and little urchins, or little scamps rather, 10 or 12 years of age, smoking cigars as big as themselves, with the air of men who were quite up to all the hooks and crooks of this wicked world, as indeed they were, and losing their $100 at a pop with all the nonchalance of an old gambler; while crowds of men, some dressed like gentlemen and mixed with all sorts of nondescript ragamuffins, crowded round and stretched over those seated at the tables in order to make their bets. There were dirty, squalid, villainous looking scoundrels, who never looked straight out of their eyes, but still were always looking at something, as if they were making a note of it, and who could have made their faces their fortunes in some parts of the world by sitting for murderers or ruffians generally. Occasionally one saw, jostled about unresistingly by the crowd, and as if the crowd ignored its existence, the live carcass of some wretched, dazed, woebegone man, clad in the worn out greasy habiliments of quondam gentility, the glassy unintelligent eye looking as if no focus could be found for it, but as if it saw a dim misty vision of everything all at once, the only meaning in the face being about the lips, where still lingered the smack of grateful enjoyment of the last mouthful of whiskey, blended with a longing, humble sigh for the speedy reoccurrence of any opportunity of again experiencing such an awakening bliss, and forcibly expressing an unquenchable thirst for strong drinks, together with the total absence of all power to do anything toward relieving it, while the whole appearance of the man spoke of bitter disappointment and reverses, without the force to bear up under them. He was the picture of sottish despair, and the name of his duplicates was Legion. There was in the crowd a large proportion of sleek, well-shaven men in stovepipe hats and broadcloth, but however nearly a man might approach in appearance to the conventional idea of a gentleman, it is not to be supposed on that account that he either was or got the credit of being a bit better than his neighbors. The man standing next to him, in the guise of a laboring man, was perhaps his superior in wealth, character, and education. Appearances, at least as far as dress was concerned, went for nothing at all. A man was judged by the amount of money in his purse, and frequently the man to be most courted for his dollars was the most to be despised for his looks. One element of mixed crowds of people in the States and in this country was very poorly represented. There were scarcely any of the lower order of Irish. The cost of emigration to California was at that time too great for the majority of that class, although now the Irish population of San Francisco is nearly equal in proportion to that in the large cities of the Union. The Spanish game of monte, which was introduced into California by the crowds of Mexicans who came there, was at this time the most popular game, and was dealt almost exclusively by Mexicans. It is played on a table about 6 feet by 4, on each side of which sits a dealer, and between them is the bank of gold and silver coin, to the amount of $5,000 or $10,000, piled up in rows covering a space of a couple of square feet. The game is played with Spanish cards, which are differently figured from the usual playing cards, and have only 48 in the pack, the 10 being wanting. At either end of the table 2 compartments are marked on the cloth, on each of which the dealer lays out a card. Bets are then made by placing one stake on the card betted on, and are decided according to which of those laid out first makes its appearance as the dealer draws card after card from the top of the pack. It is a game at which the dealer has such advantages, and which at the same time gives him such facilities for cheating, that any one who continues to bet at it is sure to be fleeced. Faro, which was the more favorite game for heavy betting, and was dealt chiefly by Americans, is played on a table the same size as a monte table. Laid out upon it are all the 13 cards of a suit, on any of which one makes his bets, to be decided according as the same card appears first or second as the dealer draws them 2 by 2 off the top of the pack. Faro was generally played by systematic gamblers, who knew, or thought they knew, what they were about, while monte, from its being apparently more simple, was patronized by novices. There were also roulette and rouge et noir tables, and an infinite variety of small games played with dice, and classed under the general appellation of chuck-a-luck. I should mention that in California the word gambler is not used in exactly the same abstract sense as with us. An individual might spend all his time and gain his living in betting at public gaming tables, but that would not entitle him to the distinctive appellation of a gambler. It would only be said of him that he gambled. The gamblers were only the professionals, the men who laid out their banks in public rooms, and invited all and sundry to bet against them. They were a distinct and numerous class of the community, who followed their profession for the accommodation of the public, and any one who did business with them was no more a gambler than a man who bought a pound of tea was a grocer. At this time the gamblers were, as a general thing, the best dressed men in San Francisco. Many of them were very gentlemanly in appearance, but there was a peculiar air about them which denoted their profession, so much so that one might frequently hear the remark that a person looked like a gambler. They had a haggard, careworn look, though that was nothing uncommon in California, and as they sat dealing at their tables no fluctuation of fortune caused the slightest change in the expression of their face, which was that of being intently occupied with their game, but at the same time totally indifferent as to the result. Even among the bettors the same thing was remarkable, though in a less degree, for the struggle to appear unconcerned when a man lost his all was often too plainly evident with them. The Mexicans showed the most admirable impassibility. I have seen one betting so high at a monte table that a crowd collected round to watch the result. After winning a large sum of money, he finally staked it all on one card and lost, when he exhibited less concern than many of the bystanders, for he merely condescended to give a slight shrug of his shoulders as he lighted his cigarita and strolled slowly off. In the forenoon, when gambling was slack, the gamblers would get up from their tables, and leaving exposed upon them, at the mercy of the heterogeneous crowd circulating through the room, piles of gold and silver, they would walk away seemingly as little anxious for the safety of their money as if it were under lock and key in an iron chest. It was strange to see so much apparent confidence in the honesty of human nature, and in a city where robberies and violence were so rife that, when out at night in unfrequented quarters, one walked pistol in hand in the middle of the street, to see money exposed in such a way as would be thought madness in any other part of the world. But here the summary justice likely to be dispensed by the crowd was sufficient to ensure a due observance of the law of meum and tuum. These saloons were not by any means frequented exclusively by persons who went there for the purpose of gambling. Few men had much inducement to pass their evenings in their miserable homes, and the gambling rooms were a favorite public resort, the music alone offering sufficient attraction to many who never thought of staking $1 at any of the tables. Another very attractive feature is the bar, a long polished mahogany or marble counter, at which 2 or 3 smart young men officiated, having behind them long rows of ornamental bottles containing all the numerous ingredients necessary for concocting the 101 different drinks which were called for. This was also the most elaborately decorated part of the room, the wall being completely covered with mirrors and gilding, and further ornamented with china vases, bouquets of flowers, and gold clocks. Hither small parties of men were continually repairing to take a drink. Perhaps they each chose a different kind of punch, or sling, or cocktail, requiring various combinations, in different proportions, of whiskey, brandy, or gin, with sugar, bitters, peppermint, absinthe, curaçao, lemon peel, mint, and what not. But the barkeeper mixes them all as if by magic, when each man, taking his glass and tipping those of all the rest as he mutters some sentiment, swallows the compound and wipes his mustache. The party then moves off to make way for others, the whole operation, from beginning to end, not occupying more than a couple of minutes. Chapter 4, Part 4 of The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 4, Part 1, Life at High Speed. A most useful quality for a California emigrant was one which the Americans possess in a preeminent degree: a natural versatility of disposition and adaptability to every description of pursuit or occupation. The numbers of the different classes forming the community were not in the proportion requisite to preserve its equilibrium. Transplanting oneself to California from any part of the world involved an outlay beyond the means of the bulk of the laboring classes, and to those who did come to the country the mines were of course the great point of attraction, so that in San Francisco the numbers of the laboring and of the working classes generally were not nearly equal to the demand. The consequence was that laborers' and mechanics' wages were ridiculously high, and as a general thing, the lower the description of labor or of service required, the more extravagant in proportion were the wages paid. Sailors' wages were $200 and $300 per month, and there were hundreds of ships lying idle in the bay for want of crews to man them even at these rates. Every ship on her arrival was immediately deserted by all hands, for of all people sailors were the most unrestrainable in their determination to go to the diggings, and it was there a common saying, of the truth of which I saw myself many examples, that sailors, niggers, and Dutchmen were the luckiest men in the mines. A very drunken old salt was always particularly lucky. There was a great overplus of young men of education who had never dreamed of manual labor, and who found that their services in their wonted capacities were not required in such a rough and ready, every man for himself sort of place. Hard work, however, was generally better paid than head work, and men employed themselves in any way, quite regardless of preconceived ideas of their own dignity. It was one intense scramble for dollars. The man who got the most was the best man. How he got them had nothing to do with it. No occupation was considered at all derogatory, and in fact every one was too much occupied with his own affairs to trouble himself in the smallest degree about his neighbor. A man's actions and conduct were totally unrestrained by the ordinary conventionalities of civilized life. and so long as he did not interfere with the rights of others, he could follow his own course, for good or for evil, with utmost freedom. Amongst so many temptations to err, thrust prominently in one's way, without any social restraint to counteract them, it was not surprising that many men were too weak for such a trial, and, to use an expressive though not very elegant phrase, went to the devil. The community was composed of isolated individuals, each quite regardless of the good opinion of his neighbors, and the outside pressure of society being removed, men assumed their natural shape, and showed what they really were, following their unchecked impulses and inclinations. The human nature of ordinary life appeared in a bald and naked state, and the natural bad passions of men, with all the vices and depravities of civilization, were indulged with the same freedom which characterizes the life of a wild savage. There were, however, bright examples of the contrary. If there was a lavish expenditure in ministering to vice, there was also munificence in the bestowing of charity. Though there were gorgeous temples for the worship of Mammon, there was a sufficiency of schools and churches for every denomination, while, under the influence of the constantly increasing numbers of virtuous women, the standard of morals was steadily improving, and society, as it assumed a shape and a form, began to assert its claims to respect. Although employment of one sort or another and good pay were to be had by all who were able and willing to work, there was nevertheless a vast amount of misery and destitution. Many men had come to the country with their expectations raised to an unwarrantable pitch, imagining that the mere fact of emigration to California would ensure them a rapid fortune. But when they came to experience the severe competition in every branch of trade, their hopes were gradually destroyed by the difficulties of the reality. Every kind of business, custom, and employment was solicited with an importunity little known in old countries, where the course of all such things is in so well worn a channel that it is not easily diverted. But here the field was open, and every one was striving for what seemed to be within the reach of all, a foremost rank in his own sphere. To keep one's place in the crowd required an unremitted exercise of the same vigor and energy which were necessary to obtain it, and many a man, though possessed of qualities which would have enabled him to distinguish himself in the quiet routine life of old countries, was crowded out of his place by the multitude of competitors, whose deficiency of merit in other respects was more than counterbalanced by an excess of unscrupulous boldness and physical energy. A polished education was of little service unless accompanied by an unwonted amount of democratic feeling, for the extreme sensitiveness which it is otherwise apt to produce unfitted a man for taking part in such a hand-to-hand struggle with his fellow men. Drinking was the great consolation for those who had not moral strength to bear up under their disappointments. Some men gradually obscured their intellects by increased habits of drinking, and equally gradually reached the lowest stage of misery and want, while others went at it with more force and drank themselves into delirium tremens before they knew where they were. This is a very common disease in California. There is something in the climate which superinduces it with less provocation than in other countries. But though drunkenness was common enough, the number of drunken men one saw was small, considering the enormous consumption of liquor. The American style of drinking is so different from that in fashion in the Old World, and forms such an important part of social intercourse, that it certainly deserves to be considered one of the peculiar institutions of the country. In England a man reserves his drinking capacities to enhance the enjoyment of the great event of the day, and to increase the comfortable feeling of repletion which he experiences while ruminating over it. Dinner divides his day into two separate existences, and drinking in the forenoon suggests the idea of a man slinking off into out-of-the-way mysterious places, and boozily muddling himself in private with quart-pots of ale or numerous glasses of brandy and water. With Americans, however, the case is very different. Dinner with them forms no such comfortable epoch in their daily life. It brings not even the hour of rest which is allowed to the laboring man, but it is one of the necessities of human existence, and as it precludes all other occupations for the time being, it is dispatched as quickly as possible. They do not drink during dinner, nor immediately afterwards. The most common excuse for declining the invitation of a friend to "take a drink" is, "Thank you, I've just dined." They make the voyage through life under a full head of steam all the time. They live more in a given time than other people, and naturally have recourse to constant stimulants to make up for the want of intervals of abandon and repose. The necessary amount of food they eat at stated hours, but their allowance of stimulants is divided into a number of small doses, to be taken at short intervals throughout the day. So it is that a style of drinking which would ruin a man's character in this or any other country where eating and drinking go together, is in the States carried on publicly and openly. The bars are the most favorite resort, being situated in the most frequented and conspicuous places. And here, at all hours of the day, men are gulping down fiery mouthfuls of brandy or gin, rendered still more pungent by the addition of other ingredients, and softened down with a little sugar and water. No one ever thinks of drinking at a bar alone. He looks around for some friend whom he can ask to join him. It is not etiquette to refuse, and it is expected that the civility will be returned, so that the system gives the idea of being a mere interchange of compliments, and many men, in submitting to it, are actuated chiefly by a desire to show a due amount of courtesy to their friends. In San Francisco, where the ordinary rate of existence was even faster than in the Atlantic States, men required an extra amount of stimulant to keep it up, and this fashion of drinking was carried to excess. The saloons were crowded from early morning till late at night, and in each 2 or 3 barkeepers were kept unceasingly at work, mixing drinks for expectant groups of customers. They had no time even to sell cigars, which were most frequently dispensed at a miniature tobacconist's shop in another part of the saloon. Among the proprietors of saloons or bars the competition was so great that, from having, as is usual, merely a plate of crackers and cheese on the counter, they got the length of laying out, for several hours in the forenoon and again in the evening, a table covered with a most sumptuous lunch of soups, cold meats, fish, and so on, with 2 or 3 waiters to attend to it. This was all free. There was nothing to pay for it. It was only expected that no one would partake of the good things without taking a drink afterwards. This sort of thing is common enough in New Orleans, but in a place like San Francisco, where the plainest dinner any man could eat cost $1, it did seem strange that such goodly fare should be provided gratuitously for all and sundry. It showed, however, what immense profits were made at the bars to allow of such an outlay, and gave an idea of the rivalry which existed even in that line of business. Another part of the economy of the American bar is an insistence on the confidence placed in the discretion of the public, namely, the mode of dispensing liquors. When you ask for brandy, the barkeeper hands you a tumbler and a decanter of brandy, and you help yourself to as much as you please. The price is all the same. It does not matter what or how big a dose one takes. And in the case of cocktails and such drinks as the barkeeper mixes, you tell him to make it as light or stiff as you wish. This is the custom even at the very lowest class of grog shops. They have a story in the States connected with this, so awfully old that I am almost ashamed to repeat it. I have heard it told 1,000 times, and always located in the bar of the Astor House in New York, so we may suppose it to have happened there. A man came up to the bar, and asking for brandy, was handed a decanter of brandy accordingly. Filling a tumbler nearly full, he drank it off, and laying his shilling on the counter was walking away, when the barkeeper called after him, "Say, stranger, you've forgotten your change. There's 6 pence." "No," he said, "I only gave you a shilling. Is it not a shilling a drink?" "Yes," said the barkeeper, "selling it retail we charge a shilling, but a fellow like you taking it wholesale we only charge 6 pence." The American barkeeper is quite an institution of himself. He is a superior class of man to those engaged in a similar capacity in this country, and has no counterpart here. In fact, barkeeping is a profession in which individuals rise to eminence, and become celebrated for their cocktails and for their address in serving customers. The rapidity and dexterity with which they mix half a dozen different kinds of drinks all at once is perfectly wonderful. One sees nothing but a confusion of bottles and tumblers and cascades of fluids as he pours them from glass to glass at arm's length for the better amalgamation of the ingredients. And in the time it would take an ordinary man to pour out a glass of wine, the mixtures are ready, each prepared as accurately as an apothecary makes up a prescription. The barkeepers in San Francisco exercise their ingenuity in devising new drinks to suit the popular taste. The most simple and the best that I know of is a champagne cocktail, which is very easily made by putting a few drops of bitters in a tumbler and filling it up with champagne. The immigration of Frenchmen had been so large that some parts of the city were completely French in appearance, the shops, restaurants, and estaminets being painted according to French taste, and exhibiting French signs, the very letters of which had a French look about them. The names of some of the restaurants were rather ambitious, as the Trois Freres, the Cafe de Paris, and such like, but these were second and third-rate places. Those which courted the patronage of the upper classes of all nations assumed names more calculated to tickle the American ear, such as the Jackson House and the Lafayette. They were presided over by elegantly dressed dames du comptoir, and all the arrangements were in Parisian style. The principal American houses were equally good, and there was also an abundance of places where those who delighted in cornbread, buckwheat cakes, pickles, grease, molasses, apple sauce, and pumpkin pie could gratify their taste to the fullest extent. There was nothing particularly English about any of the eating houses, but there were numbers of second-rate English drinking shops, where John Bull could smoke his pipe and swig his ale coolly and calmly, without having to gulp it down and move off to make way for others, as at the bars of the American saloons. The Germans, too, had their lager beer cellars, but the noise and smoke which came up from them was enough to deter anyone but a German from venturing in. There was also a Mexican quarter of the town, where there were greasy looking Mexican fondas, and crowds of lazy Mexicans lying about, wrapped up in their blankets, smoking cigaritas. In another quarter the Chinese most did congregate. Here the majority of the houses were of Chinese importation, and were stores stocked with hams, tea, dried fish, dried ducks, and other very nasty looking Chinese eatables, besides copper pots and kettles, fans, shawls, chessmen, and all sorts of curiosities. Suspended over the doors were brilliantly colored boards, about the size and shape of a headboard over a grave, covered with Chinese characters, and with several yards of red ribbon streaming from them, while the streets were thronged with long-tailed celestials, chattering vociferously as they rushed about from store to store, or standing in groups studying the Chinese bills posted up in the shop windows, which may have been playbills, for there was a Chinese theater, or perhaps advertisements informing the public where the best rat pies were to be had. A peculiarly nasty smell pervaded this locality, and it was generally believed that rats were not so numerous here as elsewhere. Owing to the great scarcity of washerwomen, Chinese energy had ample room to display itself in the washing and ironing business. Throughout the town might be seen occasionally, over some small house, a large American sign, intimating that Ching Sing, Wong Chu, or Ki Chong did washing and ironing at $5 a dozen. Inside these places one found 2 or 3 Chinamen ironing shirts with large, flat-bottomed copper pots full of burning charcoal, and buried in heaps of dirty clothes half a dozen more, smoking and drinking tea. The Chinese tried to keep pace with the rest of the world. They had their theater and their gambling rooms, the latter being small dirty places badly lighted with Chinese paper lamps. They played a peculiar game. The dealer placed on the table several handfuls of small copper coins with square holes in them. Bets were made by placing the stake on one of the 4 divisions marked in the middle of the table, and the dealer drawing the coins away from the heap 4 at a time, the bets were decided according to whether 1, 2, 3, or 4 remained at the last. They are great gamblers, and when their last dollar is gone, will stake anything they possess. Numbers of watches, rings, and such articles were always lying in pawn on the table. The Chinese theater was a curious pagoda-looking edifice, built by them expressly for theatrical purposes, and painted outside and in an extraordinary manner. The performances went on day and night without intermission, and consisted principally of juggling and feats of dexterity. The most exciting part of the exhibition was when one man, and decidedly a man of some small nerve, made a spread eagle of himself and stood up against a door, while half a dozen others at a distance of 15 or 20 feet pelted the door with sharp pointed bowie knives, putting a knife into every square inch of the door, but never touching the man. It was very pleasant to see, from the unflinching way in which the fellow stood it out, the confidence he placed in the infallibility of his brethren. They had also short dramatic performances, which were quite unintelligible to outside barbarians. The only point of interest about them was the extraordinary gorgeous dresses of the actors, but the incessant noise they made with gongs and kettle drums was so discordant and deafening that a few minutes at a time was as long as anyone could stay in the place. There were several good American theaters, a French theater, and an Italian opera, besides concerts, masquerades, a circus, and other public amusements. The most curious were certainly the masquerades. They were generally given in one of the large gambling saloons, and in the placards announcing that they were to come off appeared conspicuously also the intimation of "No weapons admitted." "A strong police will be in attendance." The company was just such as might be seen in any gambling room, and beyond the presence of half a dozen masks in female attire, there was nothing to carry out the idea of a ball or a masquerade at all. But it was worth while to go, if only to watch the company arrive, and to see the practical enforcement of the weapon clause in the announcements. Several doorkeepers were in attendance, to whom each man, as he entered, delivered up his knife or his pistol, receiving a check for it, just as one does for his cane or umbrella at the door of a picture gallery. Most men drew a pistol from behind their back, and very often a knife along with it. Some carried their bowie knife down the back of their neck or in their breast. Demure, pious-looking men in white neckcloths lifted up the bottom of their waistcoat and revealed the butt of a revolver. Others, after having already disgorged a pistol, pulled up the leg of their trousers and abstracted a huge bowie knife from their boot. And there were men, terrible fellows no doubt, but who were more likely to frighten themselves than anyone else, who produced a revolver from each trouser pocket and a bowie knife from their belt. If any man declared that he had no weapon, the statement was so incredible that he had to submit to be searched, an operation which was performed by the doorkeepers, who, I observed, were occasionally rewarded for their diligence by the discovery of a pistol secreted in some unusual part of the dress. Some of the shops were very magnificently got up, and would not have been amiss in Regent Street. The watchmakers' and jewelers' shops especially were very numerous, and made a great display of immense gold watches, enormous gold rings and chains, with gold-headed canes and diamond pins and brooches of a most formidable size, with numbers of men who found themselves possessed of an amount of money which they had never before dreamed of, and which they had no idea what to do with. The purchase of gold watches and diamond pins was a very favorite mode of getting rid of their spare cash. Laboring men fastened their coarse dirty shirts with a cluster of diamonds the size of a shilling, wore colossal gold rings on their fingers, and displayed a massive gold chain and seals from their watch pocket, while hardly a man of any consequence returned to the Atlantic States without receiving from some of his friends a huge gold-headed cane, with all its virtues and good qualities engraved upon it. A very large business was also done in Chinese shawls and various Chinese curiosities. It was greatly the fashion for men, returning home, to take with them a quantity of such articles as presents for their friends. In fact, a gorgeous Chinese shawl seemed to be as necessary for the returning Californian as a revolver and bowie knife for the California emigrant. There was one large bazaar in particular where was exhibited such a stock of the costliest shawls, cabinets, work boxes, vases, and other articles of Chinese manufacture, with clocks, bronzes, and all sorts of drawing-room ornaments, that one would have thought it an establishment which could only be supported in a city like London or Paris. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Some of the streets of the upper part of the city presented a very singular appearance. The The houses had been built before the grade of the different streets had been fixed by the corporation, and there were places where the streets, having been cut down through the hills to their proper level, were nothing more than wide trenches, with a perpendicular bank on either side, perhaps 40 or 50 feet high, and on the brink of these stood the houses, to which access was gained by ladders and temporary wooden stairs, the unfortunate proprietor being obliged to go to the expense of grading his own lot, and so bringing himself down to a level with the rest of the world. In other places, where the street crossed a deep hollow, it formed a high embankment, with a row of houses at the foot of it, some nearly buried, and others already raised to the level of the street, resting on a sort of scaffolding while the foundation was being filled in under them. The soil was so sandy that the hills were easily cut down, and for this purpose a contrivance was used called a steam paddy, which did immense execution. It was worked by steam, and was somewhat on the principle of a dredging machine, but with only one large bucket, which cut down about 2 tons of earth at a time, and emptied itself into a truck placed alongside. From the spot where the paddy was thus walking into the hills, a railway was laid, extending to the shore, and trains of cars were continually rattling down across the streets, taking the earth to fill up those parts of the city which were as yet under water. 2 or 3 years later, in '54, when an alteration was made in the grade of some of the streets, large brick and stone houses were raised several feet by means of a most ingenious application of hydraulic pressure. Excavations were made, and under the foundation walls of the houses were inserted a number of cylinders about 2 feet in height, so that the building rested entirely on the heads of the pistons. The cylinders were all connected by pipes with a force pump worked by a couple of men, who in this way could pump up a 5-story brick building 3 or 4 inches in the course of a day. As the house grew up, props were inserted in case of accidents, and when it had been raised as far as the length of the pistons would allow, the whole apparatus was readjusted, and the operation was repeated till the required height was obtained. I went to witness the process when it was being applied to a large corner brick building, 5 stories high, with about 60 feet frontage each way. The flagged sidewalk was being raised along with it, but there was no interruption of the business going on in the premises, or anything whatever to indicate to the passer-by that the ground was growing under his feet. On going down under the house, one saw that the building was detached from the surrounding ground, and rested on a number of cylinders, but the only appearance of work being done was by 2 men quietly working a pump amid a ramification of small iron pipes. The apparatus had, of course, to be of an immense strength to withstand the pressure to which it was subjected, and the utmost nicety was required in its adjustment to avoid straining and cracking the walls. But numbers of large buildings were raised most successfully in this way, without receiving the slightest injury. The hackney carriages of San Francisco were infinitely superior to those of any other city in the world. One might have supposed that any old cab which would hold together would have been good enough for such a place, but on the contrary, the cabs, if cabs they could be called, were large handsome carriages, lined in silk, and brightly painted and polished, drawn by pairs of magnificent horses in harness, which, like the carriages, was loaded with silver. They would have passed anywhere for showy private equipages, had the drivers only been in livery, instead of being fashionably dressed individuals in kid gloves. A London cabby would have stared in astonishment at an apparition of a stand of such cabs, and also at the fares which were charged. One could not cross the street in them under $5. The scale of cab fares, however, was not out of proportion to the extravagance of other ordinary expenses. The drivers probably received $200 or $300 a month, about £700 a year, and the horses alone were worth from $1,000 to $1,500 each. None of the private carriages came at all near the hacks in splendor. They were mostly of the American buggy character, and were drawn by fast trotting horses. The Americans have a style and taste in driving peculiarly their own. They study neither grace nor comfort in their attitudes. Speed is the only source of pleasure, and a 3-minute horse, that is to say, one which trots his mile in 3 minutes, is the only horse worth driving, while anything slower than a 2:40 (2 minutes 40 seconds) horse is not considered really fast. A great many fine horses had been imported from Sydney, but these were chiefly used in drays and under the saddle. The buggy horses were all American, and had made the journey across the plains. The native Californian horses are small, with great powers of endurance, but are generally not very tractable in harness. On the arrival of the fortnightly steamer from Panama, with the mails from the Atlantic States and from Europe, the distribution of letters at the post office occasioned a very singular scene. In the United States the system of delivering letters by postmen is not carried to the same extent as in this country. In San Francisco no such thing existed as a postman. Every one had to call at the post office for his letters. The mail usually consisted of several wagon loads of letter bags, and on its being received, notice was given at the post office at what hour the delivery would commence, a whole day being frequently required to sort the letters, which were then delivered from a row of a half-dozen windows, lettered A to E, F to K, and so on through the alphabet. Independently of the immense mercantile correspondence, of course every man in the city was anxiously expecting letters from home, and for hours before the appointed time for opening the windows a dense crowd of people collected, almost blocking up the 2 streets which gave access to the post office, and having appearance at a distance of a mob. But on coming up to it, one would find that, though closely packed together, the people were all in 6 strings, twisted up and down in all directions, the commencement of them being the lucky individuals who had been first on the ground, and taken up their position at their respective windows, while each newcomer had to fall in behind those already waiting. Notwithstanding the value of time, and the impatience felt by every individual, the most perfect order prevailed. There was no such thing as a man attempting to push himself in ahead of those already waiting, nor was there the slightest respect of persons. Every newcomer quietly took his position, and had to make the best of it, with the prospect of waiting for hours before he could hope to reach the window. Smoking and chewing tobacco were great aids in passing the time, and many came provided with books and newspapers, which they could read in perfect tranquillity, as there was no unnecessary crowding or jostling. The principle of first come, first served was strictly adhered to, and any attempt to infringe the established rule would have been promptly put down by the omnipotent majority. A man's place in the line was his individual property, more or less valuable according to his distance from the window, and like any other piece of property it was bought and sold, and converted into cash. Those who had plenty of dollars to spare, but could not afford much time, could buy out someone who had already spent several hours in keeping his place. $10 or $15 were frequently paid for a good position, and some men went there early and waited patiently, without any expectation of getting letters, but for the chance of turning their acquired advantage into cash. The post office clerks got through their work briskly enough when once they commenced the delivery, the alphabetical system of arrangement enabling them to produce the letters immediately on the name being given. One was not kept long in suspense, and many a poor fellow's face lengthened out into a doleful expression of disbelief and disappointment, as scarcely had he uttered his name when he was promptly told there was nothing for him. This was a sentence from which there was no appeal, however incredulous one might be, and every man was incredulous, for during the hour or two he had been waiting he had become firmly convinced in his own mind that there must be a letter for him, and it was no satisfaction at all to see the clerk, surrounded as he was by thousands of letters, take only a packet of a dozen or so in which to look for it. One would like to have had the post office searched all over, and if without success, would still have thought there was something wrong. I was myself upon one occasion deeply impressed with this spirit of unbelief in the infallibility of the post office oracle, and tried the effect of another application the next day, when my perseverance was crowned with success. There was one window devoted exclusively to the use of foreigners, among whom English were not included, and here a polyglot individual, who would have been a useful member of society of the Tower of Babel, answered the demands of all European nations, and held communication with Chinamen, Sandwich Islanders, and all the stray specimens of humanity from unknown parts of the earth. One reason why men went to little trouble or expense in making themselves comfortable in their homes, if homes they could be called, was the constant danger of fire. The city was a mass of wooden and canvas buildings, the very look of which suggested the idea of a conflagration. A room was a mere partitioned off place, the walls of which were sometimes only of canvas, though generally of boards loosely put together, and covered with any sort of material which happened to be most convenient, cotton cloth, printed calico, or drugget, frequently papered as if to render it more inflammable. Floors and walls were by no means so exclusive as one is accustomed to think them. They were not transparent, certainly, but otherwise they ensured little privacy. A general conversation could be very easily carried on by all the dwellers in a house, while at the same time each of them was enjoying the seclusion, such as it was, of his own apartment. A young lady who was boarding at one of the hotels very feelingly remarked that it was a most disagreeable place to live in, because if any gentleman was to pop the question to her, the report would be audible in every part of the house, and all the other inmates would be waiting to hear the answer she might give. The cry of fire is dreadful enough anywhere, but to anyone who lived in San Francisco in those days it must ever be more exciting and more suggestive of disaster and destruction of property than it can be to those who have been all their lives surrounded by brick and stone and insurance companies. In other countries, when a fire occurs and a large amount of property is destroyed, the loss falls on a company, a body without a soul, having no individual identity, and for which no one, save perhaps a few of the shareholders, has the slightest sympathy. The loss, being sustained by an unknown quantity, as it were, is not appreciated. But in San Francisco no such institution as insurance against fire as yet existed. To insure a house there would have been as great a risk as to insure a New York steamer 2 or 3 weeks overdue. By degrees brick buildings were superseding those of wood and pasteboard, but still, for the whole city, destruction by fire, sooner or later, was the dreaded and fully expected doom. When such a combustible town once ignited in any one spot, the flames of course spread so rapidly that every part, however distant, stood nearly an equal chance of being consumed. The alarm of fire acted like the touch of a magician's wand. The vitality of the whole city was in an instant arrested and turned from its course. Theatres, saloons, and all public places were emptied as quickly as if the buildings themselves were on fire. The business of the moment, whatever it was at once abandoned, and the streets became filled with people rushing frantically in every direction, not all towards the fire by any means. Few thought it worth while to ask even where it was. To know there was fire somewhere was quite sufficient, and they made at once for their house or their store, or wherever they had any property that might be saved, while as soon as the alarm was given, the engines were heard thundering along the streets, amid the ringing of the fire bells and the shouts of the excited crowd. The fire companies, of which several were already organized, were on the usual American system: volunteer companies of citizens who receive no pay, but are exempt from serving on juries and from some other citizens' duties. They have crack fire companies just as we have crack regiments, and of these the fast young men of the upper classes are frequently the most enthusiastic members. Each company has its own officers, but they are all under control of a chief engineer, who is appointed by the city, and who directs the general plan of operations at a fire. There is great rivalry among the different companies, who vie with each other in making their turnout as handsome as possible. They each have their own uniform, but the nature of their duties does not admit of much finery in their dress. Red shirts and helmets are the principal features in it. Their engines, however, are got up in very magnificent style, being most elaborately painted, all the ironwork shining like polished steel, and heavily mounted with brass or silver. They are never drawn by horses, but by the firemen themselves. A long double coil of rope is attached to the engine, and is paid out as the crowd increases, till the engine appears to be tearing and bumping along in pursuit of a long, narrow mob of men who run as if the very devil himself were after them. Their esprit de corps is very strong, and connected with the different engine houses are reading rooms, saloons, and so on, for the use of the members of the company, many of these places being in the same style of luxurious magnificence as the most fashionable hotels. On holidays, and on every possible occasion which offers an excuse for so doing, the whole fire brigade parade the streets in full dress, each company dragging their engine after them, decked out in flags and flowers, which are presented to them by their lady admirers, in return for the balls given by the firemen for their entertainment. They also have field days, when they all turn out, and in some open part of the city have a trial of strength, seeing which can throw a stream of water to the greatest height, or which can flood the other by pumping water into each other's engines. As firemen they are most prompt and efficient, performing their perilous duties with the greatest zeal and intrepidity, as might be expected of men who undertake such a service for no hope of reward, but for their own love of the danger and excitement attending upon it, actuated at the same time by a chivalrous desire to save either life or property, in trying to accomplish which they gallantly risk and frequently lose their own lives. This feeling is kept alive by the readiness with which the public pay honor to any individual who conspicuously distinguishes himself, generally by presenting him with a gold or silver speaking trumpet, that article being in the States as much the badge of office of a captain of a fire company as with us of a captain of a man of war; while any fireman who is killed in discharge of his duties is buried with all the pomp and ceremony by the whole fire brigade. 2 miles above San Francisco, on the shore of the bay, is the Mission Dolores, one of those which were established in different parts of the country by the Spaniards. It was a very small village of a few adobe houses and a church, adjoining which stood a large building, the abode of the priests. The land in the neighborhood is flat and fertile, and was being rapidly converted into market gardens; but the village itself was as yet but little changed. It had a look of antiquity and completeness, as if it had been finished long ago, and as if nothing more was ever likely to be done with it. As is the case with all Spanish American towns, the very style of the architecture communicated an oppressive feeling of stillness, and its gloomy solitude was only relieved by a few listless, unoccupied looking Mexicans and native Californians. The contrast to San Francisco was so great that on coming out here one could almost think that the noisy city he had left but half an hour before had existence only in his imagination; for San Francisco presented a picture of universal human nature boiling over, while here was nothing but human stagnation, a more violent extreme than would have been the wilderness as yet untrodden by man. Being but a slightly reduced counterpart of what San Francisco was a year or two before, it offered a good point of view from which to contemplate the miraculous growth of that city, still not only increasing in extent, but improving in beauty and in excellence in all its parts, and progressing so rapidly that almost from day to day one could mark its steady advancement in everything which denotes the presence of a wealthy and prosperous community. The Mission, however, was not suffered to remain long in a state of torpor. A plank road was built to it from San Francisco. Numbers of villas sprang up around it, and good hotels, a race course, and other attractions soon made it the favorite resort for all who sought an hour's relief from the excitement of the city. At the very head of the bay, some 60 miles from San Francisco, is the town of San Jose, situated in an extensive and most fertile valley, which was all being brought under cultivation, and where some farmers had already made large fortunes by their onions and potatoes, for the growth of which the soil is peculiarly adapted. San Jose was the headquarters of the native Californians, many of whom were wealthy men, at least in so far as they owned immense estates and thousands of wild cattle. They did not hold their own, however, with the more enterprising people who were now effecting such a complete revolution in the country. Their property became 1,000-fold more valuable, and they had every chance to benefit by the new order of things. But men who had passed their lives in that sparsely populated and secluded part of the world, directing a few half-savage Indians in herding wild cattle, were not exactly calculated to foresee, or to speculate upon, the effects of an overwhelming influx of men so different in all respects from themselves. And even when occasions of enriching themselves were forced upon them, they were ignorant of their own advantages, and were inferior in smartness to the men with whom they had to deal. Still, although too slow to keep up with the pace at which the country was now going ahead, many of them were nevertheless men of considerable sagacity, and appeared at no disadvantage as members of the legislature, to which they were returned from parts of the state remote from the mines, and where as yet there were few American settlers. San Jose was quite out of the way of gold hunters, and there was consequently about the place a good deal of the California of other days. It was at that time, however, the seat of government, and consequently a large number of Americans were here assembled, and gave some life to the town, which had also been improved by the addition of several new streets of more modern looking houses than the old mud and tile concerns of the native Californians. Small steamers plied to within a mile or two of the town from San Francisco, and there were also 4-horse carriages which did the 60 miles in about 5 hours. The drive down the valley of the San Jose is in some parts very beautiful. The country is smooth and open, not so flat as to appear monotonous, and is sufficiently wooded with fine oaks. But toward San Francisco it becomes more hilly and bleak. The soil is sandy; indeed, excepting a few spots here and there, it is nothing but sand, and there is hardly a tree 10 feet high within as many miles of the city. Chapter 5 of the Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Off for the Mines. I remained in San Francisco till the worst of the rainy season was over, when I determined to go and try my luck in the mines. So, leaving my valuables in charge of a friend in San Francisco, I equipped myself with my worst suit of old clothes, and with my blanket slung over my shoulder I put myself on board the steamer for Sacramento. As we did not start till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we had not an opportunity of seeing very much of the scenery on the river. As long as daylight lasted, we were among smooth grassy hills and valleys, but with little brushwood, and only here and there a few stunted trees. Some of the valleys were exceedingly fertile, and all those sufficiently watered to render them available for cultivation had already been taken up. We soon, however, left the hilly country behind us, and came upon the vast plains which extend the whole length of California, bounded on one side by the range of mountains which runs along the coast, and on the other side by the mountains which constitute the mining districts. Through these plains flows the Sacramento River, receiving as tributaries all the rivers flowing down from the mountains on either side. The steamer, which was a very fair specimen of the usual style of New York river boat, was crowded with passengers and merchandise. There were not berths for 1/2 of the people on board, and so, in company with many others, I lay down and slept very comfortably on the deck of the saloon till about 3 o'clock in the morning, when we were awakened by the noise of letting off the steam on our arrival at Sacramento. One of not the least striking wonders of California was the number of these magnificent river steamboats, which even at that early period of its history had steamed around Cape Horn from New York, and now, gliding along the California rivers at the rate of 22 miles an hour, afforded the same rapid and comfortable means of traveling, and sometimes as at cheap rates, as when they plied between New York and Albany. Every traveler in the United States has described the river steamboats; sufficient it to say here that they lost none of their characteristics in California. And looking at these long, white, narrow, 2-story houses, floating apparently on nothing, so little of the hull of the boat appears above water, and showing none of the lines which in a ship convey an idea of buoyancy and power of resistance, but on the contrary suggesting only the idea of how easy it would be to smash them to pieces, following in imagination these fragile-looking fabrics over the 17,000 miles of stormy ocean over which they had been brought in safety, one could not help feeling a degree of admiration and respect for the daring and skill of the men by whom such perilous undertakings had been accomplished. In preparing these steamboats for their long voyage to California, the lower story was strengthened with thick planking, and on the forward part of the hull was built a strong wedge-shaped screen to break the force of the waves, which might otherwise wash the whole house overboard. They crept along the coast, having to touch at most of the ports on the way for fuel, and passing through the Straits of Magellan, they escaped to a certain extent the dangers of Cape Horn, although equal dangers might be encountered on any part of the voyage. But besides the question of nautical skill and individual daring, as a commercial undertaking, the sending such steamers round to California was a very bold speculation. Their value in New York is about $100,000, and to take them round to San Francisco costs about $30,000 more. Insurance is, of course, out of the question. I do not think 99% would insure them in this country from Dover to Calais. So the owners had to play a neck or nothing game. Their enterprise was in most cases duly rewarded. I only know of one instance, though doubtless others have occurred, in which such vessels did not get round in safety. It was an old Long Island Sound boat. She was rotten before ever she left New York, and foundered somewhere about the Bermudas, all hands on board escaping in the boats. The profits of the first few steamers which arrived out were of course enormous, but after a while competition was so keen that for some time cabin fare between San Francisco and Sacramento was only $1, a ridiculously small sum to pay in any part of the world for being carried in such boats 200 miles in 10 hours. But in California at that time the wages of the common deck hands on board these same boats were about $100 a month, and $10 were there, in the generality of men, a sum of much less consequence than 10 shillings are here. These low fares did not last long, however. The owners of steamers came to an understanding, and the average rate of fare from San Francisco to Sacramento was from $5 to $8. I have only alluded to the $1 fares for the purpose of giving an idea of the competition which existed in such a business as steamboating, which requires a large capital, and from that it may be imagined what intense rivalry there was among those engaged in the less important lines of business, which engrossed their whole time and labor, and required the employment of all the means at their command. Looking at the map of California, it will be seen that the mines occupy a long strip of mountainous country, which commences many miles to the eastward of San Francisco, and stretches northward several hundred miles. The Sacramento River running parallel with the mines, the San Joaquin joining it from the southward and eastward, and the Feather River continuing a northward course from the Sacramento, all of them being navigable, present the natural means of communication between San Francisco and the mines. Accordingly, the city of Sacramento, about 200 miles north of San Francisco, sprang up as the depot for all the middle part of the mines, with roads radiating from it across the plains to the various settlements in the mountains. In like manner, the city of Marysville, being at the extreme northern point of navigation of the Feather River, became the starting place and the depot for the mining districts in the northern section of the state, and Stockton, named after Commodore Stockton of the United States Navy, who had command of the Pacific Squadron during the Mexican War, being situated at the head of navigation of the San Joaquin, forms the intermediate station between San Francisco and all the southern mines. Seeing the facilities that California thus presented for inland navigation, it is not surprising that the Americans, so preeminent as they are in that branch of commercial enterprise, should so soon have taken advantage of them. But though the prospective profits were great, still the enormous risk attending the sending of steamboats around the Horn might have seemed sufficient to deter most men from entering into such a hazardous speculation. It must be remembered that many of these river steamboats were dispatched from New York on an ocean voyage of 17,000 miles to a place of which one half the world as yet even doubted the existence, and when people were looking up their atlases to see in what part of the world California was. The risk of taking a steamboat of this kind to what was then such an out-of-the-way part of the world did not end with her arrival in San Francisco by any means. The slightest accident to her machinery, which there was at that time no possibility of repairing in California, or even the extreme fluctuations in the price of coal, might have rendered her at any moment so much useless lumber. In ocean navigation the same adventurous energy was manifest. Hardly had the news of the discovery of gold in California been received in New York, when numbers of steamers were dispatched, at an expense equal to one half their value, to take their place on the Pacific, in forming a line between the United States and San Francisco via Panama, so that almost from the commencement of the existence of California as a gold-bearing country, steam communication was established between New York and San Francisco, bringing the two places within 20 to 25 days of each other. It is true the mail line had the advantage of a mail contract from the United States government, but other lines, without any such fostering influence, ran them close in competition for public patronage. The Americans are often accused of boasting, perhaps deservedly so, but there certainly are many things in the history of California of which they may justly be proud, having transformed her, as they did so suddenly, from a wilderness into a country in which most of the luxuries of life were procurable. And a fair instance of the bold and prompt spirit of commercial enterprise by which this was accomplished was seen in the fact that, from the earliest days of her settlement, California had as good means of both ocean and inland steam communication as any of the oldest countries in the world. Sacramento City is next in size and importance to San Francisco. Many large commercial houses had there established their headquarters, and imported direct from the Atlantic States. The river is navigable so far by vessels of 600 to 800 tons, and in the early days of California many ships cleared directly for Sacramento from the different ports on the Atlantic. But as the course of trade by degrees found its proper channel, San Francisco became exclusively the emporium for the whole of California, and even at the time I write, sea-going vessels were rarely seen so far in the interior of the country as Sacramento. The plains are but very little above the average level of the river, and a levee had been built all along the front of the city 8 or 10 feet high, to save it from inundation by the high waters of the rainy season. With the exception of a few handsome blocks of brick buildings, the houses were all of wood, and had an unmistakably Yankee appearance, being all painted white turned up with green, and covered from top to bottom with enormous signs. The streets are wide, perfectly straight, and cross each other at right angles at equal distances, like the lines of latitude and longitude on a chart. The street nomenclature is unique, very democratic, inasmuch as it does not immortalize the names of prominent individuals. and admirably adapted to such a rectangular city. The streets running parallel with the river are numbered First, Second, Third Street, and so on to infinity, and the cross streets are designated by the letters of the alphabet. J Street was the great central street, and was nearly a mile long, so the reader may reckon the number of parallel streets on each side of it, and get an idea of the extent of the city. The system of lettering and numbering the streets was very convenient, as the latitude and longitude of a house being given, it could be found at once. A stranger could navigate all over the town without ever having to ask his way, as he could take an observation for himself at the corner of every street. My stay in Sacramento on this occasion was limited to a few hours. I went to a large hotel, which was also the great staging house, and here I snoozed till about 5 o'clock, when, it being still quite dark, the whole house woke up into active life. About 100 of us breakfasted by candlelight, and going out into the bar room while day was just dawning, we found, turned out in front of the hotel, about 24 four-horse coaches, all bound for different places in the mines. The street was completely blocked up with them, and crowds of men were taking their seats, while others were fortifying themselves for their journey at the bar. The coaches were of various kinds. Some were light spring wagons, mere oblong boxes, with 4 or 5 seats placed across them. Others were of the same build, but better finished, and covered by an awning; and there were also numbers of regular American stage coaches, huge high hung things, which carry 9 inside upon 3 seats, the middle one of which is between the 2 doors. The place which I had intended should be the scene of my first mining exploits was a village rejoicing in the suggestive appellation of Hangtown, designated, however, in official documents as Placerville. It received its name of Hangtown while yet in its infancy, from the number of malefactors who had there expiated their crimes at the hands of Judge Lynch. I soon found the stage for that place. It happened to be one of the oblong boxes, and pitching in my roll of blankets, I took my seat and lighted my pipe, that I might the more fully enjoy the scene around me. And a scene it was, such as few parts of the world can now show, and which would have gladdened the hearts of those who mourn over the degeneracy of the present age, and sigh for the good old days of stage coaches. Here certainly the genuine old mail coach, the guard with his tin horn, and the jolly old coachman with his red face, were not to be found, but the horses were as good as ever galloped with Her Majesty's mail. The teams were all headed the same way, and with their stages, 4 or 5 abreast, occupied the whole of the wide street for a distance of 60 or 70 yards. The horses were restive, and pawing and snorting and kicking. The passengers were trying to navigate to their proper stages through the labyrinth of wheels and horses, and frequently climbing over half a dozen wagons to shorten their journey. Grooms were standing at the leaders' heads, trying to keep them quiet, and the drivers were sitting on their boxes, or seats rather, for they scorn a high seat, and were swearing at each other in a very shocking manner, as wheels got locked and wagons were backed into the teams behind them, to the discomfiture of the passengers on the back seats, who found horses' heads knocking the pipes out of their mouths. In the intervals of their little private battles, the drivers were shouting to the crowds of passengers who loitered about the front of the hotel; for there, as elsewhere, people will wait for the last moment, and though it is more comfortable to sit than to stand, men like to enjoy their freedom as long as possible, Before resigning all control over their motions and charging with their precious persons a coach or train on full cock and ready to go off and shoot them out upon some remote part of creation. On each wagon was painted the name of the place to which it ran. The drivers were also bellowing it out to the crowd, and even among such a confusion of coaches a man could have no difficulty in finding the one he wanted. One would have thought that the individual will and locomotive power of a man would have been sufficient to start him on his journey, but in this go-ahead country people who had to go were not allowed to remain inert till the spirit moved them to go. They had to be hurried up, and of the whole crowd of men who were standing about the hotel or struggling through the maze of wagons, only one half were passengers. The rest were runners for the various stages, who were exhausting all their persuasive eloquence in entreating the passengers to take seats and go. They were all mixed up with the crowd, and each was exerting his lungs to the utmost. "Now then, gentlemen," shouts one of them, "all aboard for Nevada City. Who's a-goin'? Only 3 seats left. The last chance today for Nevada City. Take you there in 5 hours. Who's there for Nevada City?" Then, catching sight of some man who betrays the very slightest appearance of helplessness, or of not knowing what he is about, he pounces upon him, saying, "Nevada City, sir? This way, just in time," and seizing him by the arm, he drags him into the crowd of stages, and almost has him bundled into that for Nevada City before the poor devil can make it understood that it is Coloma he wants to go to, and not Nevada City. His captor then calls out to some one of his brother runners, who is collecting passengers for Coloma, "Oh, Bill! Oh, Bill! Where the are you?" "Hullo," says Bill from the other end of the street. "Here's a man for Coloma," shouts the other, still holding on to his prize in case he should escape before Bill comes up to take charge of him. This sort of thing was going on all the time. It was very ridiculous. Apparently, if 100 men wanted to go anywhere, it required 100 more to dispatch them. There was certainly no danger of anyone being left behind. On the contrary, the probability was that any weak-minded man who happened to be passing by would be shipped off to parts unknown before he could collect his ideas. There were few opposition stages excepting for Marysville, and 1 or 2 of the larger places. They were all crammed full, and of what use these runners or tutors were to anybody was not very apparent, at least to the uninitiated. But they are a common institution with the Americans, who are not very likely to support such a corps of men if their services bring no return. In fact, it is merely part of the American system of advertising and forcing the public to avail themselves of certain opportunities by repeatedly and pertinaciously representing to them that they have it in their power to do so. In the States, to blow your own horn, and to make as much noise as possible with it, is the fundamental principle of all business. The most eminent lawyers and doctors advertise, and the names of the first merchants appear in the newspapers every day. A man's own personal exertions are not sufficient to keep the world aware of his existence, and without advertising he would be to all intents and purposes dead. Modest merit does not wait for its reward. It is rather too smart for that. It clamors for it, and consequently gets it all the sooner. However, I was not thinking of this while sitting on the Hangtown stage. I had too much to look at, and some of my neighbors also took up my attention. I found seated around me a varied assortment of human nature. A New Yorker, a Yankee, and an English Jack Tar were my immediate neighbors, and a general conversation helped to beguile the time till the runners had succeeded in placing a passenger upon every available spot of every wagon. There was no trouble about luggage. That is an article not much known in California. Some stray individuals might have had a small carpet bag. Almost every man had his blankets, and the Western men were further encumbered with their long rifles, the barrels poking into everybody's eyes and the butts in the way of everybody's toes. At last the solid mass of 4-horse coaches began to dissolve. The drivers gathered up their reins and settled themselves down in their seats, cracked their whips, and swore at their horses. The grooms cleared out the best way they could. The passengers shouted and hurrahed. The teams in front set off at a gallop. The rest followed them as soon as they got room to start, and chevied them up the street, all in a body, for about half a mile, when, as soon as we got out of town, we spread out in all directions to every point of a semicircle, and in a few minutes I found myself one of a small isolated community with which 4 splendid horses were galloping over the plains like mad. No hedges, no ditches, no houses, no road, in fact. It was all a vast open plain, as smooth as a calm ocean. We might have been steering by compass, and it was like going to sea, for we emerged from the city as from a landlocked harbor, and followed our own course over the wide, wide world. The transition from the confinement of the city to the vastness of space was instantaneous, and our late neighbors, rapidly diminishing around us, and getting hull down on the horizon, might have been bound for the uttermost parts of the earth, for all we could see that was to stop them. To sit behind 4 horses tearing along a good road is delightful at any time, but the mere fact of such rapid locomotion formed only a small part of the pleasure of our journey. The atmosphere was so soft and balmy that it was a positive enjoyment to feel it brushing over one's face like the finest floss silk. The sky was clear and cloudless. The bright sunshine warmed us up to a comfortable temperature, and we were traveling over such an expanse of nature that our progress, rapid as it was, seemed hardly perceptible unless measured by the fast disappearing chimney tops of the city, or by the occasional clumps of trees we left behind us. The scene all around us was magnificent, and impressed one as much with his own insignificance as though he beheld the countries of the earth from the summit of a high mountain. Out of sight of land at sea, one experiences a certain amount of isolation. There is nothing to connect one's ideas with the habitable globe but the ship on which one stands, but there is also nothing to carry the imagination beyond what one does see, and the view is limited to a few miles. But here we were upon an ocean of grass-covered earth, dotted with trees, and sparkling in the sunshine with the gorgeous hues of the dense patches of wildflowers, while far beyond the horizon of the plains there rose mountains beyond mountains, all so distinctly seen as to leave no uncertainty as to the shape or the relative position of any one of them, and fading away in regular graduation till the most distant, though clearly defined, seemed still to be the most natural and satisfactory point at which the view should terminate. It was as if the circumference of the earth had been lifted up to the utmost range of vision, and there melted into air. Such was the view ahead of us as we traveled towards the mines, where wavy outlines of mountains appeared one above another, drawing together as they vanished, and at last indenting the sky with the snowy peaks of the Sierra Nevada. On one side of us the mountains, appearing above the horizon, were hundreds of miles distant, and the view behind us was more abruptly terminated by the coast range, which lies between the Sacramento River and the Pacific. It was the commencement of spring, and at that season the plains are seen to advantage. But after a few weeks of dry weather, the hot sun burns up every blade of vegetation. The ground presents a cracked surface of the hard-baked earth, and the roads are ankle deep in the finest and most penetrating kind of dust, which rises in clouds like clouds of smoke, saturating one's clothes and impregnating one's whole system. We made a straight course of it across the plains for about 30 miles, changing horses occasionally at some of the numerous wayside inns, and passing numbers of wagons drawn by teams of 6 or 8 mules or oxen, and laden with supplies for the mines. The ascent from the plains was very gradual, over a hilly country well wooded with oaks and pines. Our pace here was not so killing as it had been. We had frequently long hills to climb, and where all hands were obliged to get out and walk, but we made up for the delay by galloping down the descent on the other side. The road, which, though in some places very narrow, for the most part spread out to 2 or 3 times the width of an ordinary road, was covered with stumps and large rocks. It was full of deep ruts and hollows, and roots of trees spread all over it. To anyone not used to such roads or to such driving, an upset would have seemed inevitable. If there was safety in speed, however, we were safe enough, and all sense of danger was lost in admiration of the coolness and dexterity of the driver as he circumvented every obstacle, but without going 1 inch further than necessary out of his way to save us from perdition. He went through extraordinary bodily contortions which would have shocked an English coachman out of his propriety, but at the same time he performed such feats as no one would have dared to attempt who had never been used to anything worse than an English road. With his right foot he managed to brake, and clawing at the reins with both hands, he swayed his body from side to side to preserve his equilibrium. As now on the right pair of wheels, now on the left, he cut the outside edge round a stump or a rock, and when coming to a spot where he was going to execute a difficult maneuver on a piece of road which slanted violently down to one side, he trimmed the wagon as one would a small boat in a squall, and made us all crowd up to the weather side to prevent a capsize. When about 10 miles from the plains, I first saw the actual reality of gold digging. 4 or 5 men were working in a ravine by the roadside, digging holes like so many grave diggers. I then considered myself fairly in the mines, and experienced a disagreeable consciousness that we might be passing over huge masses of gold, only concealed from us by an inch or 2 of earth. As we traveled onwards, we passed at intervals numerous parties of miners, and the country assumed a more inhabited appearance. Log cabins and clapboard shanties were to be seen among the trees, and occasionally we found about a dozen of such houses grouped together along the roadside, and dignified with the name of a town. For several miles again the country would seem to have been deserted. That it had once been a busy scene was evident from the uptorn earth in the ravines and hollows, and from the numbers of unoccupied cabins. But the cream of such diggings had already been taken, and they were not now sufficiently rich to suit the ambitious ideas of the miners. After traveling about 30 miles over this mountainous region, ascending gradually all the while, we arrived at Hangtown in the afternoon, having accomplished the 60 miles from Sacramento City in about 8 hours. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 6. Looking for Gold. The town of Placerville, or Hangtown as it was commonly called, consisted of one long straggling street of clapboard houses and log cabins, built in a hollow at the side of a creek and surrounded by high and steep hills. The diggings here had been exceedingly rich. Men used to pick the chunks of gold out of the crevices of the rocks in the ravines with no other tool than a bowie knife. But these days had passed, and now the whole surface of the surrounding country showed the amount of real hard work which had been done. The beds of the numerous ravines which wrinkled the faces of the hills, the bed of the creek, and all the little flats alongside of it, were a confused mass of heaps of dirt and piles of stones lying around the innumerable holes, about 6 feet square and 5 or 6 feet deep, from which they had been thrown out. The original course of the creek was completely obliterated, its waters being distributed into numberless little ditches, and from them conducted into the "long toms" of the miners through canvas hoses, looking like immensely long, slimy sea serpents. The number of bare stumps of what had once been gigantic pine trees, dotted over the naked hillsides surrounding the town, showed how freely the axe had been used, and to what purpose was apparent in the extent of the town itself, and in the numerous log cabins scattered over the hills, in situations apparently chosen at the caprice of the owners, but in reality with a view to be near to their diggings, and at the same time to be within a convenient distance of water and firewood. Along the whole length of the creek, as far as one could see, on the banks of the creek, in the ravines, in the middle of the principal and only street of the town, and even inside some of the houses, were parties of miners, numbering from 3 or 4 to a dozen, all hard at work, some laying into it with picks, some shoveling the dirt into the long toms, or with long handled shovels washing the dirt thrown in and throwing out the stones, while others were working pumps or bailing water out of the holes with buckets. There was a continual noise and clatter, as mud, dirt, stones, and water were thrown about in all directions, and the men, dressed in ragged clothes and big boots, wielding picks and shovels, and rolling big rocks about, were all working as if for their lives, going into it with a will and a degree of energy not usually seen among laboring men. It was altogether a scene which conveyed the idea of hard work in the fullest sense of the words, and in comparison with which a gang of railway navvies would have seemed to be merely a party of gentlemen amateurs playing at working to pass the time. A stroll through the village revealed the extent to which the ordinary comforts of life were attainable. The gambling houses, of which there were 3 or 4, were of course the largest and most conspicuous buildings, their mirrors, chandeliers, and other decorations suggesting a style of life totally at variance with the outward indications of everything around them. The street itself was in many places knee deep in mud, and was plentifully strewed with old boots, hats, and shirts, old sardine boxes, empty tins of preserved oysters, empty bottles, worn out pots and kettles, old ham bones, broken picks and shovels, and other rubbish too various to particularize. Here and there in the middle of the street was a square hole about 6 feet deep, in which one miner was digging, while another was bailing the water out with a bucket, and a third, sitting alongside the heap of dirt which had been dug up, was washing it in a rocker. Wagons, drawn by 6 or 8 mules or oxen, were navigating along the street, or discharging their strangely assorted cargoes at the various stores; and men in picturesque rags, with large muddy boots, long beards, and brown faces, were the only inhabitants to be seen. There were boarding houses on the table d'hote principle, in each of which 40 or 50 hungry miners sat down 3 times a day to an oilcloth covered table, and in the course of about 3 minutes surfeited themselves on salt pork, greasy steaks, and pickles. There were also 2 or 3 "hotels," where much the same sort of fare was to be had, with the extra luxuries of a tablecloth and a superior quality of knives and forks. The stores were curious places. There was no specialty about them; everything was to be found in them which it could be supposed that any one could possibly want, excepting fresh beef. There was a butcher who monopolized the sale of that article. On entering a store, one would find the storekeeper in much the same style of costume as the miners, very probably sitting on an empty keg at a rickety little table, playing "seven up" for the liquor with one of his customers. The counter served also the purpose of a bar, and behind it was the usual array of bottles and decanters, while on shelves above them was an ornamental display of boxes of sardines, and brightly colored tins of preserved meats and vegetables with showy labels, interspersed with bottles of champagne and strangely shaped bottles of exceedingly green pickles, the whole being arranged with some degree of taste. Goods and provisions of every description were stowed away promiscuously all around the store, in the middle of which was invariably a small table with a bench, or some empty boxes and barrels for the miners to sit on while they played cards, spent their money in brandy and oysters, and occasionally got drunk. The clothing trade was almost entirely in the hands of the Jews, who are very numerous in California, and devote their time and energies exclusively to supplying their Christian brethren with the necessary articles of wearing apparel. In traveling through the mines from one end to the other, I never saw a Jew lift a pick or shovel to do a single stroke of work, or in fact occupy himself in any other way than in selling slops; while men of all classes and of every nation showed such versatility in betaking themselves to whatever business or occupation appeared at the time to be most advisable, without reference to their antecedents, and in a country where no man, to whatever class of society he belonged, was in the least degree ashamed to roll up his sleeves and dig in the mines for gold, or to engage in any other kind of manual labor, it was a very remarkable fact that the Jews were the only people among whom this was not observable. They were very numerous, so much so that the business to which they confined themselves could hardly have yielded to every individual a fair average California rate of remuneration; but they seemed to be proof against all temptation to move out of their own limited sphere of industry, and of course, concentrated upon one point as their energies were, they kept pace with the go-ahead spirit of the times. Clothing of all sorts could be bought in any part of the mines more cheaply than in San Francisco, where rents were so very high that retail prices of everything were most exorbitant; and scarcely did 20 or 30 miners collect in any out-of-the-way place upon newly discovered diggings before the inevitable Jew slop seller also made his appearance, to play his allotted part in the newly formed community. The Jew slop shops were generally rattle-trap erections about the size of a bathing machine, so small that one half of the stock had to be displayed suspended from projecting sticks outside. They were filled with red and blue flannel shirts, thick boots, and other articles suited to the wants of the miners. along with Colt's revolvers and bowie knives, brass jewelry, and diamonds like young Koh-i-Noors. Almost every man, after a short residence in California, became changed to a certain extent in his outward appearance. In the mines especially, to the great majority of men, the usual style of dress was one to which they had never been accustomed, and those to whom it might have been supposed such a costume was not so strange, or who were even wearing the old clothes they had brought with them to the country, acquired a certain California air, which would have made them remarkable in whatever part of the world they came from, had they been suddenly transported there. But to this rule also the Jews formed a very striking exception. In their appearance there was nothing at all suggestive of California. They were exactly the same unwashed looking, slobbery, slipshod individuals that one sees in every seaport town. During the week, and especially when the miners were all at work, Hangtown was comparatively quiet. But on Sundays it was a very different place. On that day the miners living within 8 or 10 miles all flocked in to buy provisions for the week, to spend their money in the gambling rooms, to play cards, to get their letters from home, and to refresh themselves, after a week's labor and isolation in the mountains, in enjoying the excitement of the scene according to their tastes. The gamblers on Sundays reaped a rich harvest. Their tables were thronged with crowds of miners betting eagerly, and of course losing their money. Many men came in Sunday after Sunday and gambled off all the gold they had dug during the week, having to get credit at a store for their next week's provisions, and returning to their diggings to work for 6 days in getting more gold, which would all be transferred the next Sunday to the gamblers in the vain hope of recovering what had been already lost. The street was crowded all day with miners loafing about from store to store, making their purchases and asking each other to drink, the effects of which began to be seen at an early hour in the number of drunken men, and the constant frequency of rows and quarrels. Almost every man wore a pistol or a knife, many wore both, but they were rarely used. The liberal and prompt administration of lynch law had done a great deal towards checking the wanton and indiscriminate use of these weapons on any slight occasion. The utmost latitude was allowed in the exercise of self-defense. In the case of a row, it was not necessary to wait until a pistol was actually leveled at one's head. If a man made even a motion towards drawing a weapon, it was considered perfectly justifiable to shoot him first, if possible. The very prevalence of the custom of carrying arms thus in a great measure was a cause of their being seldom used. They were never drawn out of bravado, for when a man once drew his pistol he had to be prepared to use it, and to use it quickly, or he might expect to be laid low by a ball from his adversary. And again, if he shot a man without sufficient provocation, he was pretty sure of being accommodated with a hempen cravat by Judge Lynch. The storekeepers did more business on Sundays than in all the rest of the week, and in the afternoon crowds of miners could be seen dispersing over the hills in every direction, laden with the provisions they had been purchasing, chiefly flour, pork and beans, and perhaps a lump of fresh beef. There was only one place of public worship in Hangtown at that time, a very neat little wooden edifice which belonged to some denomination of Methodists and seemed to be well attended. There was also a newspaper published 2 or 3 times a week, which kept the inhabitants posted up as to what was going on in the world. The richest deposits of gold were found in the beds and banks of the rivers, creeks, and ravines, in the flats on the convex side of the bends of the streams, and in many of the flats and hollows high up in the mountains. The precious metal was also abstracted from the very hearts of the mountains, through tunnels drifted into them for several hundred yards, and in some places real mining was carried on in the bowels of the earth by means of shafts sunk to the depth of a couple of 100 feet. The principal diggings in the neighborhood of Hangtown were surface diggings, but with the exception of river diggings, every kind of mining operation was to be seen in full force. The gold is found at various depths from the surface, but the dirt on the bedrock is the richest, as the gold naturally in time sinks through earth and gravel till it is arrested in its downward progress by the solid rock. The diggings here were from 4 to 6 or 7 feet deep, the layer of "pay dirt" being about a couple of feet thick on the top of the bedrock. I should mention that "dirt" is the word universally used in California to signify the substance dug — earth, clay, gravel, loose slate, or whatever other name might be more appropriate. The miners talk of "rich dirt" and "poor dirt," and of stripping off so many feet of "top dirt" before getting to "pay dirt," the latter being dirt with so much gold in it that it will pay to dig it up and wash it. The apparatus generally used for washing was a "long tom," which was nothing more than a wooden trough from 12 to 25 feet long and about a foot wide. At the lower end it widens considerably, and on the floor there is a sheet of iron pierced with holes half an inch in diameter, under which is placed a flat box a couple of inches deep. The long tom is set at a slight inclination over the place which is to be worked, and a stream of water is kept running through it by means of a hose, the mouth of which is inserted in a dam built for the purpose high enough up the stream to gain the requisite elevation; and while some of the party shovel the dirt into the tom as fast as they can dig it up, one man stands at the lower end stirring up the dirt as it is washed down, separating the stones and throwing them out, while the earth and small gravel falls with the water through the sieve into the "ripple box." This box is about 5 feet long, and is crossed by 2 partitions. It is also placed at an inclination, so that the water falling into it keeps the dirt loose, allowing the gold and heavy particles to settle to the bottom, while all the lighter stuff washes over the end of the box along with the water. When the day's work is over, the dirt is taken from the ripple box and is washed out in a washpan, a round tin dish 18 inches in diameter, with shelving sides 3 or 4 inches deep. In washing out a panful of dirt, it has to be placed in water deep enough to cover it over. The dirt is stirred up with the hands, and the gravel thrown out. The pan is then taken in both hands, and by an indescribable series of maneuvers all the dirt is gradually washed out of it, leaving nothing but the gold and a small quantity of black sand. This black sand is mineral, some oxide or other salt of iron, and is so heavy that it is not possible to wash it all out. It has to be blown out of the gold afterwards when dry. Another mode of washing dirt, but much more tedious, and consequently only resorted to when a sufficient supply of water for a long tom could not be obtained, was by means of an apparatus called a rocker or cradle. This was merely a wooden cradle on the top of which was a sieve. The dirt was put into this, and a miner sitting alongside of it rocked the cradle with one hand, while with a dipper in the other he kept bailing water onto the dirt. This acted on the same principle as the tom, and had formerly been the only contrivance in use; but it was now seldom seen, as the long tom effected such a saving of time and labor. The latter was set immediately over the claim, and the dirt was shoveled into it at once, while a rocker had to be set alongside of the water, and the dirt was carried to it in buckets from the place which was being worked. 3 men working together with a rocker, one digging, another carrying the dirt in buckets, and the third rocking the cradle, would wash, on an average, 100 bucketfuls of dirt to the man in the course of a day. With a long tom the dirt was so easily washed that parties of 6 or 8 could work together to advantage, and 400 or 500 bucketfuls of dirt a day to each one of the party was a usual day's work. I met a San Francisco friend in Hangtown practicing his profession as a doctor, who very hospitably offered me quarters in his cabin, which I gladly accepted. The accommodation was not very luxurious, being merely 6 feet of the floor on which to spread my blankets. My host, however, had no better bed himself, and indeed it was as much as most men cared about. Those who were very particular preferred sleeping on a table or a bench, when they were to be had. Bunks and shelves were also much in fashion, but the difference in comfort was a mere matter of imagination, for mattresses were not known, and an earthen floor was quite as soft as any wooden board. 3 or 4 miners were also inmates of the doctor's cabin. They were quondam New South Wales squatters, who had been mining for several months in a distant part of the country, and were now going to work a claim about 2 miles up the creek from Hangtown. As they wanted another hand to work their long tom with them, I very readily joined their party. For several days we worked this place, trudging out to it when it was hardly daylight, taking with us our dinner, which consisted of beefsteaks and bread, and returning to Hangtown about dark. But the claim did not prove rich enough to satisfy us, so we abandoned it and went prospecting, which means looking about for a more likely place. A prospector goes out with a pick and shovel and a washpan, and to test the richness of a place he digs down till he reaches the dirt in which it may be expected that the gold will be found, and washing out a panful of this, he can easily calculate, from the amount of gold which he finds in it, how much could be taken out in a day's work. An old miner, looking at the few specks of gold in the bottom of his pan, can tell their value within a few cents, calling it a 12 or 20 cent prospect as it may be. If on washing out a panful of dirt a mere speck of gold remained, just enough to swear by, such dirt was said to have only the color and was not worth digging. A 12-cent prospect was considered a pretty good one, but in estimating the probable result of a day's work, allowance had to be made for the time and labor to be expended in removing top dirt and in otherwise preparing the claim for being worked. To establish one's claim to a piece of ground, all that was requisite was to leave upon it a pick or shovel or other mining tool. The extent of ground allowed to each individual varied in different diggings, from 10 to 30 feet square, and was fixed by the miners themselves, who also made their own laws defining the rights and duties of those holding claims, and any dispute on such subjects was settled by calling together a few of the neighboring miners, who would enforce the due observance of the laws of the diggings. After prospecting for 2 or 3 days, we concluded to take up a claim near a small settlement called Middleton, 2 or 3 miles distant from Hangtown. It was situated by the side of a small creek, in a rolling hilly country, and consisted of about a dozen cabins, one of which was a store, supplied with flour, pork, tobacco, and other necessaries. We found near our claim a very comfortable cabin, which the owner had deserted, and in which we established ourselves. We had plenty of firewood and water close to us, and being only 2 miles from Hangtown, we kept ourselves well supplied with fresh beef. We cooked our "dampers" in New South Wales fashion, and lived on the fat of the land, our bill of fare being beefsteaks, damper, and tea for breakfast, dinner, and supper. A damper is a very good thing, but not commonly seen in California, excepting among men from New South Wales. A quantity of flour and water, with a pinch or two of salt, is worked into a dough, and raking down a good hardwood fire, it is placed on the hot ashes, and then smothered in more hot ashes to the depth of 2 or 3 inches, on the top of which is placed a quantity of the still burning embers. A very little practice enables one to judge from the feel of the crust when it is sufficiently cooked. The great advantage of a damper is that it retains a certain amount of moisture, and is as good when a week old as when fresh baked. It is very solid and heavy, and a little of it goes a great way, which of itself is no small recommendation when one eats only to live. Another sort of bread we very frequently made by filling a frying pan with dough, and sticking it upon end to roast before the fire. The Americans do not understand dampers. They either bake bread, using saleratus to make it rise, or else they make flapjacks, which are nothing more than pancakes made of flour and water, and are a very good substitute for bread when one is in a hurry, as they are made in a moment. As for our beefsteaks, they could not be beat anywhere. A piece of an old iron hoop, twisted into a serpentine form and laid on the fire, made a first-rate gridiron, on which every man cooked his steak to his own taste. In the matter of tea, I am afraid we were dreadfully extravagant, throwing it into the pot in handfuls. It is a favorite beverage in the mines, morning, noon, and night, and at no time is it more refreshing than in the extreme heat of midday. In the cabin 2 bunks had been fitted up, one above the other, made of clapboards laid crossways, but they were all loose and warped. I tried to sleep on them one night, but it was like sleeping on a gridiron. The smooth earthen floor was a much more easy couch. Chapter 7 of the Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 7: Indians and Chinamen. Within a few miles of us there was camped a large tribe of Indians, who were generally quite peaceable, and showed no hostility to the whites. Small parties of them were constantly to be seen in Hangtown, wandering listlessly about the street, begging for bread, meat, or old clothes. These Digger Indians, as they are called, from the fact of their digging for themselves a sort of subterranean abode in which they pass the winter, are most repulsive looking wretches, and seem to be very little less degraded and uncivilizable than the blacks of New South Wales. They are nearly black, and are exceedingly ugly, with long hair which they cut straight across the forehead just above the eyes. They had learned the value of gold, and might be seen occasionally in unfrequented places washing out a panful of dirt, but they had no idea of systematic work. What little gold they got they spent in buying fresh beef and clothes. They dress very fantastically, some with no other garment than an old dress coat buttoned up to the throat, or perhaps with only a hat and a pair of boots, think themselves very well got up, and look with great contempt on their neighbors whose wardrobe is not so extensive. A coat with showy linings to the sleeves is a great prize. It is worn inside out to produce a better effect, and pantaloons are frequently worn, or rather carried with the legs tied around the waist. They seem to think it impossible to have too much of a good thing, and any man so fortunate as to be the possessor of duplicates of any article of clothing puts them on one over the other, piling hat upon hat after the manner of old clo'. The men are very tenacious of their dignity, and carry nothing but their bows and arrows, while the attendant squaws are loaded down with a large creel on the back, which is supported by a band passing across the forehead, and is the receptacle for all the rubbish they pick up. The squaws have also, of course, to carry the babies, which, however, are not very troublesome, as they are wrapped up in papoose frames like those of the North American Indians, though of infinitely inferior workmanship. They are very fond of dogs, and have always at their heels a number of the most wretchedly thin, mangy, starved-looking curs of dirty brindle color, something the shape of a greyhound, but only about half his size. A strong mutual attachment exists between the dogs and their masters, but the affection of the latter does not move them to bestow much food on their canine friends, who live in a state of chronic starvation. Every bone seems ready to break through the confinement of the skin, and their whole life is merely a slow death from inanition. They have none of the life or spirit of other dogs, but crawl along, as if every step was to be their last, with a look of most humble resignation, and so conscious of their degradation that they never presume to hold any communion with their civilized fellow creatures. It is very likely that canine nature cannot stand such food as the Indians are content to live upon, and of which acorns and grasshoppers are the staple articles. There are plenty of small animals on which one would think that a dog could live very well, if he would only take the trouble to catch them; but it would seem that a dog, as long as he remains a companion of man, is an animal quite incapable of providing for himself. A failure of the acorn crop is to the Indians a national calamity, as they depend on it in a great measure for their subsistence during the winter. In the fall of the year the squaws are busily employed in gathering acorns, to be afterwards stored in small conical stacks, and covered with a sort of wicker work. They are prepared for food by being made into a paste, very much the color and consistency of opium. Such horrid looking stuff it is that I never ventured to taste it, but I believe that the bitter and astringent taste of the raw material is in no way modified by the process of manufacture. As is the case with most savages, the Digger Indians show remarkable instances of ingenuity in some of their contrivances, and great skill in the manufacture of their weapons. Their bows and arrows are very good specimens of workmanship. The former are shorter than the bows used in this country, but resemble them in every other particular, even in the shape of the pieces of horn at the ends. The head of the arrow is of the orthodox cut, the 3 feathers being placed in the usual position. The point, however, is the most elaborate part. About 3 inches of the end is of a heavier wood than the rest of the arrow, being very neatly spliced in with thin tendons. The point itself is a piece of flint chipped down into a flat diamond shape, about the size of a diamond on a playing card. The edges are very sharp, and are notched to receive the tendons with which it is firmly secured to the arrow. The women make a kind of wickerwork basket of a conical form, so closely woven as to be perfectly watertight, and in these they have an ingenious method of boiling water, by heating a number of stones in the fire, and throwing a succession of them into the water till the temperature is raised to boiling point. We had a visit at our cabin one Sunday from an Indian and his squaw. She was such a particularly ugly specimen of human nature that I made her sit down and proceeded to take a sketch of her, to the great delight of her dutiful husband, who looked over my shoulder and reported progress to her. I offered her the sketch when I had finished, but after admiring herself in the bottom of a new tin pannikin, the only substitute for a looking glass which I could find, and comparing her own beautiful face with her portrait, she was by no means pleased, and would have nothing to do with it. I suppose she thought I had not done her justice, which was very likely, for no doubt our ideas of female beauty must have differed very materially. Not many days after we had settled ourselves at Middleton, news was brought into Hangtown that a white man had been killed by Indians at a place called Johnson's Ranch, about 12 miles distant. A party of 3 or 4 men immediately went out to recover the body and to "hunt the Indians." They found the half burned remains of the murdered man, but were attacked by a large number of Indians and had to retire, one of the party being wounded by an Indian arrow. On their return to Hangtown there was great excitement. About 30 men, mostly from the Western States, turned out with their long rifles, intending in the first place to visit the camp of the Middleton tribe, and to take from them their rifles, which they were reported to have bought from the storekeeper there, and after that to lynch the storekeeper himself for selling arms to the Indians, which is against the law, for however friendly the Indians may be, they trade them off to hostile tribes. It happened, however, that on this particular day a neighboring tribe had come over to the camp of the Middleton Indians for the purpose of having a fandango together, and when they saw this armed party coming upon them, they immediately saluted them with a shower of arrows and rifle balls, which damaged a good many hats and shirts without wounding any one. The miners returned their fire, killing a few of the Indians, but their party being too small to fight against such odds, they were compelled to retreat; and as the storekeeper, having got a hint of their kind intentions toward him, had made himself scarce, they marched back to Hangtown without having done much to boast of. When the result of their expedition was made known, the excitement in Hangtown was of course greater than ever. The next day crowds of miners flocked in from all quarters, each man equipped with a long rifle in addition to his bowie knife and revolver, while 2 men, playing a drum and a fife, marched up and down the street to give a military air to the occasion. A public meeting was held in one of the gambling rooms, at which the governor, the sheriff of the county, and other big men of the place were present. The miners about Hangtown were mostly all Americans, and a large proportion of them were men from the Western States, who had come by the overland route across the plains, men who had all their lives been used to Indian wiles and treachery, and thought about as much of shooting an Indian as of killing a rattlesnake. They were a rough-looking crowd, long, gaunt, wiry men, dressed in the usual old flannel shirt costume of the mines, with shaggy beards, their faces, hands, and arms as brown as mahogany, and an expression about their eyes which boded no good to any Indian who should come within range of their rifles. There were some very good speeches made at the meeting. That of a young Kentuckian doctor was quite a treat. He spoke very well, but from the fuss he made it might have been supposed that the whole country was in the hands of the enemy. The eyes of the 30 States of the Union, he said, were upon them, and it was for them, the 31st, to avenge the insult to the Anglo-Saxon race, and to show the wily savage that the American nation, which could dictate terms of peace or war to every other nation on the face of the globe, was not to be trifled with. He tried to rouse their courage and excite their animosity against the Indians, though it was quite unnecessary, by drawing a vivid picture of the unburied bones of poor Brown or Jones, the unfortunate individual who had been murdered, bleaching on the mountains of the Sierra Nevada, while his death was still unavenged. If they were cowardly enough not to go out and whip the savage Indians, their wives would spurn them, their sweethearts would reject them, and the whole world would look upon them with scorn. The most common sense argument in his speech, however, was that, unless the Indians were taught a lesson, there would be no safety for the straggling miners in the mountains at any distance from a settlement. Altogether he spoke very well, considering the sort of crowd he was addressing, and judging from the enthusiastic applause, and from the remarks I heard made by the men around me, he could not have spoken with better effect. The governor also made a short speech, saying that he would take the responsibility of raising a company of 100 men at $5 a day to go and whip the Indians. The sheriff followed. He calculated to raise out of that crowd 100 men, but wanted no man to put down his name who would not stand up in his boots, and he would ask no man to go any further than he would go himself. Those who wished to enlist were then told to come round to the other end of the room, when nearly the whole crowd rushed eagerly forward, and the required number were at once enrolled. They started the next day, but the Indians retreating before them, they followed them far up into the mountains, where they remained for a couple of months, by which time the wily savages, it is to be hoped, got properly whipped and were taught the respect due to white men. We continued working our claim at Middleton, having taken into partnership an old sea captain whom we found there working alone. It paid us very well for about 3 weeks, when from the continued dry weather the water began to fail, and we were obliged to think of moving off to other diggings. It was now time to commence preparatory operations before working the beds of the creeks and rivers, as their waters were falling rapidly, and as most of our party owned shares in claims on different rivers, we became dispersed. A young Englishman and myself alone remained, uncertain as yet where we should go. We had gone into Hangtown one night for provisions, when we heard that a great strike had been made at a place called Coon Hollow, about a mile distant. One man was reported to have taken out that day about $1,500. Before daylight next morning we started over the hill, intending to stake off a claim on the same ground, but even by the time we got there, the whole hillside was already pegged off into claims of 30 feet square, on each of which men were commencing to sink shafts, while hundreds of others were prowling about, too late to get a claim which would be thought worth taking up. Those who had claims immediately surrounding that of the lucky man who had caused all the excitement by letting his good fortune be known were very sanguine. 2 Cornish miners had got what was supposed to be the most likely claim, and declared they would not take $10,000 for it. Of course, no one thought of offering such a sum, but so great was the excitement that they might have got $800 or $1,000 for their claim before ever they put a pick in the ground. As it turned out, however, they spent a month in sinking a shaft about 100 feet deep, and after drifting all around, they could not get a cent out of it, while many of the claims adjacent to theirs proved extremely rich. Such diggings as these are called coyote diggings, receiving their name from an animal called the coyote, which abounds all over the plain lands of Mexico and California, and which lives in the cracks and crevices made in the plains by the extreme heat of summer. He is half dog, half fox, and, as an Irishman might say, half wolf also. They howl most dismally, just like a dog on moonlight nights, and are seen in great numbers skulking about the plains. Connected with them is a curious fact in natural history. They are intensely carnivorous. So are cannibals. But as cannibals object to the flavor of roasted sailor as being too salt, so coyotes turn up their noses at dead Mexicans as being too peppery. I have heard the fact mentioned over and over again by Americans who had been in the Mexican War, that on going over the field after their battles they found their own comrades with the flesh eaten off their bones by the coyotes, while never a Mexican corpse had been touched, and the only and most natural way to account for this phenomenon was in the fact that the Mexicans, by the constant and inordinate eating of the hot pepper pod, the chile colorado, had so impregnated their system with pepper as to render their flesh too savory a morsel for the natural and unvitiated taste of the coyotes. These coyote diggings required to be very rich to pay, from the great amount of labor necessary before any pay dirt can be obtained. They are generally worked by only two men. A shaft is sunk, over which is rigged a rude windlass, tended by one man, who draws up the dirt in a large bucket, while his partner is digging down below. When the bed rock is reached on which the rich dirt is found, excavations are made all around, leaving only the necessary supporting pillars of earth, which are also ultimately removed and replaced by logs of wood. Accidents frequently occur in the caving in of these diggings, the result generally of the carelessness of the men themselves. The Cornish miners, of whom numbers had come to California from the mines of Mexico and South America, generally devoted themselves to these deep diggings, as did also the lead miners from Wisconsin. Such men were quite at home 100 feet or so underground, picking through hard rock by candlelight. At the same time, gold mining in any way was to almost everyone a new occupation, and men who had passed their lives hitherto above ground took quite as naturally to this subterranean style of digging as to any other. We felt no particular fancy for it, however, especially as we could not get a claim, and having heard favorable accounts of the diggings on Weaver Creek, we concluded to migrate to that place. It was about 15 miles off, and having hired a mule and cart from a man in Hangtown to carry our long tom, hoses, picks, shovels, blankets, and pots and pans, we started early the next morning, and arrived at our destination about noon. We passed through some beautiful scenery on the way. The ground was not yet parched and scorched by the summer sun, but was still green, and on the hillsides were patches of wild flowers, growing so thick that they were quite soft and delightful to lie down upon. For some distance we followed a winding road between smooth rounded hills, thickly wooded with immense pines and cedars, gradually ascending till we came upon a comparatively level country, which had all the beauty of an English park. The ground was quite smooth, though gently undulating, and the rich verdure was diversified with numbers of white, yellow, and purple flowers. The oaks of various kinds, which were here the only tree, were of an immense size, but not so numerous as to confine the view, and the only underwood was the manzanita, a very beautiful and graceful shrub, generally growing in single plants to the height of 6 or 8 feet. There was no appearance of ruggedness or disorder. We might have imagined ourselves in a well-kept domain, and the solitude and the vast unemployed wealth of nature alone reminded us that we were among the wild mountains of California. After traveling some miles over this sort of country, we got among the pine trees once more, and very soon came to the brink of the high mountains overhanging Weaver Creek. The descent was so steep that we had the greatest difficulty in getting the cart down without a capsize, having to make short tacks down the face of the hill, and generally steering for a tree to bring up upon in case of accidents. At the point where we reached the creek was a store, and scattered along the rocky banks of the creek were a few miners' tents and cabins. We had expected to have to camp out here, but seeing a small tent unoccupied near the store, we made inquiry of the storekeeper, and finding that it belonged to him, and that he had no objection to our using it, we took possession accordingly, and proceeded to light a fire and cook our dinner. Not knowing how far we might be from a store, we had brought along with us a supply of flour, ham, beans, and tea, with which we were quite independent. After prospecting a little, we soon found a spot on the bank of the stream which we judged would yield us pretty fair pay for our labor. We had some difficulty at first in bringing water to the Long Tom, having to lead our hose a considerable distance up the stream to obtain sufficient elevation, but we soon got everything in working order and pitched in. The gold which we found here was of the finest kind, and required great care in washing. It was in exceedingly small thin scales, so thin that in washing out in a pan at the end of the day, a scale of gold would occasionally float for an instant on the surface of the water. This is the most valuable kind of gold dust, and is worth $1 or $2 an ounce more than the coarse, chunky dust. It was a wild, rocky place where we were now located. The steep mountains, rising abruptly all around us, so confined the view that we seemed to be shut out from the rest of the world. The nearest village or settlement was about 10 miles distant, and all the miners on the creek within 4 or 5 miles, living in isolated cabins, tents, and brush houses, or camping out on the rocks, resorted for provisions to the small store already mentioned, which was supplied with a general assortment of provisions and clothing. There had still been occasional heavy rains, from which our tent was but poor protection, and we awoke sometimes in the morning, finding small pools of water in the folds of our blankets, and everything so soaking wet inside the tent as well as outside that it was hopeless to attempt to light a fire. On such occasions raw ham, hard bread, and cold water was all the breakfast we could raise, eking it out, however, with an extra pipe, and relieving our feelings by laying in fiercely with pick and shovel. The weather very soon, however, became quite settled. The sky was always bright and cloudless. All verdure was fast disappearing from the hills, and they began to look brown and scorched. The heat in the mines during the summer is greater than in most tropical countries. I have in some parts seen the thermometer as high as 120 degrees in the shade during the greater part of the day for 3 weeks at a time. But the climate is not by any means so relaxing and oppressive as in countries where, though the range of the thermometer is much lower, the damp, suffocating atmosphere makes the heat more severely felt. In the hottest weather in California it is always agreeably cool at night, sufficiently so as to make a blanket acceptable, and to enable one to enjoy a sound sleep, in which one recovers from all the evil effects of the previous day's baking. And even the extreme heat of the hottest hours of the day, though it crisps up one's hair like that of a nigger, is still light and exhilarating, and by no means disinclines one for bodily exertion. We continued to work the claim we had first taken for 2 or 3 weeks with very good success, when the diggings gave out, that is to say, they ceased to yield sufficiently to suit our ideas, so we took up another claim about a mile further up the creek, and as this was rather an inconvenient distance from our tent, we abandoned it and took possession of a log cabin near our claim, which some men had just vacated. It was a very badly built cabin, perched on a rocky platform overhanging the rugged pathway which led along the banks of the creek. A cabin with a good shingle roof is generally the coolest kind of abode in summer, but ours was only roofed with cotton cloth, offering scarcely any resistance to the fierce rays of the sun, which rendered the cabin during the day so intolerably hot that we cooked and ate our dinner under the shade of a tree. A whole bevy of Chinamen had recently made their appearance on the creek. Their camp, consisting of a dozen or so of small tents and brush houses, was near our cabin on the side of the hill, too near to be pleasant, for they kept up a continual chattering all night, which was rather tiresome till we got used to it. They are an industrious set of people, no doubt, but are certainly not calculated for gold digging. They do not work with the same force or vigor as American or European miners, but handle their tools like so many women, as if they were afraid of hurting themselves. The Americans call it scratching, which was a very expressive term for their style of diggings. They did not venture to assert equal rights so far as to take up any claim which other miners would think it worth while to work, but in such places as yielded them $1 or $2 a day they were allowed to scratch away unmolested. Had they happened to strike a rich lead, they would have been driven off their claim immediately. They were very averse to working in the water, and for 4 or 5 hours in the heat of the day they assembled under the shade of a tree, where they sat fanning themselves, drinking tea, and saying, "Too muchy hot." On the whole they seemed a harmless, inoffensive people, but on one day, as we were going to dinner, we heard an unusual hullabaloo going on where the Chinamen were at work, and on reaching the place we found the whole tribe of Celestials divided into 2 equal parties, drawn up against each other in battle array, brandishing picks and shovels, lifting stones as if to hurl them at their adversaries' heads, and every man chattering and gesticulating in the most frantic manner. The miners collected on the ground to see the muss, and cheered the Chinamen on to more active hostilities. But after taunting and threatening each other in this way for about an hour, during which time, although the excitement seemed to be continually increasing, not a blow was struck nor a stone thrown, the 2 parties suddenly, and without any apparent cause, fraternized and moved off together to their tents. What all the row was about, or why peace was so suddenly proclaimed, was of course a mystery to us outside barbarians. And the tame and unsatisfactory termination of such warlike demonstrations was a great disappointment, as we had been every moment expecting that the ball would open and hoped to see a general engagement. It reminded me of the way in which a couple of French Canadians have a set to. Shaking their fists within an inch of each other's faces, they call each other by all the names imaginable, beginning with "Sacre cochon," and going through a long series of still less complimentary epithets, till finally "Sacre astrologe" caps the climax. This is a regular smasher. It is supposed to be such a comprehensive term as to exhaust the whole vocabulary. Both parties then give in for want of ammunition, and the fight is over. I presume it was by a similar process that the Chinamen arrived at a solution of their difficulty. At all events, discretion seemed to form a very large component part of celestial valor. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 of The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 8 Miners' Law. The miners on the creek were nearly all Americans, and exhibited a great variety of mankind. Some, it was very evident, were men who had hitherto only worked with their heads. Others one would have set down as having been mechanics of some sort, and as having lived in cities, and there were numbers of unmistakable backwoodsmen and farmers from the Western States. Of these a large proportion were Missourians, who had emigrated across the plains. From the State of Missouri the people had flocked in thousands to the gold diggings, and particularly from a county in that State called Pike County. The peculiarities of the Missourians are very strongly marked, and after being in the mines but a short time one could distinguish a Missourian, or a Pike, or Pike County as they are called, from the natives of any other Western State. Their costume was always exceedingly old and greasy looking. They had none of the occasional foppery of the miner, which shows itself in brilliant red shirts, boots with flaming red tops, fancy colored hats, silver handled bowie knives, and rich silk sashes. It always seemed to me that a Missourian wore the same clothes in which he had crossed the plains, and that he was keeping them to wear on his journey home again. Their hats were felt, of a dirty brown color, and the shape of a short extinguisher. Their shirts had perhaps in days gone by been red, but were now a sort of purple. Their pantaloons were generally of a snuffy brown color, and made of some woolly home-made fabric. Suspended at their back from a narrow strap buckled around the waist, they carried a wooden-handled bowie knife in an old leathern sheath, not stitched, but riveted with leaden nails, and over their shoulders they wore strips of cotton or cloth as suspenders, mechanical contrivances never thought of by any other men in the mines. As for their boots, there was no peculiarity about them, excepting that they were always old. Their coats, a garment not frequently seen in the mines for at least 6 months of the year, were very extraordinary things, exceedingly tight, short-waisted, long-skirted surtouts of homemade frieze, of a grayish-blue color. As for their persons, they were mostly long, gaunt, narrow-chested, round-shouldered men, with long, straight, light-colored, dried-up looking hair, small, thin, sallow faces, with rather scanty beard and mustache, and small, gray, sunken eyes, which seemed to be keenly perceptive of everything around them. But in their movements the men were slow and awkward, and in the towns especially they betrayed a childish astonishment at the strange sights occasioned by the presence of the diverse nations of the earth. The fact is that till they came to California many of them had never in their lives before seen two houses together, and in any little village in the mines they witnessed more of the wonders of civilization than ever they had dreamed of. In some respects, perhaps, the mines of California were as wild a place as any part of the Western States of America, but they were peopled by a community of men of all classes and from different countries, who, though living in a rough backwoods style, had nevertheless all the ideas and amenities of civilized life, while the Missourians, having come direct across the plains from their homes in the backwoods, had received no preparatory education to enable them to show off to advantage in such company. And in this they labored under a great disadvantage, as compared with the lower classes of people of every country who came to San Francisco by way of Panama or Cape Horn. The men from the interior of the States learned something even on their journey to New York or New Orleans, having their eyes partially opened during the few days they spent in either of those cities en route, and on the passage to San Francisco they naturally received a certain degree of polish from being violently shaken up with a crowd of men of different habits and ideas from their own. They had to give way in many things to men whose motives of action were perhaps to them incomprehensible, while of course they gained a few new ideas from being brought into close contact with such sorts of men as they had hitherto only seen at a distance, or very likely had never heard of. A little experience of San Francisco did them no harm, and by the time they reached the mines they had become very superior men to the raw bumpkins they were before leaving their homes. It may seem strange, but it is undoubtedly true, that the majority of men in whom such a change was most desirable became in California more humanized and acquired a certain amount of urbanity. In fact, they came from civilized countries in the rough state, and in California they got licked into shape and polished. I had subsequently, while residing on the Isthmus of Nicaragua, constant opportunities of witnessing the truth of this, in contrasting the outward bound emigrants with the same class of men returning to the States after having received a California education. Every fortnight two crowds of passengers rushed across the Isthmus, one from New York, the other from San Francisco. The great majority in both cases were men of the lower ranks of life, and it is of course to them alone that my remarks apply. Those coming from New York, who were mostly Americans and Irish, seemed to think that each man could do just as he pleased, without regard to the comfort of his neighbors. They showed no accommodating spirit, but grumbled at everything, and were rude and surly in their manners. They were very raw and stupid, and had no genius in doing anything for themselves or each other to assist their progress, but perversely delighted in acting in opposition to the regulations and arrangements made for them by the Transit Company. The same men, however, on their return from California, were perfect gentlemen in comparison. They were orderly in their behavior; though rough, they were not rude, and showed great consideration for others, submitting cheerfully to any personal inconvenience necessary for the common good, and showing by their conduct that they had acquired some notion of their duties to balance the very enlarged idea of their rights which they had formerly entertained. The Missourians, however, although they acquired no new accomplishments on their journey to California, lost none of those which they originally possessed. They could use an axe or a rifle with any man. Two of them would chop down a few trees and build a log cabin in a day and a half, and with their long 5-foot barrel rifle, which was their constant companion, they could "draw a bead" on a deer, a squirrel, or the white of an Indian's eye with equal coolness and certainty of killing. Though large-framed men, they were not remarkable for physical strength, nor were they robust in constitution. In fact, they were the most sickly set of men in the mines, fever and ague and diarrhea being their favorite complaints. We had many pleasant neighbors, and among them were some very amusing characters. One man, who went by the name of the "philosopher," might possibly have earned a better right to the name if he had had the resolution to abstain from whiskey. He had been, I believe, a farmer in Kentucky, and was one of the class, not uncommon in America, who, without much education, but with great ability and immense command of language, together with a very superficial knowledge of some science, hold forth on it most fluently, using such long words, and putting them so well together, that were it not for the crooked ideas they enunciated, one might almost suppose they knew what they were talking about. Phrenology was this man's hobby, and he had all the phrenological phraseology at his finger-tips. His great delight was to paw a man's head and to tell him his character. One Sunday morning he came into our cabin as he was going down to the store for provisions, and after a few minutes' conversation, of course he introduced phrenology, and as I knew I should not get rid of him till I did so, I gave him my permission to feel my head. He fingered it all over, and gave me a very elaborate synopsis of my character, explaining most minutely the consequences of the combination of the different bumps, and telling me how I would act in a variety of supposed contingencies. Having satisfied himself as to my character, he went off, and I was in hopes I was done with him. But an hour or so after dark he came rolling into the cabin just as I was going to turn in. He was as drunk as he well could be. His nose was swelled and bloody, his eyes were both well blackened, and altogether he was very unlike a learned professor of phrenology. He begged to be allowed to stay all night, and as he would most likely have broken his neck over the rocks if he had tried to reach his own home that night, I made him welcome, thinking that he would immediately fall asleep without troubling me further. But I was very much mistaken. He had no sooner lain down than he began to harangue me as if I were a public meeting or a debating society, addressing me as "gentlemen," and expatiating on a variety of topics, but generally on phrenology, the Democratic ticket, and the great mass of the people. He had a bottle of brandy with him, which I made him finish in hopes it might have the effect of silencing him, but there was unfortunately not enough of it for that. It only made him worse, for he left the debating society and got into a bar room, where, when I went to sleep, he was playing poker with some imaginary individual whom he called Jim. In the morning he made most ample apologies, and was very earnest in expressing his gratitude for my hospitality. I took the liberty of asking him what bumps he called those in the neighborhood of his eyes. "Well, sir," he said, "you ask me a plain question. I'll give you a plain answer. I got into a muss down at the store last night, and was whipped, and I deserved it too." As he was so penitent, I did not press him for further particulars, but I heard from another man the same day that when at the store he had taken the opportunity of an audience to lecture them on his favorite subject, and illustrating his theory by feeling several heads, and giving very full descriptions of the characters of the individuals. At last he got hold of a man who must have had something peculiar in the formation of his cranium, for he gave him a most dreadful character, calling him a liar, a cheat, and a thief, and winding up by saying that he was a man who would murder his father for $5. The natural consequence was that the owner of this enviable character jumped up and pitched into the phrenologist, giving him the whipping which he had so candidly acknowledged, and would probably have murdered him without the consideration of the $5 if the bystanders had not interfered. Very near where we were at work, a party of half a dozen men held a claim in the bed of the creek, and had, as usual, dug a race through which to turn the water, and so leave exposed the part they intended to work. This they were now anxious to do, as the creek had fallen sufficiently low to admit of it, but they were opposed by a number of miners whose claims lay so near the race that they would have been swamped had the water been turned into it. They could not come to any settlement of the question among themselves, so, as was usual in such cases, they concluded to leave it to a jury of miners, and notice was accordingly sent to all the miners within 2 or 3 miles up and down the creek, requesting them to assemble on the claim in question the next afternoon. Although a miner calculates an hour lost as so much money out of his pocket, yet all were interested in supporting the laws of the diggings, and about 100 men presented themselves at the appointed time. The 2 opposing parties then having tossed up for the first pick, chose 6 jurymen each from the assembled crowd. When the jury had squatted themselves all together in an exalted position on a heap of stones and dirt, one of the plaintiffs, as spokesman for his party, made a very pithy speech, calling several witnesses to prove his statements, and citing many of the laws of the diggings in support of his claims. The defendants followed in the same manner, making the most of their case, while the general public, sitting in groups on the different heaps of stones piled up between the holes with which the ground was honeycombed, smoked their pipes and watched the proceedings. After the plaintiff and defendant had said all they had to say about it, the jury examined the state of the ground in dispute. They then called some more witnesses to give further information, and, having laid their shaggy heads together for a few minutes, they pronounced their decision, which was that the men working on the race should be allowed 6 days to work out their claims before the water should be turned in upon them. Neither party was particularly well pleased with the verdict, a pretty good sign that it was an impartial one, but they had to abide by it, for had there been any resistance on either side, the rest of the miners would have enforced the decision of this august tribunal. From it there was no appeal. A jury of miners was the highest court known, and I must say I never saw a court of justice with so little humbug about it. The laws of the creek, as was the case in all the various diggings in the mines, were made at meetings of miners held for the purpose. They were generally very few and simple. They defined how many feet of ground one man was entitled to hold in a ravine, how much in the bank and in the bed of the creek, how many such claims he could hold at a time, and how long he could absent himself from his claim without forfeiting it. They declared what was necessary to be done in taking up and securing a claim which, for want of water, or from any other cause, could not be worked at the time, and they also provided for various contingencies incidental to the peculiar nature of the diggings. Of course, like other laws, they required constant revision and amendment to suit the progress of the times, and a few weeks after this trial a meeting was held one Sunday afternoon for legislative purposes. The miners met in front of the store to the number of about 200. A very respectable looking old chap was called to the chair, but for want of that article of furniture he mounted an empty pork barrel, which gave him a commanding position. Another man was appointed secretary, who placed his writing materials on some empty boxes piled up alongside the chair. The chairman then, addressing the crowd, told them the object for which the meeting had been called, and said he would be happy to hear any gentleman who had any remarks to offer. Whereupon someone proposed an amendment to the law relating to a certain description of claim, arguing the point in a very neat speech. He was duly seconded, and there was some slight opposition and discussion, but when the chairman declared it carried by the ayes, no one called for a division. So the secretary wrote it all down, and it became law. 2 or 3 other acts were passed, and when the business was concluded, a vote of thanks to the chairman was passed for his able conduct on the top of the pork barrel. The meeting was then declared to be dissolved, and accordingly dribbled into the store, where the legislators, in small detachments, pledged each other in cocktails as fast as the storekeeper could mix them. While the legislature was in session, however, everything was conducted with the utmost formality, for Americans of all classes are particularly au fait at the ordinary routine of public meetings. After working our claim for a few weeks, my partner left me to go to another part of the mines, and I joined two Americans in buying a claim 5 or 6 miles up the creek. It was supposed to be very rich, and we had to pay a long price for it accordingly, although the men who had taken it up, and from whom we bought it, had not yet even prospected the ground. But the adjoining claims were being worked and yielding largely, and from the position of ours it was looked on as an equally good one. There was a great deal to be done before it could be worked, in the way of removing rocks and turning the water, and as 3 of us were not sufficient to work the place properly, we hired 4 men to assist us, at the usual wages of $5 a day. It took about a fortnight to get the claim into order before we could begin washing, but we then found that our labor had not been expended in vain, for it paid uncommonly well. When I bought this claim I had to give up my cabin, as the distance was so great, and I now camped with my partners close to our claim, where we had erected a brush house. This is a very comfortable kind of abode in summer, and does not cost an hour's labor to erect. 4 uprights are stuck in the ground and connected with cross pieces, on which are laid heaps of leafy brushwood, making a roof completely impervious to the rays of the sun. Sometimes 3 sides are filled in with a basket work of brush, which gives the edifice a more compact and comfortable appearance. Very frequently a brush shed of this sort was erected over a tent, for the thin material of which tents were usually made offered but poor shelter from the burning sun. When I left my cabin, I handed it over to a young man who had arrived very lately in the country, and had just come up to the mines. On meeting him a few days afterward, and asking him how he liked his new abode, he told me that the first night of his occupation he had not slept a wink, and had kept candles burning till daylight, being afraid to go to sleep on account of the rats. Rats, indeed! Poor fellow! I should think there were a few rats, but the cabin was not worse in that respect than any other in the mines. The rats were most active colonizers. Hardly was a cabin built in the most out of the way part of the mountains before a large family of rats made themselves at home in it, imparting a humanized and inhabited air to the place. They are not supposed to be indigenous to the country. They are a large black species, which I believe those who are learned in rats call the Hamburg breed. Occasionally a pure white one is seen, but more frequently in the cities than in the mines. They are probably the hoary old patriarchs, and not a distinct species. They are very destructive, and are such notorious thieves, carrying off letters, newspapers, handkerchiefs, and things of that sort, with which to make their nests, that I soon acquired a habit, which is common enough in the mines, of always ramming my stockings tightly into the toes of my boots, putting my neckerchief into my pocket, and otherwise securing all such matters before turning in at night. One took these precautions just as naturally, and as much as a matter of course, as when at sea one fixes things in such manner that they shall not fetch way with the motion of the ship. As in civilized life a man winds up his watch and puts it under his pillow before going to bed, so in the mines, when turning in, one just as instinctively sets to work to circumvent the rats in the manner described, and taking off his revolver, lays it under his pillow, or at least under the coat or boots, or whatever he rests his head on. I believe there are individuals who faint or go into hysterics if a cat happens to be in the same room with them. Anyone having a like antipathy to rats had better keep as far away from California as possible, especially from the mines. The inhabitants generally, however, have no such prejudices. It is a free country, as free to rats as to Chinamen. They increase and multiply and settle on the land very much as they please, eating up your flour and running over you when you are asleep without ceremony. No one thinks it worth while to kill individual rats. The abstract fact of their existence remains the same. You might as well wage war upon mosquitoes. I often shot rats, but it was for the sport, not the mere object of killing them. Rat shooting is capital sport, and is carried on in this wise. The most favorable place for it is a log cabin in which the chinks have not been filled up, so that there is a space of 2 or 3 inches between the logs, and the season is a moonlight night. Then, when you lie down for the night — it would be absurd to call it going to bed in the mines — you have your revolver charged and plenty of ammunition at hand. The lights are of course put out, and the cabin is in darkness, but the rats have a fashion of running along the tops of the logs and occasionally standing still, showing clearly against the moonlight outside. Then is your time to draw a bead upon them and knock them over, if you can. But it takes a good shot to do much at this sort of work, and a man who kills 2 or 3 brace before going to sleep has had a very splendid night's shooting. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 9. Gold is where you find it. We worked our claim very successfully for about 6 weeks, when the creek at last became so dry that we had not water enough to run our long tom, and the claim was rendered for the present unavailable. It of course remained good to us for next season, but as I had no idea of being there to work it, I sold out my interests to my partners, and throwing mining to the dogs, I broke out in a fresh place altogether. I had always been in the habit of amusing myself by sketching in my leisure moments, especially in the middle of the day, for an hour or so after dinner, when all hands were taking a rest, nooning, as the miners call it, lying in the shade in the full enjoyment of their pipes, or taking a nap. My sketches were much sought after, and on Sundays I was beset by men begging me to do something for them. Every man wanted a sketch of his claim, or his cabin, or some spot with which he identified himself, and as they offered to pay very handsomely, I was satisfied that I could make paper and pencil much more profitable tools to work with than pick and shovel. My new pursuit had the additional attraction of affording me an opportunity of gratifying the desire which I had long felt of wandering over the mines, and seeing all the various kinds of diggings, and the strange specimens of human nature to be found in them. I sent to Sacramento for a fresh supply of drawing paper, for which I had only to pay the moderate sum of $2.50 (10 shillings sterling) a sheet, and finding my old brother miners very liberal patrons of the fine arts, I remained some time in the neighborhood, actively engaged with my pencil. I then had occasion to return to Hangtown. On my arrival there I went as usual to the cabin of my friend the doctor, which I found in a pretty mess. The ground on which some of the houses were built had turned out exceedingly rich, and thinking that he might be as lucky as his neighbors, the doctor had got a party of 6 miners to work the inside of his cabin on half shares. He was to have half the gold taken out, as the rights of property in any sort of house or habitation in the mines extend to the mineral wealth below it. In his cabin were two large holes, 6 feet square and about 7 feet deep. In each of these were three miners, picking and shoveling or washing the dirt in rockers with the water pumped out of the holes. When one place had been worked out, the dirt was all shoveled back into the hole, and another one commenced alongside of it. They took about a fortnight in this way to work all the floor of the cabin, and found it very rich. There was a young Southerner in Hangtown at this time, who had brought one of his slaves with him to California. They worked and lived together, master and man sharing equally the labors and hardships of the mines. One night the slave dreamed that they had been working the inside of a certain cabin in the street, and had taken out a great pile of gold. He told his master in the morning, but neither of them thought much of it, as such golden dreams are by no means uncommon among the miners. A few nights afterwards, however, he had precisely the same dream, and was so convinced that their fortune lay waiting for them under this particular cabin, that he succeeded at last in persuading his master to believe it also. The master said nothing to anyone about the dream, but made some pretext for wishing to become the owner of the cabin, and finally succeeded in buying it. He and his slave immediately moved in, and set to work digging up the earthen floor, and the dream proved to be so far true that before they had worked all the ground they had taken out $20,000. There were many slaves in various parts of the mines working with their masters, and I knew frequent instances of their receiving their freedom. Some slaves I have also seen left in the mines by their masters, working faithfully to make money enough wherewith to buy themselves. Of course, as California is a free state, a slave, when once taken there by his master, becomes free by law, but no man would bring a slave to the country unless one on whose fidelity he could depend. Niggers in some part of the mines were pretty numerous, though by no means forming so large a proportion of the population as in the Atlantic States. As miners they were proverbially lucky, but they were also inveterate gamblers, and did not long remain burdened with their unwonted riches. In the mines the Americans seemed to exhibit more tolerance of negro blood than is usual in the States. Not that negroes were allowed to sit at table with white men, or considered to be at all on an equality, but owing partly to the exigencies of the unsettled state of society, and partly, no doubt, to the important fact that a nigger's dollars were as good as any other's, the Americans overcame their prejudices so far that negroes were permitted to lose their money in the gambling rooms, and in the less frequented drinking shops they might be seen receiving drink at the hands of white barkeepers. In a town or camp of any size there was always a nigger boarding house, kept of course by a darky, for the special accommodation of colored people. But in places where there was no such institution, or at wayside houses, when a negro wanted accommodation, he waited till the company had finished their meal and left the table before he ventured to sit down. I have often on such occasions seen the white waiter or the landlord, when he filled that office himself, serving a nigger with what he wanted without apparently doing any violence to his feelings. A very striking proof was seen in this matter of waiting of the revolution which California life caused in the feelings and occupations of the inhabitants. The Americans have an intense feeling of repugnance to any kind of menial service, and considered waiting at table as quite degrading to a free and enlightened citizen. In the United States there is hardly such a thing to be found. as a native-born American waiting at table. Such service is always performed by negroes, Irishmen, or Germans. But in California, in the mines at least, it was very different. The almighty dollar exerted a still more powerful influence than in the old States, for it overcame all pre-existing false notions of dignity. The principle was universally admitted and acted on that no honest occupation was derogatory, and no questions of dignity interfered to prevent a man from employing himself in any way by which it suited his convenience to make his money. It was nothing uncommon to see men of refinement and education keeping restaurants or roadside houses, and waiting on any ragamuffin who chose to patronize them, with as much empressement as an English waiter who expects his customary coppers. But as no one considered himself demeaned by his occupation, neither was there any assumption of a superiority which was not allowed to exist, and whatever were their relative positions, men treated each other with an equal amount of deference. After being detained a few days in Hangtown, waiting for letters from San Francisco, I set out for Nevada City, about 70 miles north, intending from there to travel up the Yuba River and see what was to be seen in that part of the mines. My way lay through Middleton, the scene of my former mining exploits, and from that through a small village called Cold Springs to Coloma, the place where gold was first discovered. It lies at the base of high mountains on the South Fork of the American River. There were a few very neat, well-painted houses in the village, but as the diggings in the neighborhood were not particularly good, there was little life or animation about the place. In fact, it was the dullest mining town in the whole country. The first discovery of gold was accidentally made at this spot by some workmen in the employment of Colonel Sutter, while digging a race to convey water to a sawmill. Colonel Sutter, a Swiss by birth, had some years before penetrated to California and there established himself. The fort which he built for protection against the Indians, and in which he resided, is now situated a few miles from where Sacramento City now stands. I dined at Coloma and proceeded on my way, having a stiff hill to climb to gain the highland lying between me and the middle fork of the American River. Crossing the rivers is the most laborious part of California traveling. They flow so far below the average level of the country, which, though exceedingly rough and hilly, is comparatively easy to travel. But on coming to the brink of this highland, and looking down upon the river thousands of feet below one, the summit of the opposite side appears almost nearer than the river itself, and one longs for the loan of a pair of wings for a few moments to save the toil of descending so far and having again to climb an equal height to gain such an apparently short distance. Some miles from Coloma is a very pretty place called Greenwood Valley, a long, narrow, winding valley, with innumerable ravines running into it from the low hills on each side. For several miles I traveled down this valley. The bed of the creek which flowed through it, and all the ravines, had been dug up, and numbers of cabins stood on the hillsides. But at this season the creek was completely dry, and consequently no mining operations could be carried on. The cabins were all tenantless, and the place looked more desolate than if its solitude had never been disturbed by man. At the lower end of Greenwood Valley was a small village of the same name, consisting of half a dozen cabins, 2 or 3 stores, and a hotel. While stopping here for the night, I enjoyed a great treat in the perusal of a number of late newspapers, among others the Illustrated News, containing accounts of the Great Exhibition. In the mines one is apt to get sadly behind in modern history. The expressmen in the towns made a business of selling editions of the leading papers of the United States, containing the news of the fortnight, and expressly got up for circulation in California. Of these the most popular with Northern men was the New York Herald, and with the Southerners the New Orleans Delta. The Illustrated News was also a great favorite, being usually sold at $1, while other papers only fetched half that price. But unless one happened to be in some town or village when the mail from the States arrived, there was little chance of ever seeing a paper, as they were all bought up immediately. I struck the middle fork of the American River at a place called Spanish Bar. The scenery was very grand. Looking down on the river from the summit of the range, it seemed a mere thread winding along the deep chasm formed by the mountains, which were so steep that the pine trees clinging to their sides looked as though they would slip down into the river. The face of the mountain by which I descended was covered with a perfect trellis work of zigzag trails, so that I could work my way down by long or short tacks as I felt inclined. On the mountain on the opposite side I could see the faint line of the trail which I had to follow. It did not look by any means inviting, and I was thankful that, for the present at any rate, I was going downhill. Walking down a long hill, however, so steep that one dare not run, though not quite such hard work at the same time as climbing up, is equally fatiguing in its results, as it shakes one's knees all to pieces. I reached the river at last, and crossing over in a canoe, landed on the bar. What they call a bar in California is the flat which is usually found on the convex side of a bend in a river. Such places have nearly always proved very rich, that being the side on which any deposit carried down by the river will naturally lodge, while the opposite bank is generally steep and precipitous, and contains little or no gold. Indeed, there are not many exceptions to the rule that, in a spot where one bank of a river affords good diggings, the other side is not worth working. The largest camps or villages on the rivers are on the bars, and take their name from them. The nomenclature of the mines is not very choice or elegant. The rivers all retained the names given to them by the Spaniards, but every little creek, flat, and ravine, besides of course the towns and villages which have been called into existence, have received their names at the hands of the first one or two miners who have happened to strike the diggings. The individual pioneer has seldom shown much invention or originality in his choice of a name. In most cases he has either immortalized his own by tacking "ville" or "town" to the end of it, or has more modestly chosen the name of some place in his native state. But a vast number of places have been absurdly named from some trifling incident connected with their first settlement, such as Shirt Tail Canyon, Whiskey Gulch, Port Wine Diggings, Humbug Flat, Murderer's Bar, Flapjack Canyon, Yankee Jim's, Jackass Gulch, and hundreds of others with equally ridiculous names. Spanish Bar was about half a mile in length and 300 or 400 yards wide. The whole place was honeycombed with the holes in which the miners were at work. All the trees had been cut down, and there was nothing but the red shirts of the miners to relieve the dazzling whiteness of the heaps of stones and gravel which reflected the fierce rays of the sun and made the extreme heat doubly severe. At the foot of the mountain, as if they had been pushed back as far as possible off the diggings, stood a row of booths and tents, most of them of a very ragged and worn out appearance. I made for the one which looked most promising, a canvas edifice, which from the huge sign all along the front assumed to be the United States Hotel. It was not far from 12 o'clock, the universal dinner hour in the mines, so I lighted my pipe and lay down in the shade to compose myself for the great event. The American system of using hotels as regular boarding houses prevails also in California. The hotels in the mines are really boarding houses, for it is on the number of their boarders they depend. The transient custom of travelers is merely incidental. The average rate of board per week at these institutions was $12 or $15, and the charge for a single meal was $1 or $1.50. The United States seemed to have a pretty good run of business. As the hour of noon, feeding time, approached, the miners began to congregate in the bar room. Many of them took advantage of the few minutes before dinner to play cards, while the rest looked on, or took gin cocktails to whet their appetites. At last there could not have been less than 60 or 70 miners assembled in the bar room, which was a small canvas enclosure about 20 feet square. On one side was a rough wooden door communicating with the salle à manger. To get as near to this as possible was the great object, and there was a press against it like that at the pit door of a theater on a benefit night. As 12 o'clock struck, the door was drawn aside, displaying the banqueting hall, an apartment somewhat larger than the bar room, and containing 2 long tables well supplied with fresh beef, potatoes, beans, pickles, and salt pork. As soon as the door was opened there was a shout, a rush, a scramble, and a loud clatter of knives and forks, and in the course of a very few minutes 50 or 60 men had finished their dinner. Of course many more rushed into the dining room than could find seats, and the disappointed ones came out again looking rather foolish, but they guessed there would be plenty to eat at the second table. Having had some experience of such places, I had intended being one of the second detachment myself, and so I guessed likewise that there would be plenty to eat at the second table, and calculated also that I would have more time to eat it in than at the first. We were not kept long waiting. In an incredibly short space of time the company began to return to the bar room, some still masticating a mouthful of food, others picking their teeth with their fingers or with sharp-pointed bowie knives, and the rest with a most provokingly complacent expression about their eyes, making horrible motions with their jaws as if they were wiping out their mouths with their tongues, determined to enjoy the last lingering aftertaste of the good things they had been eating. Rather a disgusting process to a spectator at any time, but particularly aggravating to hungry men waiting for their dinner. When they had all left the dining room, the door was again closed while the table was being relaid. In the meantime there had been constant fresh arrivals, and there were now almost as many waiting for the second table as there had been for the first. A crowd very quickly began to collect around the door, and I saw that to dine at number 2 as I had intended, I must enter into the spirit of the thing. So I elbowed my way into the crowd and secured a pretty good position behind a tall Kentuckian, who I knew would clear the way before me. Very soon the door was opened, when in we rushed pell-mell. I labored under the disadvantage of not knowing the diggings. Being a stranger, I did not know the lay of the tables, or whereabouts the joints were placed. But immediately on entering I caught sight of a good looking roast of beef at the far end of one of the tables, at which I made a desperate charge. I was not so green as to lose time in trying to get my legs over the bench and sit down, and in so doing perhaps be crowded out altogether. But I seized a knife and fork, with which I took firm hold of my prize, and occupying as much space as possible with my elbows, I gradually insinuated myself into my seat. Without letting go the beef, I then took a look round, and had the gratification of seeing about a dozen men leaving the room with a most ludicrous expression of disappointment and hope long deferred. I have no doubt that when they got into the bar room they guessed there would be lots to eat at table number 3. I hope there was. I know there was plenty at number 2. But it was a grab game, every man for himself. If I had depended on the waiter getting me a slice of roast beef, I should have had the hungry number 3s down upon me before I had commenced my dinner. Good humor, however, was the order of the day. Conversation, of course, was out of the question, but if you asked a man to pass you a dish, he did so with pleasure, devoting one hand to your service, while with his knife or fork, as it might be, in the other, he continued to convey the contents of his plate to their ultimate destination. I must say that a knife was a favorite weapon with my convives, and in wielding it they displayed considerable dexterity, using it to feed themselves with such things as most people would eat with a spoon, if eating for a wager, or with a fork if only eating for ordinary purposes. After dinner a smart-looking young man opened a monte bank in the bar room, laying out $500 or $600 on the table as his bank. For half an hour or so he did a good business, when the miners began to drop off to resume their work. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 10. Ursus Horribilis. I made inquiries as to my route, and found that the first habitation I should reach was a ranch called the Grizzly Bear House, about 15 miles off. The trail had been well traveled, and I had little difficulty in finding my way. After a few hours' walking I was beginning to think that the 15 miles must be nearly up, and as I heard an occasional crack of a rifle, I felt pretty sure I was getting near the end of my journey. The ground undulated like the surface of the ocean after a heavy gale of wind, and as I rose over the top of one of the waves I got a glimpse of a log cabin a few hundred yards ahead of me, which, seen through the lofty colonnade of stately pines, appeared no bigger than a rat trap. As I approached I found that it was the Grizzly Bear House. There could be no mistake about it, for a strip of canvas on which the Grizzly Bear House was painted in letters a foot and a half high was stretched along the front of the cabin over the door. And that there might be no doubt as to the meaning of this announcement, the idea was further impressed upon one by the skin of an enormous grizzly bear, which, spread out upon the wall, seemed to be taking the whole house in its embrace. I found half a dozen men standing before the door, amusing themselves by shooting at a mark with their rifles. The distance was only about 100 yards, but even at that distance, when it comes to hitting a card nailed to a pine tree, 9 times out of 10 it is pretty good shooting. Before dark 4 or 5 other travelers arrived, and about a dozen of us sat down to supper together. The house was nothing more than a large log cabin. At one end was the bar, a narrow board 3 feet long, behind which were 2 or 3 decanters and some kegs of liquor, a few cigars in tumblers, some odd bottles of champagne, and a box of tobacco. A couple of benches and a table occupied the centre of the house, and sacks of flour and other provisions stood in the corners. Out in the forest behind the cabin was a cooking stove, with a sort of awning over it. This was the kitchen, and certainly the cook could not complain of want of room; but, judging from our supper, he was not called upon to go through any very difficult manoeuvres in the practice of his art. He knocked off his rifle practice about half an hour before supper to go and light the kitchen fire, and the fruits of his subsequent labors appeared in a large potful of tea and a lot of beefsteaks. The bread was uncommonly stale, from which I presume that when he did bake, he baked enough to last for about a week. After supper every man lighted his pipe, and though all were sufficiently talkative, the attention of the whole party became very soon monopolized by 2 individuals, who were decidedly the lions of the evening. One of them was a man from Illinois, who had been in the Mexican War, and who no doubt thought he might have been a General Scott if he had only had the opportunity of distinguishing himself. He commented on the tactics of the generals as if he knew more of warfare than any of them, and the awful yarns he told of how he and the American army had whipped the Mexicans and given them "particular hell," as he called it, was enough to make a civilian's hair stand on end. Some of his hearers swallowed every word he said, without even making a wry face at it, but as he tried to make out that all the victories were gained by the Illinois regiment in which he served as full private, 2 or 3 of the party who knew something of the history of the war, and came from other states of the Union, had no idea of letting Illinois have all the glory of the achievements, and disputed the correctness of his statements. Illinois, however, was too many for them. He was not to be stumped in that way. He had a stock of authentic facts on hand for any emergency, with which he corroborated all his previous assertions. The resistance he met with only stimulated him to greater efforts, and the more one of his facts was doubted, the more incredible was the next, till at last he detailed his confidential conversations with General Taylor, and made himself out to be a sort of fellow who swept Mexicans off the face of the earth as a common man would kill mosquitoes. He did not have all the talking to himself, however. One of the men who kept the house was a bear hunter by profession, and he had not hunted grizzlies for nothing. He had tales to tell of desperate encounters and hairbreadth escapes, to which the adventures of Baron Munchausen were not a circumstance. He was a dry, stringy looking man, with light hair and keen gray eyes. His features were rather handsome, and he had a pleasing expression, but he was so dried up and tanned by exposure and the hard life he led, that his face conveyed no idea of flesh. One would rather have expected, on cutting into him, to find that he was composed of gutta percha or something of that sort, and only colored on the outside. He and Illinois listened to each other's stories with silent contempt. In fact, they pretended not to listen at all, but at the same time each watched intently for the slightest halt in the other's narrative, and while the Illinois man was only taking breath during some desperate struggle with the Mexicans, the hunter in a moment plunged right into the middle of a bear story, and was half eaten up by a grizzly before we knew what he was talking about. And as soon as ever that bear was disposed of, Illinois immediately went on with his story as if he had never been interrupted. The hunter had rather the best of it. His yarns were uncommonly tough and hard of digestion, but there were no historical facts on record to bring against him. He had it all his own way, for the only witnesses of his exploits were the grizzlies, and he always managed to dispose of them very effectually by finishing their career along with his story. He showed several scars on different parts of his gutta percha person, which he received from the paws of the grizzlies, and he was not the sort of customer whose veracity one would care to question, especially as implicit faith so much increased one's interest in his adventures. One man nearly got into a scrape by laughing at the most thrilling part of one of the best stories. After firing twice at a bear without effect, the bear, infuriated by the balls planted in his carcass, was rushing upon him. He took to flight, and loading as he ran, he turned and put a ball into the bear's left eye. The bear winked a good deal, but did not seem to mind it much. He only increased his pace. So the hunter, loading again, turned round and put a ball into his right eye, whereupon the bear, now winking considerably with both eyes, put his nose to the ground, and began to run him down by scent. At this critical moment a great stupid looking lout, who had been sitting all night with his eyes and mouth wide open, sucking in and swallowing everything that was said, had the temerity to laugh incredulously. The hunter flared up in a moment. "What are you laughing at?" he said. "D'ye mean to say I lie?" "Oh," said the other, "if you say it was so, I suppose it's all right. You ought to know best. But I warn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the bar." "What do you know about bars?" said the hunter. "Did you ever kill a bar?" The poor fellow had never killed a bar, so the hunter snuffed him out with a look of utter contempt and pity, and went on triumphantly with his story, which ended in his getting up a tree, where he sat and peppered the bear as it went smelling round the stump, till it at last fell mortally wounded, with I don't know how many balls in its body. The grizzlies are the commonest kind of bear found in California, and are very large animals, weighing sometimes 16 or 1800 pounds. Hunting them is rather dangerous sport, as they are extremely tenacious of life, and when wounded invariably show fight. But unless molested, they do not often attack a man. In fact, they are hardly ever seen on the trails during the day. At night, however, they prowl about and carry off whatever comes in their way. They had walked off with a young calf from this ranch the night before, and the hunter was going out the next day to wreak his vengeance upon them. A grizzly is well worth killing, as he fetches $100 or more, according to his weight. The meat is excellent, but it needs to be well spiced, for in process of cooking it becomes saturated with bear's grease. In the mines, however, pomatum is an article unknown, and so no unpleasantly greasy ideas occur to one while dining off a good piece of grizzly bear. About 10 o'clock, on the conclusion of a bear story, there was a general move towards one corner of the cabin, where there were a lot of rifles, and where every man had thrown his roll of blankets. The floor was swept, and each one, choosing his own location, spread his blankets and lay down. Some slept in their boots, while others took them off to put under their heads by way of pillows. I was one of the latter number, being rather partial to pillows, and selecting a spot for my head where it would be as far from other heads as possible, I lay down, and stretching out my feet promiscuously, I was very soon in the land of dreams, where I went through the whole Mexican campaign and killed more bars than ever the hunter had seen in his life. People do not lie abed in the morning in California. Perhaps they would not anywhere if they had no better beds than we had. So before daylight there was a general resurrection, and a very general ablution was performed in a tin basin which stood on a keg outside the cabin, alongside of which was a barrel of water. Over the basin hung a very small looking glass, in which one could see one eye at a time, and attached to it by a long string was a comb for the use of those gentlemen who did not travel with their dressing cases. Some of the party, the warrior among the number, commenced the day by taking a gin cocktail, the hunter acting as bar keeper, while his partner, the cook, who had been up an hour before any of us, chopping wood and lighting a fire, was laying the table for breakfast. Breakfast was an affair of but very few moments, and as soon as it was over I set out in the company with 3 or 4 of the party, who were going the same way. We crossed the North Fork of the American River at Kelly's Bar, a very rocky little place, covered with a number of dilapidated tents. We had the usual mountains to descend and ascend in crossing the river, but on gaining the summit we found ourselves again in a beautiful rolling country. Not far from the river was a very romantic little place called Illinois Town, consisting of 3 shanties and a sawmill. The pine trees in the neighborhood were of an enormous size, and were being fast converted into lumber, which was in great demand for various mining operations, and sold at $120 per 1,000 feet. We fared sumptuously on stewed squirrels at a solitary shanty in the forest a few miles further on. These little wayside inns, or ranches as they are usually called in the mines, are generally situated in a spot which offers some capabilities of cultivation, and where water, the great desideratum in the mountains, is to be had all the year. The owners employ themselves in fencing in and clearing the land, and by degrees give the place an appearance of comfort and civilization. One finds such places in all the different stages of improvement, from a small tent or log cabin, with the wild forest around it as yet undisturbed, to good frame houses with 2 or 3 rooms, a boarded floor, and windows, and surrounded by several acres of cleared land under cultivation. Oats and barley are the principal crops raised in the mountains. In some of the little valleys a species of wild oats, which makes excellent hay, grows very luxuriantly. In passing through one such place, where the grasshoppers were in clouds, we found a number of Indian squaws catching them with small nets attached to a short stick, in the style of an angler's landing net. I believe they bruise them and knead them into a paste, somewhat of the consistency of potted shrimps. It may be as palatable also, but I cannot speak from experience on that point. My companions, as we traveled on, branched off one by one to their respective destinations, and I was again alone when I got to the ranch where I intended to pass the night. It was somewhat the same style as the Grizzly Bear House, but the house was larger and the accommodation more luxurious, inasmuch as we had canvas bunks or shelves to sleep upon. I went on next day along with a young miner from Georgia, who was also bound for Nevada. We dined at a place where we crossed Bear River, and a villainous bad dinner it was. Nothing but bad salt pork, bad pickled onions, and bad bread. On resuming our journey we were joined by a man who said he always liked to have company on that road. Several robberies and murders had been committed on it of late, and he very kindly pointed out to us, as we passed it, the exact spot where, a few days before, one man had been shot through the head and another through the hat. One was robbed of 75 cents, the other of $800. It was a very romantic place, and well calculated for the operations of the gentleman of the road, being a little hollow darkened by the spreading branches of a grove of oak trees. The underwood was thick and very high, and as the trail twisted round trees and bushes, a traveller could not see more than a few feet before or behind him. We had our revolvers in readiness, but I was not very apprehensive, as 3 men all showing pistols in their belts are rather more than these ruffians generally care to tackle. We arrived at Nevada City between 5 and 6 o'clock, when I took a look round to find the most likely place for a good supper, being particularly ravenous after the long walk and the salt pork dinner. I found a house bearing the sign of Hotel de Paris, and my choice was made at once. As I had half an hour to wait for supper, I strolled about the town to see what sort of place it was. It is beautifully situated on the hills bordering a small creek, and had once been surrounded by a forest of magnificent pine trees, which, however, had been made to become useful instead of ornamental, and nothing now remained to show they had existed but the numbers of stumps all over the hillsides. The bed of the creek, which had once flowed past the town, was now choked up with heaps of tailings, the washed dirt from which the gold had been extracted, the white color of the dirt rendering it still more unsightly. All the water of the creek was distributed among a number of small troughs, carried along the steep banks on either side at different elevations, for the purpose of supplying various quartz mills and long toms. The town itself, or should I say the city, for from the moment of its birth it has been called Nevada City, is, like all mining towns, a mixture of staring white frame houses, dingy old canvas booths, and log cabins. The only peculiarity about the miners was the white mud with which they were bespattered, especially those working in underground diggings, who were easily distinguished by the quantity of dry white mud on the tops of their hats. The supper at the Hotel de Paris was the best got up thing of the kind I had sat down to for some months. We began with soup, rather flimsy stuff, but pretty good; then bouilli, followed by filet de boeuf, with cabbage, carrots, turnips, and onions. After that came what the landlord called a goddam roast beef, with green peas, and the whole wound up with a salad of raw cabbage, a cup of good coffee, and cognac. I did impartial justice to every department, and rose from the table powerfully refreshed. The company were nearly all French miners, among whom was a young Frenchman whom I had known in San Francisco, and whom I hardly recognized in his miner's costume. We passed the evening together in some of the gambling rooms, where we heard pretty good music, and as there were no sleeping quarters to be had at the house where I dined, I went to an American hotel close to it. It was in the usual style of a boarding house in the mines, but it was a 3-decker. All round the large sleeping apartment were 3 tiers of canvas shelves, partitioned into spaces 6 feet long, on one of which I laid myself out, choosing the top tier in case of accidents. Next door was a large thin wooden building, in which a theatrical company were performing. They were playing Richard, and I could hear every word as distinctly as if I had been in the stage box. I could even fancy I saw King Dick rolling his eyes about like a man in a fit when he shouted for a horse, a horse. The fight between Richard and Richmond was a very tame affair, They hit hard while they were at it, but it was too soon over. It was 1-2, 1-2, a thrust, and down went Dick. I heard him fall, and could hear him afterwards gasping for breath and scuffling about on the stage in his dying agonies. After King Richard was disposed of, the orchestra, which seemed to consist of 2 fiddles, favored us with a very miscellaneous piece of music. There was then an interlude, performed by the audience, hooting, yelling, whistling, and stamping their feet, and that being over, the curtain rose and we had Bombastes Furioso. It was very creditably performed, but under the peculiar circumstances of the case it did not seem to me nearly so absurd as the tragedy. Some half-dozen men, the only occupants of the room besides myself, had been snoring comfortably all through the performances, and now about a dozen more came in and rolled themselves on to their respective shelves. They had been at the theatre, but I am sure they had not enjoyed it so much as I did. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 11 On the Trail. In this part of the country the pine trees are of an immense size and of every variety. The most graceful is what is called a sugar pine. It is perfectly straight and cylindrical, with a comparatively smooth bark, and till about 4/5 of its height from the ground, without a branch or even a twig. The branches then spread straight out from the stem, drooping a good deal at the extremities from the weight of the immense cones which they bear. These are about 1.5 feet long, and under each leaf is a seed the size of a cherry stone, which has a taste even sweeter than that of a filbert. The Indians are very fond of them, and make the squaws gather them for winter food. A peculiarity of the pine trees in California is that the bark, from within 8 or 10 feet of the ground up to where the branches commence, is completely riddled with holes, such as might be made with musket balls. They are, however, the work of the woodpeckers, who, like the Indians, are largely interested in the acorn crop. They are constantly making these holes, in each of which they stow away an acorn, leaving it as tightly wedged in as though it were driven in with a sledge-hammer. There were several quartz veins in the neighborhood of Nevada, some of which were very rich, and yielded a large amount of gold, but generally speaking they were so unscientifically and unprofitably worked that they turned out complete failures. Quartz mining is a scientific operation, of which many of those who undertake to work the veins had no knowledge whatever, nor had they sufficient capital to carry on such a business. The cost of erecting crushing mills and of getting the necessary iron castings from San Francisco was very great. A vast deal of labor had to be gone through in opening the mine before any returns could be received, and moreover the method then adopted of crushing the quartz and extracting the gold was so defective that not more than 1/2 of it was saved. There is a variety of diggings here, but the richest are deep diggings in the hills above the town, and are worked by means of shafts, or coyote holes, as they are called. In order to reach the gold-bearing dirt, these shafts have to be sunk to the depth of nearly 100 feet, which requires the labor of at least 2 men for a month or 6 weeks, and when they have got down to the bottom, perhaps they may find nothing to repay them for their perseverance. The miners always calculate their own labor at $5 a day for every day they work, that being the usual wages for a hired labor; and if a man, after working for a month in sinking a hole, finds no payment at the bottom of it, he sets himself down as a loser of a $150. They make up heavy bills of losses against themselves in this way, but still there are plenty of men who prefer devoting themselves to this speculative style of digging, in hopes of eventually striking a rich lead, to working steadily at surface diggings, which would yield them day by day sure though moderate pay. But mining of any description is more or less uncertain, and any man "hiring out," as it is termed, steadily throughout the year, and pocketing his $5 a day, would find at the end of the year that he had done as well perhaps as the average of miners working on their own hook, who spend a considerable portion of their time in prospecting, and frequently, in order to work a claim which may afford them a month's actual washing, have to spend as long a time in stripping off top dirt, digging ditches, or performing other necessary labor to get their claim into working order, so that the daily amount of gold which a man may happen to be taking out is not to be taken in itself as the measure of his prosperity. He may take a large sum out of a claim, but may also have spent as much upon it before he began to wash, and half the days of the year he may get no gold at all. There were plenty of men who, after 2 years' hard work, were not a bit better off than when they commenced, having lost in working one claim what they had made in another, and having frittered away their time in prospecting and wandering about the country from one place to another, always imagining that there were better diggings to be found than those they were in at the time. Under any circumstances, when a man can make as much, or perhaps more, by working for himself, he has greater pleasure in doing so than in working for others; and among men engaged in such an exciting pursuit as gold hunting, constantly stimulated by the success of some one of their neighbors, it was only natural that they should be loath to relinquish their chance of a prize in the lottery by hiring themselves out for an amount of daily wages which was no more than any one, if he worked steadily, could make for himself. Those who did hire out were of two classes: cold-blooded philosophers, who calculated the chances and stuck to their theory unmoved by the temptations around them, and men who had not sufficient inventive energy to direct their own labor and render it profitable. The average amount of gold taken out daily at that time by men who really did work was, I should think, not less than $8, but the average daily yield of the mines to the actual population was probably not more than $3 or $4 per head, owing to the great number of loafers who did not work more than perhaps one day in the week, and spent the rest of their time in bar rooms, playing cards and drinking whiskey. They led a listless life of mild dissipation, for they never had money enough to get very drunk. They were always in debt for their board and their whiskey at the boarding house where they lived, and when hard pressed to pay up, they would hire out for a day or two to make enough for their immediate wants, and then return to loaf away their existence in a bar room, as long as the boarding house keeper thought it advisable to give them credit. I never, in any part of the mines, was in a store or boarding house that was not haunted by some men of this sort. Other men with more energy in their dissipation, and old sailors especially, would have periodical bursts, more intense but of shorter duration. After mining steadily for a month or two, and saving their money, they would set to work to get rid of it as fast as possible. An old sailor went about it most systematically, for the reason, as I supposed, that when going to have a spree, he imagined himself to have come ashore off a voyage, he generally commenced by going to a Jew's slop shop, where he rigged himself out in a new suit of clothes. He would then go the round of all the bar rooms in the place, and insist on every one he found there drinking with him, informing them at the same time, though it was quite unnecessary, for the fact was very evident, that he was on the spree. Of course he soon made himself drunk, but before being very far gone he would lose the greater part of his money to the gamblers. Cursing his bad luck, he would then console himself with a rapid succession of drinks, pick a quarrel with someone who was not interfering with him, get a licking, and be ultimately rolled into a corner to enjoy the more passive phase of his debauch. On waking in the morning he would not give himself time to get sober, but would go at it again, and keep at it for a week, most affectionately and confidentially drunk in the forenoon, fighting drunk in the afternoon, and dead drunk at night. The next week he would get gradually sober, and recovering his senses, would return to his work without a cent in his pocket, but quite contented and happy, with his mind relieved at having had what he considered a good spree. $400 or $500 was by no means an unusual sum for such a man to spend on an occasion of this sort, even without losing much at the gaming table. The greater part of it went to the barkeepers for drinks, for the height of his enjoyment was every few minutes to ask half a dozen men to drink with him. The amount of money thus spent at the bars in the mines must have been enormous. The system of drinks was carried still further than in San Francisco, and there were numbers of men of this description who were fortunate in their diggings and became possessed of an amount of gold of which they could not realize the value. They only knew the difference between having money and having none. $100 was to them as good as 1,000, and 1,000 was in their ideas about the same as 100. It did not matter how much they had saved; when the time came for them to reward themselves with a spree after a month or so of hard work, they made a clean sweep of everything, and spent their last dollar as readily as the first. I did not remain in Nevada, being anxious to get down to the Yuba before the rainy season should set in and put a stop to mining operations on the river. Foster's Bar, about 30 miles off, was the nearest point on the Yuba, and for this place I started. I was joined on leaving the town by a German, carrying his gun and powder horn. He was a hunter by profession, as he informed me, having followed that business for more than a year, finding ready sale for his game in Nevada. The principal kinds of game in the mountains are deer, quail, hares, rabbits, and squirrels. The quails, which are very abundant, are beautiful birds, about the size of a pigeon, with a top knot on their head. They are always in coveys, and rise with a whirr like partridges. My hunting companion was at present going after deer, and intending to stop out till he killed one, he carried his blanket and a couple of days' provisions. I arrived about noon at a very pretty place called Hunt's Ranch. It was a large log house with several well cultivated fields around it, in which a number of men were at work. At dinner here there was the most extensive set out of vegetables I ever saw in the country, consisting of green peas, French beans, cauliflower, tomatoes, onions, cucumbers, pumpkins, squash, and watermelons. It was a long time since I had seen such a display, and not knowing when I might have another opportunity, I pitched into them right and left. I was lighting my pipe in the bar room after dinner, when a man walked in whom I recognized at once as one of my fellow passengers from New York to Chagres. I was very glad to see him, as he was one of the most favorable specimens of that crowd, and, according to the custom of the country, we immediately ratified our renewed acquaintance in a brandy cocktail. He was returning to his diggings about 10 miles off, and our roads being the same, we set off together. He gave me an account of his doings since he had been in the mines, from which he did not seem to have had much luck on his side, for most of the money he had made he had lost in buying claims that turned out valueless. He had owned a share in a company which was working a claim on the Yuba, but had sold it for a mere trifle before it was ascertained whether the claim was rich or not, and it was now yielding $150 a day to the man. We crossed the Middle Yuba, a small stream, at Emery's Bridge, where my friend left me, and I went on alone, having 6 or 7 miles to go to reach my resting place for the night. I was now in a region of country so mountainous as to be perfectly impassable for wheeled vehicles. All supplies were brought to the various trading posts from Marysville on trains of pack mules. Packing, as it is called, is a large business. A packer has in his train from 30 to 50 mules, and 4 or 5 Mexicans to tend them, mule driving or packing being one of the few occupations to which Mexicans devote themselves, and at this they certainly do excel. Though generally a lazy, indolent people, it is astonishing what activity and energy they display in an employment which suits their fancy. They drive the mules about 25 miles a day, and in camping for the night they have to select a place where there is water, and where there is also some sort of picking for the mules, which in the dry season, when every blade of vegetation is burned up, is rather hard to find. I came across a train of about 40 mules under charge of 4 or 5 Mexicans, just as they were about to unpack and make their camp. The spot they chose was a little grassy hollow in the middle of the woods, near which flowed a small stream of beautifully clear water. It was evidently a favorite camping ground, from the numbers of signs of old fires. The mules seemed to know it too, for they all stopped and commenced picking the grass. The Mexicans, who were riding tough little California horses, immediately dismounted and began to unpack, working with such vigor that one might have thought they were doing it for a wager. 2 men unpack a mule together. They first throw over his head a broad leathern belt, which hangs over his eyes to blind him and keep him quiet. Then, one man standing on each side, they cast off the numerous hide ropes with which the cargo is secured, and when all is cast loose, each man removes his half of the cargo and places it on the ground. Another mule is then led up to the same spot and unpacked in like manner, the cargo being all ranged along the ground in a row, and presenting a very miscellaneous assortment of sacks of flour, barrels of pork or brandy, bags of sugar, boxes of tobacco, and all sorts of groceries and other articles. When all the cargoes have been unpacked, they then take off the aparejos, or large Mexican pack saddles, examining the back of each mule to see if it is galled. The pack saddles are all set down in a row parallel with the cargo, the girth and saddlecloth of each being neatly folded and laid on the top of it. The place where the mules have been unpacked, between the saddles and the cargo, is covered with quantities of rawhide ropes and other lashings, which are all coiled up and stowed away in a heap by themselves. Every mule, as his saddle is taken off, refreshes himself by rolling about in the dust, and when all are unsaddled the bell horse is led away to water. The mules all follow him, and are left to their own devices till morning. The bell horse of a train of mules is a very curious institution. He is generally an old white horse, with a small bell hung round his neck. He carries no cargo, but leads the van in tow of a Mexican. The mules will follow him through thick and thin, but without him they will not move a step. In the morning the mules are hunted up and driven into camp, when they are tied together in a row behind their pack saddles and brought round one by one to be saddled and packed. To pack a mule well, considerable art is necessary. His load must be so divided that there is equal weight on each side, else the mule works at great disadvantage. If his load is not nicely balanced and tightly secured, he cannot so well pick his way along the steep mountain trails, and, as not unfrequently happens, topples over and rolls down to some place from which no mule returns. Chapter 12 of the Gold Hunters by J. D. Borthwick. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Anderson. Chapter 12. Sitters for Portraits. I arrived about dusk at a ranch called the Grass Valley House, situated in a forest of pines. It was a clapboard house built around an old log cabin which formed one corner of the building, and was now the private apartment of the landlord and his wife. I was here only 6 miles from Foster's Bar, and set out for that place in the morning, but I made a mistake somewhere, and followed a wrong trail, which led me to a river, after walking 6 or 7 miles without meeting anyone of whom I could ascertain whether I was going right or not. The descent to the river was very steep, and as I went down I had misgivings that I was all wrong and should have to come up again, but I expected at least to find someone down there who could put me right. After scrambling down the best way I could, and reaching the river, I was disappointed to find nothing but the remains of an old tent. There was not even a sign of any work having been done there. The river flowed among huge masses of rock, from which the banks rose so steep and rugged that to follow the course of the stream seemed out of the question. I thought, however, that I could distinguish marks here and there on the rocks, as if caused by travelling over them, and these I followed with considerable difficulty for about half a mile, when they stopped at a place where the blackened rocks, the remains of burned wood, and a lot of old sardine boxes showed that someone had been camped. Here I fancied I could make out a trail going straight up the face of the hill, on the same side of the river by which I had come down. It looked a hard road to travel, but I preferred trying it to retracing my steps, especially as I judged it would be a shorter way back to the house I had started from. I got on very well for a short distance, but very soon lost all sign of a trail. I was determined, however, to make my way up, which I did by dint of catching hold of branches of trees and bushes, and on my hands I had to place my greatest dependence, for the loose soil was covered with large stones which gave way under my feet, and which I could hear rolling down far below me. Sometimes I came to a bare face of rock, up which I had to work my passage by means of the crevices and projecting ledges. It was useless to consider whether more formidable obstacles were still before me. My only chance was to go ahead, for if I had attempted to go down again, I should have found the descent rather too easy, and probably have broken my neck. It was dreadfully hot, and I was carrying my blanket slung over my shoulder, which, catching on trees and rocks, impeded my progress considerably. And though I was in pretty good condition for this sort of work, I had several times to get astride of a tree and take a spell. At last, after a great deal of scrambling and climbing, my shins barked, my clothes nearly torn off my back, and my eyes, half scratched out by the bushes, completely blown and suffocated with the heat, I arrived at a place where I considered that I had got over the worst of it, as the ascent seemed to become a little more practicable. I was dying of thirst, and would have given a very long price for a drink of water, but the nearest water I expected to find was at a spring about 5 miles off, which I had passed in the morning. I could not help thinking what a delightful thing a quart pot of Bass's pale ale would be, with a lump of ice in it. Then I thought I would prefer a sherry cobbler, but I could not drink that fast enough. And then it seemed that a quart pot of ale would not be enough, that I would like to drink it out of a bucket. I quaffed in imagination gigantic goblets, one after another, of all sorts of delicious fluids, but none of them did me any good, and so I concluded that I had better think of something else till I reached the spring. The rest of the mountain was not very hard traveling, and when, once at the top of the range, I struck off in a direction which I thought would hit my old trail, I very soon got on to it, and after half an hour's walking I found the spring, where, as the Missourians say, you may just bet your life I did drink. It was about 3 o'clock, and I thought my safest plan was to return to the house I had started from in the morning, about 6 miles off, where, on my arrival, I learned that I had been misled by an Indian trail, and had traveled far out of the right direction. It was too late to make a fresh start that day, so I was doomed to pass another night here, and in the evening amused myself by sketching a train of pack mules which had camped near the house. I was just setting off in the morning when 2 or 3 men, who had seen me sketching the evening before, came and asked me to take their likenesses for them. As they were very anxious about it, I made them sit down, and very soon polished them all off, improving so much on their personal appearance that they evidently had no idea before that they were such good-looking fellows, and expressed themselves highly satisfied. As I was finishing the last one, an old fellow came in, who, seeing what was up, was seized with a violent desire to have his sweet countenance pictured off likewise, to send to his wife. It struck me that his wife must be a woman of singular taste if she ever wished to see his face again. He was just about the ugliest man I ever saw in my life. He wanted to comb his hair, poor fellow, and make himself look as presentable as possible, but I had no mercy on him, and making him sit down as he was, I did my best to represent him about 50% uglier than he really was. He was in great distress that he had no better clothes on for the occasion, so to make up for caricaturing his features, I improved his costume, and gave him a very spicy black coat, black satin waistcoat, and very stiff stand-up collars. The fidelity of the likeness he never doubted, being so lost in admiration of his dress that he seemed to think the face a matter of minor importance altogether. I did not take many portraits in the mines, but from what little experience I had, I invariably found that men of the lower class wanted to be shown in the ordinary costume of the 19th century, that is to say, in a coat, waistcoat, white shirt, and neckcloth, while gentlemen miners were anxious to appear in character in the most ragged style of California dress. I went to Foster's Bar after dinner with a man who was on his way there from Downieville, a town about 30 miles up the river. He told me that he and his partner had gone there a few months before, and had worked together for some time, when they separated, his partner joining a company which had averaged $100 a day to each man ever since, while my friend had bought a share in another company, and, after working hard for 6 weeks, had not, as he expressed it, made enough to pay for his grub. Such is mining. Foster's Bar is a place about half a mile long, with the appearance of having slipped down off the face of the mountains, and thus formed a flat along the side of the river. The village or camp consisted of a few huts and cabins, and all around on the rocks, wherever it suited their convenience, were parties of miners camping out. I could only see one place which purported to be a hotel, and to it I went. It was a large canvas house, the front part of which was the bar room, and behind it the dining room. Alongside the former an addition had been made as a sleeping apartment, and here, when I felt inclined to turn in about 10 o'clock, I was accommodated with a cot. A gambling room in San Francisco is a tolerably quiet place, where little else is heard but good music or the chinking of dollars, and where, if it were necessary, one could sleep comfortably enough. But a gambling room in a small camp in the mines is a very different affair. There not so much ceremony is observed, and the company are rather more apt to devote themselves to the social enjoyment of drinking, quarrelling, and kicking up a row generally. In this instance the uproar beat all my previous experience, and sleeping was out of the question. The bar room, I found, was also the gambling room of the diggings. 4 or 5 monte tables were in full blast, and the room was crowded with all the rowdies of the place. As the night wore on, and the brandy began to tell, they seemed to be having a general fight, and I half expected to see some of them pitched through the canvas into the sleeping apartment, or perhaps pistols might be used, in which case I should have had as good a chance of being shot as anyone else. I managed to drop off asleep during a lull in the storm, but when I awoke at daylight it was only then finally subsiding. I found that some man had broken a monte bank, and on the strength of his good fortune had been treating the company to an unlimited supply of brandy all night, which fully accounted for the row. But I did not fancy such sleeping quarters, and made up my mind to camp out while I remained in those diggings. I selected a very pretty spot at the foot of a ravine, in which was a stream of water, and buying a tin coffee pot and some tea and sugar, I was completely set up. There was a baker and butcher in the camp, so I had very little trouble in my cooking arrangements, having merely to boil my pot, and then, raking down the fire with my foot, lay a steak on the embers. The weather was very hot and dry, but it was getting late in the season, and I generally awoke in the morning like the flowers the Irishman sings about to Molly Bawn, with their rosy faces wet with dew, at least as far as the dew is concerned, for a rosy face is a thing not seen in the mines, the usual color of men's faces being a good standard leathery hue, a very little lighter than that of a penny piece. All rosiness of cheek, where it ever existed, is driven out by the hot sun and dry atmosphere. I found camping out a very pleasant way of living. With my blankets I made a first-rate awning during the day, and if I could not boast of a bed of roses, I at least had one of dahlias, for numbers of large flowers of that species grew in great profusion all around my camp, and these I was so luxurious as to pluck and strew thickly on the spot where I intended to sleep. I remained here for about 3 weeks, and for 2 or 3 mornings before I left, I woke finding my blankets quite white with frost. On such occasions I was more active than usual in lighting my fire and getting my coffee pot under a full head of steam, but as soon as ever the sun was up, the frost was immediately dispelled, and half an hour after sunrise one was glad to get into the shade. On leaving Foster's bar, I went to a place a few miles up the river, where some miners were at work who had asked me to visit their camp. The river here flowed through a narrow rocky gorge, a sort of place which in California is called by its Spanish name a canon, and was flumed for a distance of nearly half a mile, that is to say, it was carried past in an aqueduct supported on uprights, being raised from its natural bed, which was thus laid bare and rendered capable of being worked. It was late when I arrived, and the party of miners had just stopped work for the day. Some were taking off their wet boots and washing their faces in the river, others were lighting their pipes or cutting up tobacco, and the rest were collected round the fire making bets as to the quantity of gold which was being dried in an old frying pan. This was the result of their day's work, and weighed 4 or 5 pounds. The banks of the river were so rough and precipitous that, for want of any level space on which to camp, they had been obliged to raise a platform of stone and gravel. On this stood a tent about 20 feet long, which was strewed inside with blankets, boots, hats, old newspapers, and such articles. In front of the tent was a long rough table, on each side of which a young pine tree, with 2 or 3 legs stuck into it here and there, did duty as a bench, some of the bark having been chipped off the top side by way of making it an easy seat. At the foot of the rocks, close to the table, an immense fire was blazing, presided over by a darky, who was busy preparing supper; for where so many men messed together, it was economy to have a professional cook, though his wages were frequently higher than those paid to a miner. A quarter of beef hung from the limb of a tree, and stowed away in beautiful confusion among the nooks and crannies of the rocks were sacks, casks, and boxes containing various articles of provisions. Within a few feet of us, and above the level of the camp, the river rushed past in its wooden bed, spinning round as it went a large water wheel, by means of which a constant stream of water was pumped up from the diggings and carried off in the flume. The company consisted of 8 members. They were all New Yorkers, and had been brought up to professional and mercantile pursuits. The rest of the party were their hired men, who, however, were upon a perfect social equality with their employers. When it was time to turn in, I was shown a space on the gravelly floor of the tent, about 6 feet by 1 1/2, where I might stretch out and dream that I dwelt in marble halls. About a dozen men slept in the tent, the others lying outside on the rocks. My intention was from this camp to go on to Downieville, about 40 miles up the river, but I had first to return to Foster's Bar for some drawing paper which I had ordered from Sacramento. On my way I passed a most romantic little bridge, formed by 2 pine trees which had been felled so as to span a deep and thickly wooded ravine. I sat down among the bushes a short distance off the trail, and was making a sketch of the place, when presently a man came along riding on a mule. I was quite aware that I should have a very suspicious appearance to a passer-by, and I was in hopes he might not observe me. I had no object in speaking to him, especially as, had I hailed him from my ambuscade, he might have been apt to reply with his revolver. Just as he was passing, however, and when all I could see of him was his head and shoulders, his eyes wandered over the bank at the side of the trail, and he caught sight of my head looking down on him over the tops of the bushes. He gave a start, as I expected he would, and addressed me with "Good morning, Colonel." My promotion to the rank of colonel I most probably owed to the fact that he thought it advisable, under the circumstances, to be as conciliatory as possible until he knew my intentions. I saw a good deal of the same man afterwards, but he never again raised me above the rank of captain. I replied to his salutation, and he then asked the very natural question, "What are you doing over there?" I gave an account of myself, which he did not seem to think altogether satisfactory, but after making some remark on the weather, he passed on. About an hour later, when I arrived at Foster's Bar, I found him sitting in a store with some half-dozen miners, to whom he had been recounting how he had seen a man concealed in the bushes off the trail. he expressed himself as having been awful skeered, and said he had his pistol out and was thinking of shooting all the time he was speaking to me. I told him I had mine lying by my side, and would have returned the compliment, when, by way of showing me what sort of a chance I should have stood, he stuck up a card on a tree at about 20 paces, and put 6 balls into it one after another out of his heavy navy revolver. I confessed I could not beat such shooting as that, and was very well pleased that he had not taken it into his head to make a target of me. It seemed that he was an express carrier, and as his partner had been robbed but a few days before, very near the place of our meeting, his suspicions of me were not at all unreasonable. I was very desirous of seeing a friend of mine who was mining at a place about 20 miles off, so having hired a mule for the journey, I set off early next morning, intending to return the same night. My way was through a part of the country very little traveled, and the trails were consequently very indistinct, but I got full directions how to find my way, where to leave the main trail, which side to take at a place where the trail forked, where I should cross another, and so on; also where I should pass an old cabin, a forked pine tree, and other objects by which I might know that I was on the right road. The man who gave me my directions said he hardly expected that I would be able to keep the right trail. I had some doubts about it myself, but I was determined to try at all events, and for 7 or 8 miles I got along very well, knowing I was right by the landmarks which I had passed. The numbers of Indian trails, however, branching off to right and left, were very confusing, being not a bit less indistinct than the trail I was endeavoring to follow. At last I felt certain that I had gone wrong, but as I fancied I was not going far out of the right direction, I kept on, and shortly afterwards came upon a small camp called Toole's Diggings. I was told here that I had only come 5 miles out of my way, and after dining and getting some fresh directions, I set out again. Having ridden for nearly an hour, I came to an Indian camp, situated by the side of a small stream in a very dense part of the forest. At first I could see no one but some children amusing themselves with a swing hung from a branch of an oak tree, but as I was going past, a number of Indians came running out from their brush huts. They were friendly Indians, and had picked up a few words of English from loafing about the camps of the miners. The usual style of salutation to them is "Howdy do," to which they reply in the same words, but if you repeat the question as if you really wanted to know the state of their health, they invariably answer "Fust rate." Accordingly, having ascertained that they were all first rate, I mixed up a little broken English, some mongrel Spanish, and a word or two of Indian, and made inquiries as to my way. In much the same sort of language they directed me how to go, and though they seemed disposed to prolong the conversation, I very quickly bade them adieu and moved on, not being at all partial to such company. I followed the dim trail up hill and down dale for several hours without seeing a human being, and I felt quite satisfied that I was again off my road. But I pushed on in hopes of reaching some sort of habitation before dark. At last, in traveling up the side of a small creek, just as the sun was taking leave of us, I caught sight of a log cabin among the pine trees. It seemed to have been quite recently built, so I was pretty sure it was inhabited, and on riding up I found 2 men in it, from whom I learned that I was still 5 miles from my destination. They recommended me to stop the night with them, as it was nearly dark and the trail was hard enough to find by daylight. I saw no help for it, so after staking out the mule where he could pick some green stuff, I joined my hosts, who were just sitting down to supper. It was not a very elaborate affair, nothing but tea and ham. They apologized for the meagreness of the turnout, and especially for the want of bread, saying that they had been away for a couple of days, and on their return found that the Indians had taken the opportunity to steal all their flour. We made the most of what we had, however, and putting a huge log on the fire, we lighted our pipes, and my entertainers, producing two violins, favored me with a selection of nigger melodies. They had been mining lately at the place which I had been trying to reach all day, and in the course of conversation I found that I had had all my trouble for nothing, as the man whom I was in search of had a few days before left the diggings for San Francisco. The next morning I returned to Foster's Bar, my friends putting me on a much shorter trail than the roundabout road I had traveled the day before. Chapter 13